Power is a current that never stops flowing, it only changes hands. You can feel the balance tipping before you even know the scale. The air itself holds its breath for what comes next. This is the moment you take that first irreversible step. I opened my eyes, a familiar feeling. Another regression, it seems. I recalled the last moments of my past life, resisting until the very end. Finally, I have ascended. Yes, I'm fully conscious now. In that last moment, I reached the peak. Overwhelmed with excitement, I looked up at the sky, oblivious to my surroundings, and shouted. Finally, at last, I had reached the long-coveted peak. Buzz, a familiar sound echoes. Myung-hoon, a face I haven't seen in a while, is there. But I didn't even glance in his direction, just closed my eyes again. Swoosh! Myung-hoon's hand cuts through the air towards me. Feeling his movement, I awakened that sensation I had reached just before dying. I can see it. Even with my eyes closed, it's vivid. A red trajectory was aimed at my cheek. With my eyes still shut, I dodged Myung-hoon's slap with the optimum movement. This guy dodged it. Whoosh, whoosh. Myung-hoon swung his hand several more times, but I, still with closed eyes, dodged every one of his strikes with minimal movement. I can see it. Myung-hoon's next move, the direction of his hand, it's clearly visible. In the past, I could dodge someone like Myung-hoon without even looking, but that was all based on decades of martial arts training and predicting where he'll strike. But now it's different. The red thread lines reveal his path. Whether my eyes are open or closed, these thread lines are vividly present. This is not prediction, but more like premonition. Is this the vision of a peak master? I finally understood why a first-rate master, even when outnumbering the enemy, could never defeat a peak master. It's visible. The direction and trajectory of attacks by inferior first-rate warriors are clearly visible. How could they win if their attacks can't even touch a peak master? To confront a peak master, a first-rate warrior would need to attack with dozens of people in a swarm strategy, setting aside the direction and trajectory of the attack. I set my determination and faced Myung-hoon, who was rushing towards me. At the same time, the red lines indicating his trajectory disappeared, and my vision was filled with blue lines. Face, shoulders, chest, arms, flanks, stomach, lower abdomen, pelvis, legs, knees, feet. Blue lines densely targeted dozens of spots. Instinctively, I knew. These blue lines indicate the opponent's vulnerabilities and the optimal path for my attack. The gap in combat skills between me and Myung-hoon must be so vast that so many vulnerabilities are exposed. So that's it, the red and blue back then. A master of 3 flowers. The first I've seen in this city besides myself. 3 flowers aren't common. Most live their lives only in red and blue. I, too, haven't met a master like you in a long time. A conversation between Kim Young-hoon and Pal Jikti, Supreme Elder of the Kia River sect, during my second regression. Pal Jikti indeed mentioned red and blue back then. At the time, I didn't understand a word, but now I do. He was talking about this vision that peak masters see. The red line to read the opponent's attack. The blue line for the optimal attack. This dual-colored world where one can exchange gaps was the world of peak masters, the red and blue world he mentioned. When I reached this conclusion, drip what? I suddenly felt a nosebleed. At the same time, I felt pain. It hurts, as if my brain is burning. Damn, does using this vision overload the brain? I quickly sealed the acupoints of Myung-hoon, who was rushing at me, quickly deactivated vision, and put him to sleep with sleep-inducing herbs. There was pain the moment I activated vision, but I ignored it. However, as the usage time extended, the pain intensified, eventually feeling like my brain was burning. The time I used vision in the scuffle with Myung-hoon was mere moments, and yet the pain is this intense. What's the problem? After pondering for a while, I calmed my still confused colleagues, took them to a cave, lit a fire, cooked fruits and grilled mushrooms, and put them to sleep. After the sun set and all my colleagues were asleep, I sat outside the cave and organized my thoughts. Let's sort out what Pinnacle Realm is all about. The Pinnacle Realm essentially overloads the brain to visualize and read the opponent's path of combat. Even for a blind person, if they can read the opponent's path, 2 colors vividly appear in their mind, as if experiencing it. It's more than visualization. It's like my brain arbitrarily colors the paths I foresee in blue and red. Using this vision, I can read every movement of my opponent and target their vulnerabilities with the optimal path. This is why, in my past life, Kim Young-hoon's constant application of maximized senses to me seemed like an imitation of the Pinnacle Realm. I indirectly calculated the opponent's path by maximizing the senses. But due to my lack of talent, I only awakened to this pinnacle realm at the very end, despite having imitated it. Amazing! Once again, I looked at the world through the vision of the pinnacle realm. Watching the leaves fall at night, I envisioned the blue lines. Hundreds, thousands of blue threads appeared, directed at the leaves. I grabbed a nearby branch and swung it towards the leaves. The branch was blunt, not even shaped like a sword. Even the leaves, fresh and fluttering in the night breeze, were not easy targets. Yet the moment I struck the leaves with the branch, following the optimal path the blue lines showed, they were sliced. Crack, the leaves were cut cleanly in half by the blunt branch, not imbued with any internal energy. On the first day of my regression in my previous life, I had briefly reached this state. I was unconscious then, but now my consciousness is clear. I stood up holding the branch and danced with it as if it were a sword. As I danced amidst the fluttering leaves, they all were cut by the branch. Swish, swish. Countless sword strokes pierced the leaves. Thousands of optimal paths extended before my eyes. I closed my eyes, imagining the fluttering leaves as first-rate masters. With no internal energy and only a slightly thick branch in hand, could I defeat so many first-rate masters? I can win! First-rate masters, each armed with their weapons, charged at me. Spears, swords, hidden weapons, maces, polearms, fists, lances, broadswords, and countless other weapons assaulted me. But I wasn't afraid. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuously dancing with my sword, I dodged the first-rate master's weapons and linked the optimal sword paths. With my single sword stroke, their techniques were dismantled, their balance destroyed, and all were defeated. Ha! When I opened my eyes, there were numerous split leaves around me. Drip. Despite the nosebleed and the burning sensation in my brain from using the vision, I felt exhilarated. I am now a peak master. I stopped the nosebleed with a medicinal herb, then wandered around digging up centuries-old yellow bamboo roots. Perhaps the inability to maintain the vision for long is due to the lack of internal energy. A certain level of internal energy is necessary to endure and extend the duration of the vision. After digging up the roots, I chewed and swallowed them right there, leaving only a few for Kim Young-hoon. Now that I had ascended to a peak master, there was no need to sell them. Yellow bamboo roots. I'll leave just a couple for Kim Young-hoon and consume the rest. There were about 10 roots around my vicinity in Ascension Path, and probably more if I expanded my search, but it wasn't necessary. I consumed 8 yellow bamboo roots, excluding the 2 for Kim Young-hoon. Gurgling. Guided by the dragon vein chi method, the immense spiritual power of the yellow bamboo roots surged through my meridians. Hue. An immense reserve of internal energy accumulated in an instant. I had more internal energy now than in my previous life, where I had practiced for 50 years. Shall I try again? Aided massive internal energy, I activated the peak master's vision again. I practiced with the vision for about an hour with no significant issues. The burning discomfort started after about a meal's time. That's my limit, about an hour and a half. No matter how much internal power I had, it only delayed the onset of pain. It didn't eliminate it. The only way is to repeatedly train using the peak master's vision, to reduce the burning pain and gradually acclimate my brain to the vision. Endless training is the answer. I might not be a genius, but this is the best way for someone not born with talent. This life's goal is to first overcome the burning pain when using the peak master's vision, and ultimately, 3 flowers gather at the summit. To reach the 3 flowers gather at the summit, also known as the pinnacle of pinnacle. I won't aim for the 5 energies converging to the origin realm in this life. The 3 flowers gather at the summit is already challenging enough. The realm of 3 flowers was somewhat graspable. As the Supreme Elder of Kia River sect said, the third. Red symbolizes the enemy's intent, blue my intent. Besides these, there is a third color, the line that separates the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the rest of the pinnacle realm. The third, though I can't quite grasp what it is. The leap from first rate to peak felt insurmountable, but reaching the 3 flowers gather at the summit from the peak seems slightly easier. Smiling, I looked at Kim Young-hoon, sleeping in the cave. Surely, I'll be able to learn much more from him now. Having reached the peak, the level of teaching I could receive from Kim Young-hoon would be incomparable to when I was just a first-rate master. Moreover, I possessed the 6 volumes of insights and the final formula left by the previous Kim Young-hoon. This life's Kim Young-hoon will certainly surpass the one from before. I too, in this life, will achieve the 3 flowers gather at the summit and get closer to being a true cultivator. With that resolution, I peacefully watched the rising morning sun in front of the cave. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. The morning dawned. As in previous regressions, the three-tailed fox as large as a house, the supposed ruler of this forest, came to visit us. I bowed simply to the fox and offered my arm, proposing as tribute. During this, a curiosity struck me. Would I see red lines on the fox? As the fox drooled over my arm, I activated the vision of a peak master. I then witnessed a terrifying sight. Red everywhere. The whole world around me was covered in red. A gasp. If humans had shown me trajectories in the shape of lines, the fox was different. From the center of its forehead, a crimson light engulfed everything around. It wasn't just lines. It was more than a surface. It was a three-dimensional form with the red light devouring the surrounding space. I can't win. Acknowledging the fox's red light, its domain, I could only extend my arm in awe. Crunch, crunch. Even as the fox chewed off my arm, I could only groan in astonishment, observing its domain. What is this? How can space be filled with red light like this? I couldn't understand. What kind of creature was this? And then, a few days later, the arrival of cultivators made me wear an astonished expression again. Red! The three monsters who came to retrieve Jian Myung-hoon, Oh Hyeon-seok, and Kang Min-hee were similar to the fox, with red light emanating from them, engulfing the space around. That's when I understood the difference between cultivators and martial artists. In martial arts, at best, their paths and intents form lines, but with cultivators, for some reason, their intents take over the entire space. I imagined fighting those cultivators in a space dominated by their red light. I can't win. I understood why even the lowest cultivators were on par with a peak master. Even without actual combat experience, if they can dominate space with their intents like that, it's impossible for a peak master to read a cultivator's intentions. Conversely, within their dominated space, a cultivator would know everything like the back of their hand. It was a complete mismatch in terms of compatibility. The next day, after they took my colleagues, I seized the opportunity to ask Sea Dragon King Xianxia, who came for Deputy Manager Oh Hyeon. I have a question for Lord Sea Dragon King. What is it? After briefly explaining what I saw, I asked about the cultivators' red territory. Xianxia laughed and explained to me. Cultivators all possess something called divine consciousness. Ordinary mortals' consciousness doesn't extend beyond their brain, but cultivators can extend it to cover the surrounding space, allowing them to know anything they wish. I, as a spiritual creature, have the same ability. Is this answer sufficient? Thank you. Since our conversation was in the language of Yangnuo, Kim Young-hoon and others seemed to not understand. Shortly after Xianxia left, a hunchbacked, grotesque figure appeared to take Manager Kim away, pushing me and Kim Young-hoon into a spatial rift. I lost consciousness again. Splash, gurgling, bubbling. I suddenly found myself engulfed in a current, snapped to my senses, and struggled. What's this? This is... It was underwater. Gulp, gulp. Regaining my senses, I swam towards the light above. Having learned to swim decently in my past life while hunting water bandits, I had no problem swimming. Puff, damn it. Last time it was a tree, now it's underwater. What variety? It was likely Yangnuo again, but the problem was I was randomly dropped somewhere in Yangnuo. Looking around, it was a large lake. Wait, where's Kim Young-hoon? While scanning the surroundings, I suddenly looked down into the lake. I saw Kim Young-hoon with bubbles escaping his mouth, sinking below. Damn, he'll die if I leave him. I quickly swam down, lifted Kim Young-hoon, and swam back to the surface. On the shore, I laid Kim Young-hoon down and used acupressure to force the water out of his lungs and stomach. Sploosh! Kim Young-hoon spat out water from his mouth and nose and seemed to regain consciousness after a while. Gasp. Where is this? We're completely somewhere else. After briefly explaining the situation to him, we surveyed our surroundings. Judging by the location, this must be Chicken Head Lake, I mused. The lake was named so because, from above, it resembled the head of a chicken. After 4 lifetimes, there was no place in Yangnuo I didn't know. Nearby should be Changho City. What do we do? If we've fallen completely somewhere else, are there any people around? It seems so. Look, there's a building over there. Oh, really? I pointed to a waterborne building erected at the corner of Chicken Head Lake. I can swim, so I'll go to that building and borrow some clothes, money, and food. Wait, will they understand you? Actually, I've learned Chinese, and it seems to work well enough. I'll teach you later. After making an excuse, I swam towards the building. If my memory serves me right, this building was the Den of Chicken Waterway Fort, a place I had raided in my past life. The head of Chicken Waterway Fort was a late first-rate master, and the vice leader was mid-first-rate. The other 4 major bandits seemed to be barely first-rate. The rest were insignificant, mostly between third and second-rate. Still, I had to previously use poison due to their numbers. Splash, splash. A few second-rate water bandits keeping watch at the den shouted upon seeing me. "Hey, who are you, man?" "Haha, who's this crazy guy? Swimming to Chicken Waterway Fort? Haha, is he trying to join the fort or what? Looks like a newbie." Haha, I ignored their remarks and slowly approached the building. Then one of the bandits started to lower his trousers. "Haha, hey newbie, if you want to enter the main house, you have to undergo hazing." Drip, drip, a yellow stream accompanied by a foul smell came towards me. Droplets of the yellow liquid splashed on my head. The guy aimed directly at my head, trying to hit me with it. Splat, splat. Calmly taking the hit, I climbed up Chicken Waterway Fort. But thump, thump, how dare you come up here? Want you go back down? Man, hurry up and take the holy water baptism from the brother. Ha ha ha. The low-ranked bandits pushed me with wooden sticks, trying to push me back into the water. I ignored their attacks and eventually made it up to the fort. "Damn it, I told you not to come up." A bandit with a wooden stick charged at me. Whack, KRR. Arg, I kicked his ankle at an invisible speed, knocking him down. Decent enough. I picked up the wooden stick he dropped, weighed it in my hand, and held on to it. "First, you. How many have you killed in Chicken Waterway Fort?" You damn bastard. I've killed more than 50 with my own hands." Thwack, I didn't wait for his full response and swung the stick, beheading him. "Next, you guys. How many have you killed so far?" What the hell is he doing?" Swoosh, swoosh. The remaining bandits drew their swords without hesitation and charged at me. "Seeing no hesitation in your stabs, you must have killed a lot." Swoosh, swoosh. I swung the stick again, cleanly slicing the charging bandits and dropping them into the water. Wait a minute. The last one left was the bandit who had urinated on me. "I'm a newbie in Chicken Waterway Fort. I haven't killed anyone yet. The others called you brother. Please spare." Whoosh, swoosh. I cleanly cut him from his lower parts to his head. Splat. After washing off the dirty urine with the blood of the bandits, I entered deeper into fort. Bandits were wildly smoking cigarettes and drugs, drinking and playing with women. The women, mostly captured, were tied up and bruised. "Haha, what's that?" A bandit noticed me covered in blood and rubbed his eyes. What's this? What kind of guy is this? Hey, grab your weapons, looks like we have a guest." Though drunk, they were used to killing people and naturally took positions with their weapons. "There's no need to ask about those inside." Whoosh, I infused the wooden stick with sword energy. "Die, all of you. What are you doing? Welcome the guest." "Yeah, hey. From the front above and both sides, the water bandits, each holding a weapon, rushed towards me. I entered the vision of a peak master. Red lines were prevalent all around. Those lines were the trajectories of attacks aimed at me. So this is what it feels to be at the peak. It felt somewhat ludicrous, knowing in advance that none of them could touch me. I closed my eyes. For facing such people, sight was unnecessary. With my eyes closed, not listening to any sound, not paying attention to touch. Focusing only on the red lines, I raised the stick in my hand. First move, transcending peaks. Swoosh. Bending my waist, I dodged the weapons of the first 3, then swung my sword horizontally, bisecting them. Second move, entering mountain. Switching to a lower stance, I cut off the legs of 5 bandits charging from around. Third move, ascending vein. In the lower stance, I adjusted my grip on the sword and swung upwards. Then, using the transcending peak step, I leaped into the middle of the bandits and swung my sword again. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein, continuously using these 3 basic techniques. I avoided the red lines and extended my sword energy in the direction the blue lines indicated, cutting them all down. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein. Ascending vein, entering mountain, ascending vein. Transcending peaks, ascending vein, entering mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With minimal movement, I cut down all the bandits. When no more red lines aimed at me were visible, I opened my eyes to find a sea of blood around me. Arg! Arg! Looking to one side, the leader of Chicken Waterway Fort was writhing, trying to crawl out. From my memory, he was a late first-rate master. Among those I had recklessly cut down, he was one of them. "Hey!" I approached the nearly dead leader and spoke to him. Peak master. Spare me. Hey, I have one question for you. How long have I been fighting in this place?" About one moment? All right, thanks, die. Wah, wait, the money where I hid it. Swoosh. I didn't wait for his answer and beheaded him. I already knew where you hid your private funds from my last visit. Leaving the leader's head, I freed the tied women and went to the prison, releasing those who seemed to be captives. Thank you, great hero. Thank you for avenging us against those damn water bandits. I nodded to the captives and women thanking me and went to the leader's room to take out 2 of the most decent-looking sets of clothes. Then I broke the wall of the leader's room and took out a small wooden chest containing his hidden funds. When I opened the chest, there were 3 silver ingots inside. He was a thrifty bandit. I changed out of my blood-stained clothes into the leader's clothes and boarded a rowboat attached to the fort. Great hero, if you could tell me your name or title, I will surely repay you. Name or title? When one of the freed captives asked, I pondered, scratching my head. I haven't regressed for long, so I didn't spend much time yet. After a moment of thought, I brought up the title I used in my past life. My title is Infinite Fighting Monster. That's all you need to know. Thank you, great hero. I will surely repay you someday. I understand I'm off then, so make sure you all get out safely. To avoid any further hassle, I rowed the boat back to the lakeshore. Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me there. Oh, you changed your clothes? Yes, the owner was kind enough to give them to me. I told him our situation, and he even lent us money. Such a simple and kind person, it's refreshing to see such countryside generosity. We should thank the owner. I couldn't see the house well from afar, but what kind of place was it? As far as I heard, it's like something made by local fishermen, a place made for easier fishing, something like that. Is that so? That's quite interesting. I half listened to Kim Young-hoon, and together we headed towards the nearby Changho city. In my past life, it took about a day to raid Chicken Waterway Fort and annihilate them. That too involved pre-poisoning them and setting fire to Chicken Waterway Fort to kill as many possible with carbon monoxide poisoning. Even with all that, it took a day to annihilate them. But now, fighting in the Pinnacle realm, I wiped them all out in just a moment. All that with just a wooden stick. That was the difference between peak and first-rate. In my previous life, as a first-rate warrior, I obtained things suitable for first-rate. Now, as a peak master, I can obtain things befitting a peak master. It hadn't been long since I regressed, but this life seems more promising than any previous one. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. Together with Kim Young-hoon, I headed to Changho City and used the money looted from the bandits to create identity plaques and buy a manor. There, I taught him literacy and martial arts. About 2 months later, he's growing faster. Slightly bemused, I watched Kim Young-hoon consuming yellow bamboo roots and entering the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit. It seemed that my ascension to a peak master and earnestly imparting a first-rate martial art, severing vein saber method, had spurred such rapid growth. It's a bit anticlimactic, but it was always like this. While some spent a lifetime reaching the pinnacle realm, others, with the guidance of a peak master and first-rate martial arts, leapfrogged the pinnacle realm and directly entered 3 flowers. Soon, 3 flower-like energies were absorbed through his nose and mouth, and Kim Young-hoon half opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed with wisdom. Congratulations on reaching 3 flowers gather at the summit. To think you achieved it before even fully learning literacy. I find it astonishing myself, who knew I had such martial talent. I looked at Kim Young-hoon impassively. A hint of competitive spirit arose in me. Up until now, after Kim Young-hoon reached 3 flowers, I never really sparred with him. It was always him guiding me in practice spars. What about now? Me, having ascended to peak master, and Kim Young-hoon, who has just reached 3 flowers. Firstly, congratulations, how about a sparring match? Sparring sounds good. Somehow I feel I might win this time. He drew his saber, igniting his competitive spirit. I drew my sword as well. In the manor's practice yard, 2 peak masters began their duel. I launched my killing intent at Kim Young-hoon. Dozens of blue lines attached themselves to him. Dozens of optimal paths targeted him. Then Kim Young-hoon readjusted his stance. Dozens of blue lines disappeared. His weaknesses vanished, rendering all my potential attacks useless. Simultaneously, hundreds of red thread lines targeted me. I shifted my stance to eliminate my vulnerabilities and prepared to counterattack Kim Young-hoon's moves. As I did, the red lines extending from him receded. How intertwined our red and blue lines must have been. Kim Young-hoon initiated the attack. Severing vein saber, mountain wind. Ping, a piercing attack with astonishing speed, yet from that pierce hundreds more red lines branched out, a sign of numerous follow-up moves. Severing mountain swordsmanship, strange stone. Whoosh, 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 I spun in place, taking a defensive and offensive posture, blocking his thrust. Severing vein saber, grand white. His thrust twisted in midair, slashing from my upper right to lower left. Severing mountain swordsmanship, transcending peaks. I countered his saber with a horizontal slash, then recalculated dozens of paths. My blue lines targeted his head, waist, and legs. Severing mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain. Woong, I switched to a lower stance and aimed for his leg. In that brief moment, dozens of blue and red lines exchanged between us. Severing vein saber, dragon's mound. Similar to severing mountain swordsmanship's flowing ridge, but with more intricate variations, the technique descended upon me. In that brief moment, dozens more thread lines exchanged in the air between us. We had already exchanged dozens of moves in this imaginary realm. Dodge! No, dodging would keep pushing me back. That would lead to defeat. It doesn't matter. It's just a sparring match, but a surge of competitiveness rose within me. Why? Ah, right. In this life, this might be my only chance to beat Kim Young-hoon. From now on, he will grow exponentially like a fish in water or a runaway train. Next time we spar, he'll be beyond my reach. This time when he's just ascended to 3 flowers is my last chance in this life to defeat him. Yes, let's win, even if it means using everything I have. I quickly moved my hand, grabbing a hidden weapon from my sleeve. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique, direct snake. Pivot. The small weapon I launched from my hand flew towards Kim Young-hoon's face. He dodged quickly, his face showing surprise, but that gave me an opening in his stance. Ting, I deflected his saber and went on the offensive. Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge. F-wit. The serpentine sword energy shot towards him. It's blocked. A red line is drawn at an angle that could deflect my sword. At the same time, a new branch extends from that line, aiming for my shoulder. After deflecting, counterattack. Swish. Simultaneously, I pull out another weapon from my sleeve. Holding the weapon, the number of blue lines I can use doubles. His red lines changes. The red branch that stretched from his saber to my shoulder now shifts towards my weapon. Only after deflecting my weapon does the red branch stretch back towards me. Good, but it's still not enough. I have more real combat experience. Dragon Vein, Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven, Cliff Edge. I incorporate 3 techniques into one movement. With Dragon Vein, I rapidly circulate my internal energy to strengthen my sword energy. Simultaneously, I open all the meridians in my body with Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven to further strengthen the energy. With Cliff Edge, I vary the speed of my sword to make it difficult to react. Swish. Sword silk forms at the tip of my sword, materializing the internal energy. However, despite unleashing my enhanced sword energy, Kim Young-hoon swiftly retreated using a stepping technique, avoiding a direct hit. My sword only grazed his chest, causing a small scratch. That's it. I've got the momentum. Mountain Lord's martial arts, transcending peak step. I charge with the momentum of a mountain lord, approaching with transcending peak step, then using mountain tiger to feign multiple strikes while actually using a diversion tactic to engage in a melee. At the same time, ping, ping, I launch the weapon in my other hand while clashing blades with him. Though I'm pushing him back, Kim Young-hoon finds an opportunity to counterattack, extending several red lines. Treating it as real combat, I seize every opportunity. From throwing sand from the ground, spitting hidden needles, and persisting with tricky attacks. Kim Young-hoon, gradually cornered, infuses more energy into his saber with frustration. Woong, the momentum shifts. Dangerous. Something big is coming. I'll show you the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Woong, the energy in his saber begins to transform. The intangible saber energy condenses, forming tangible threads like silk, evolving once again. That's... The energy enveloping his saber fully materializes, emitting a bright white light. Saber silk, ta! The bright white light engulfs everything in front of me. If I clash with it, my sword will likely be cut in 2. Any peak master would face the same fate. But my severing mountain swordsmanship was created by a genius of the era who had reached the absolute of martial arts. Severing mountain swordsmanship, echoing valley, a technique that shook off even Kim Young-hoon's energy in the previous life. If it's his energy at this early stage of 3 flowers gather at the summit, it's possible. Woong, remove intent from the sword, make it empty, and then accept the opponent's force. Reversed, Kwang. I receive Kim Young-hoon's energy and counter it back at him. A loud explosion follows and Kim Young-hoon steps back 3 paces. Heh, impressive. Thwoong Kim Young-hoon's saber splits in 2. Inside, I'm shocked. He countered my reversal with his energy in that short time. By my calculations, when I countered with Echoing Valley, he should have been thrown back, his saber shattered. But in that moment, he recaptured his saber energy and countered with it. I admit defeat. My weapon is broken, a disgrace for any warrior. You're quite skilled, aren't you? Don't worry. From now on, I will never be able to beat you again. I sheath my sword and speak calmly. After today's duel, I won't be able to beat Kim Young-hoon in my next life either. He grew in real time during the fight and will become stronger after consolidating his insights. Fighting me, he gained near-real combat experience and will soon become one of the top 3 great warriors. Actually, I've prepared a congratulatory gift for you reaching the pinnacle realm. Oh, wasn't this duel the gift? Is there more? Yes, here I entered the house and gave him 6 books I had prepared. This is Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. I bought it from an old man. The minimum requirement is 3 flowers gathering at the summit. I read it but couldn't understand, so I'm giving it to you. Oh, what a fortunate encounter. I'll read it gratefully. The insights gained from the record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts were maximized by Kim Young-hoon of the previous cycle and organized into various profound realizations. I handed him the books not as records, but as scriptures. Now, with the Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, he will become so strong that I can't even dare to face him. After teaching him more literacy and language for about a month, I went on to earn a living by slaughtering bandit groups and unorthodox sects near Changho City and capturing wanted criminals. Once Young-hoon had learned all the characters, he spent about 4 months training crazily while looking at the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture, his expression half-dazed. 4 months passed like this. Young-hoon Hyung, I've earned some money. I returned home with a bounty from capturing a famous late-stage master bandit near Changho City, but Kim Young-hoon was not at home. What? Did he go out? He had been reading the scripture and training martial arts as if possessed, but today he was nowhere to be found in the house. It seems like he has left the house entirely. That's when it happened. Swoosh. Ah, suddenly, Kim Young-hoon appeared out of thin air like a ghost. What the? Haha, I tried using one of the techniques written in the scripture and you really couldn't find me. This book is indeed an incredible martial arts text. Young-hoon Hyung, that's? I asked him with a trembling voice. This strange technique was one that Kim Young-hoon of previous cycles only managed to use after reaching the absolute of martial arts. But now, the current Kim Young-hoon, who had not even been training for a year, was using it. Ah, this? It's one of the techniques written in Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts Scripture. Normally, it would be much easier to use upon reaching 5 energies converging to the origin. But I've been focusing solely on this technique for the past few days. Even though I'm only in the realm of 3 flowers, I somehow managed to use this technique. Ah, so you haven't reached the 5 energies state yet. Ha ha ha, do you think reaching the 5 energies is a joke? Just following the insights written in the scripture will take at least 5 years. By the way, this technique is really fearsome. Even you, a peak master, couldn't notice it. If I wanted, I could assassinate anyone. I was speechless at his talent and just stared at him for a moment. By the way, I'm planning to go out and gain real combat experience in the martial world. Will you come with me? The martial world, you say? After pondering for a moment, I shook my head. No, I'm fine, Young-hoon Hyung. Huh, what do you mean? I want to stabilize my realm a bit more. Well, that makes sense. You're still at the early pinnacle realm and can't even use the sword silk, yet. Yes, it seems you'll have to go alone, Young-hoon Hyung. I said so, deciding to part ways with him for a while. The reason was just as I said. Being at the early stage of the pinnacle realm, I needed time to stabilize my skills. Following him and watching duels between great masters would be good, but it wasn't what I needed at the moment. At least until I reached the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm, training through trial and error and repetition was the answer. First, I need to get used to entering the vision of a peak master all day long. While Kim Young-hoon went out to challenge various sects, I practiced becoming accustomed to the vision of a peak master. My practice opponents were the unorthodox sect groups near Changho City. They were numerous, tenacious, and most importantly, it didn't matter if they were killed, making them perfect practice targets. The one in front is about to shoot a poison dart. There's one attacking with a spear from behind. There's someone trying to entangle my ankle with a whip from the diagonal right rear. Numerous red lines rushed towards me. I dodged all sorts of attacks from the approaching unorthodox sect members, annihilating them with minimal movement. When fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I always blindfolded myself and plugged my ears before seeking them out. After all, I could kill all of them in the vision of a peak master without any senses. For about 3 years, I trained by capturing gangs of evil martial artists, bandits, and robbers near Changho City. Finally, I was able to enter the world of the Pinnacle Realm all day without feeling my brain burning. My brain had completely adapted to this world. I even learned how to maintain the vision of a peak master all day without using internal energy. After 3 years of practice, fighting unorthodox sect martial artists, I finally succeeded in fully entering the world of a peak master. At the same time, my financial situation improved significantly with the bounties collected in Changho City, and my nickname Infinite Fighting Spirit started to spread again. There were even those who wanted to become my disciples or follow me as martial artists. Of course, this was nothing compared to Kim Young-hoon, nearly 3 years. Kim Young-hoon received the title of the strongest blade in Yangnuo and ascended to the position of the #1 person in Yangnuo martial arts, the strongest in the martial world. It was a realm reached by someone who had only been practicing martial arts for 4 years. The number of Kim Young-hoon's followers and those who wanted to become his disciples was incomparably greater than mine. Probably by now, it was time for Kim Young-hoon to be hit with the Wulin Alliance leader illness. It was always the position that came with becoming the #1 person in the world. Sure enough, Kim Young-hoon came to me again and proposed the position of deputy leader of the Wulin Alliance. Of course, knowing the future of working like a cow, I flatly refused and made an appropriate excuse. Young-hoon Hyung, I'm now going to try entering the Imperial Court. What? The Imperial Court? Yes, the reason I'm refusing your offer is to help you from the position of an official by joining the Imperial Court. Please understand. Younger brother Seo, I'm truly grateful. Of course, there was a different ulterior motive for my decision to join the Imperial Court. If I join the Imperial Court, I'll have more contact with the Cultivator clan. I was the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and the head of the intelligence organization Gyeonggak in my previous lives. According to the information I had learned at that time, the Imperial Court was more deeply entwined with the Cultivator clan than any other group in Yangnuo. There were even rumors that the Yangnuo Imperial family was a collateral branch of the Cultivator clan. I first applied to the Yangnuo military. The military gladly accepted my application as a famous peak master in the martial world, and I quickly gained recognition, rising to the position of a general. From that position, I applied to the Imperial Guard and passed without any problems. It was the result I achieved in 5 years after returning. Your mission is to secretly guard His Majesty the Emperor and protect him with your life. As a peak master, you should be able to do that much, right? Yes, I will keep that in mind. I joined the Shadow Guards and after 4 months of training in stealth and listening techniques, was deployed to guard the Emperor. There I discovered a surprising fact. The Emperor is a cultivator. I could see the red aura surrounding the Emperor centered around his forehead. It's the cultivator's divine consciousness. The Emperor was originally a cultivator. This fact became even more certain after meeting several princes and princesses of the Imperial family. The majority of the members of the Imperial family were cultivators with divine consciousness. But it seems they're not high-ranking cultivators. They're all nowhere near that fox. They seem to be, at best, cultivators of the Qi refining level. I don't understand why I, a peak master, have to guard them. The Emperor's aura, casually revealed, was definitely not just first star of Qi refining. With that level of skill, the Emperor might be stronger than the entire Shadow Guards combined. Maybe the Shadow Guard exists because he's too lazy to deal with assassins himself. Unfortunately, the Emperor was the person in the Imperial family most at risk of assassination. Almost every night, assassins came, and I had to fight them off every night. Is it good that I'm gaining real combat experience almost every day? Thus, I accumulated real combat experience as the Emperor's Guard, spending 5 years as a member of the Shadow Guard. Are you managing well as the Wulin Alliance leader? In a small secret room, I was playing Go with Kim Young-hoon and asked. As the Emperor's Guard, I was officially forbidden from meeting him, the Wulin Alliance leader, so we had to meet secretly like this. Isn't it a headache? Haha, it would have been less painful if you had joined me. You're about to become younger than me, aren't you? What's the problem? Haha, well, he smiled meaningfully in response to my question. It was about time for him to undergo rejuvenation. In fact, considering the timing, it was somewhat late. The 3 flowers are just around the corner for you. It seems your internal energy has improved remarkably. Congratulations. Haha, cutting down assassins beside the Emperor, how could my skills not improve? The assassins coming to kill the Emperor ranged from low-peak masters to those at the realm of 3 flowers. Most of the time, the assassins were of a similar realm to mine, allowing me to freely engage in real battles with them. So you seem to be doing well as the Emperor's guard? Don't even mention it. Every time I gauge the Emperor's skill, I feel a sense of doubt. Ha, the Emperor being a cultivator? That's really something, hardly seems worth guarding. Over the past few years, Kim Young-hoon had become aware of the existence of cultivators and seemed eager to face them. By the way, Young-hoon Hyung, what do you think of these cultivators? Normally, at this point, Kim Young-hoon would have been eager to find and confront them. However, the current Kim Young-hoon didn't seem to show such intentions. To my question, he drank from his cup and said, what to say? Of course I'd like to fight them. But, I haven't yet fully comprehended all 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture, especially the final phrases written in it. The final phrases written in the scripture were the realizations that Kim Young-hoon had gained at the end of the previous life. The realizations written in the scripture are such that I can't even attempt confronting them before I've fully mastered it. That's why I plan to delve into those phrases and then seek out cultivators. By then, I should be able to step down from being the Woolen Alliance leader. I see. By the way, your skills seem to have improved a bit. Kim Young-hoon smiled and poured more liquor into his cup. He's infusing his internal energy into the liquor along with the alcohol. This man is unbelievable. I drew my sword from my waist. Let's see you handle this. Whoosh, he threw the liquor cup. Strangely, not a single drop of liquor spilled from the cup. It looked like a light liquor cup, but I gathered all my internal energy and focused on the cup. Over the past 5 years, having fought continuously, I successfully transitioned from the early stage to the mid-stage peak. If the early stage of the pinnacle realm was about seeing one line upon entering that world, from the mid-stage onwards, it became possible to see both red and blue lines simultaneously. Until now, I had to give up seeing the blue line in order to see the red line, and vice versa. However, as I further entered into the pinnacle realm, it became possible to see both the red and blue lines at the same time. Swish! With the vision of a peak master, I could see countless red lines extending from the cup. At the same time, the optimal paths I could take to counter it appeared as blue lines. Through this liquor cup, Kim Young-hoon was revealing his intent and engaging in dozens of exchanges with me. When I tried to strike with transcending peaks, the trajectory of the red lines changed vertically. When I tried to strike upwards with ascending vein, the red line's trajectory became elusive, changing erratically. And when I tried to create chaos with landscape painting, the red lines precisely targeted the gaps in my chaos and aimed for my weaknesses. In that instant, after a fight of exchanging blows with Kim Young-hoon, I managed to create a single path that penetrated his defense. Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge. Xiang. Although the sword tip collided with the liquor cup, a storm blew, shaking the room. Realizing the internal energy in the cup was dissolved by flowing ridge, I quickly sheathed my sword and stretched out my hand to catch the falling cup. Luckily, not a drop of liquor was spilled. Phew, should you be playing with food? What? Besides, you've improved significantly. The realm of sword silk is just around the corner. Sword silk. Sword energy compresses akin to a silk thread, the first step where the originally formless sword energy materializes. In his past life, Kim Young-hoon thought that, given my high understanding of sword energy, I would quickly reach the level of sword silk once I ascended to the pinnacle realm. He overestimated my talent. Even now, 10 years after my return, I have yet to realize the state of sword silk. Thankfully, after reaching the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm, I can see a glimmer of hope. It was fortunate that it wasn't as difficult as the transition from the late first rate to the pinnacle realm. Well, anyway, didn't I say I was on the verge of reaching the 5 energy state? Yes, you did. In fact, I am at a level where I can challenge the 5 energies realm at any time. However, if someone attacks me while I'm challenging the 5 energies realm, I would be helpless, so I need to call someone trustworthy to guard me. So you're asking me to guard you? Haha, yes. I went with Kim Young-hoon to his secluded training room. There's no one as trustworthy as someone from the same hometown. Of course, let's get started. All right. Kim Young-hoon sat in the middle of the training room and began his deep meditation. A change began to occur in his energy. I entered the vision of Peak Masters and observed the red lines around him. I felt like it was something I needed to do. The red lines of Peak Masters usually connect their arms to their weapons. However, the red line between Kim Young-hoon's hand and his saber began to change. That is, dozens of branches extended from the red line. Simultaneously, his red line seemed to cover everything around him. If I were to enter that space, I felt like I would be sliced by Kim Young-hoon's attack immediately. Any Peak Master, unless insane, would not dare enter that space. No, that's not it. I noticed a familiar change and my pupils constricted. The red line covering all around Kim Young-hoon began to fill in the gaps. His surroundings gradually became a red domain. It looks like the divine consciousness of the cultivators. The red domain centered around the cultivators' foreheads. It looked just like their consciousness. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon's domain became clear with not a single gap remaining. When the form of the domain stabilized into a sphere about half a xiang, approx. 1.67 million. In radius centered around his forehead, the energy around him seemed to be sucked in, forming a certain flow within his domains. These flows slowly merged, forming 5 spheres above his head. The phenomenon that occurs when transitioning to the 5 energies converging to the origin. I had never observed the transition to the 5 energies state so closely before. In fact, during my first straight days, it was impossible to observe such subtle flows of energy. It was only after becoming a Peak Master, my ability to read others' energy dramatically improved, allowing me to observe this phenomenon. Ah, what a pity! I suddenly felt a sense of regret. If I had reached the realm of 3 flowers, I might have been able to see much more. For now, let's closely observe his current state. I intensely focused on the 5 spheres, the flow within them, the principle of how these 5 spheres revolve around each other, the principle behind the spheres floating above Kim Young-hoon's head. Although I didn't understand everything, these fragments of realization seemed enough to give me a sense of the sword silk. Then, it happened. SSSRRR, the 5 spheres crumbled, transforming into 5-colored energy. The 5-colored energy entered Kim Young-hoon's nose and mouth, and his body began to change. Crack, creak, his body twisted. Kim Young-hoon's bones and flesh changed, and the wrinkles on his skin disappeared. Simultaneously, lush hair grew on his previously bald head. Creak, crack, whoosh, all the energy in the training room seemed to be sucked into him, and he half opened his eyes. I've safely reached the 5 origins converging to the origin. ... Congratulations, you've undergone rejuvenation. He looked younger than me in his 20s. I had seen this scene in my past life, but this time I gained much from it. It's a pity for you. If you had reached 3 flowers, you could have seen much more. I was just thinking that. What can I do? It's my fault for having limited skills. But it must have been somewhat helpful, so think it over once you return. He seemed to like his now lush hair touching it. Suddenly, I asked him a question. You must have encountered 1 or 2 cultivators, right, Young-hoon Hayoung? Yes. Right now, to my eyes, the consciousness they possess and the domain you've formed seem very similar. Do you think there's a connection? After pondering for a moment, he spoke. It seems likely. Within this domain, I think I can fight equally with those Qi refining stage cultivators. Using the martial arts from the gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts scripture, I might even be able to fight against higher-level cultivators. Perhaps those who have reached the 5 energies state might share a similar field of vision with cultivators. I see. Through his answer, I could roughly imagine why those who have reached the 5 energies state in martial arts obtain the same kind of consciousness as cultivators. Obtaining the same consciousness as the cultivators, it might be possible to train like them. The world seen by the first rate is different from the peak realm. The world seen by the pinnacle realm and 3 flowers is also different. The world seen by 3 flowers gather at the summit, and the 5 energies converging to the origin is entirely different. The reason why those who have reached the 5 energies state can train in cultivators' techniques might be because they can see areas invisible to ordinary people. This experience will help when I reach the 5 energies realm in the future. After receiving some martial arts guidance from Kim Young-hoon that day and chatting for a bit, I returned to the Imperial Palace. I mulled over the situation he showed me when he ascended to the 5 energies and gathered my realizations. A few days passed. That day, too, I was guarding the Emperor's bedroom in the darkness. SSSRRR, someone approached from the darkness, writhing in the distance. It was an assassin again, a peak master. Judging by their energy, he had just reached the pinnacle realm. However, I didn't let my guard down. Although I was slightly stronger, the difference between the mid and early stages of the pinnacle realm was not as significant as between first rate and peak. Moreover, the opponent was a master of assassination, daring enough to attempt assassinating the emperor. Swoosh, a red line appeared from the darkness and lunged at me, guarding the emperor's bedroom. Clang! I deflected the dagger with my sword and threw a hidden weapon at the assassin's ankle. The assassin hastily dodged my hidden weapon and stabbed at me again with his dagger. Our exchanges intertwined. My blue line and his red line crossed in the air. Strange! I should be focused on the fight, yet I couldn't stop thinking about the situation when Kim Young-hoon ascended to 5 energies. At the same time, I began to ponder about sword energy. Sword energy indicates the beginning of achieving unification with the sword. In the mid-stage of the first rate, one manifests sword energy and begins to reach the threshold of unification with the sword. In the late stage of the first rate, one achieves complete unification with the sword and can use proper sword energy. Why, in a life-or-death situation, am I thinking about sword energy and the image of Kim Young-hoon ascending to 5 energies? As one ascends to the pinnacle realm and constantly sees the optimal path, as long as you follow that path, sword energy never extinguishes. That's why Kim Young-hoon in my past life advised me to train to maintain sword energy all day long. My optimal path is ultimately the limit my swordsmanship points to. Sword energy is the extreme manifestation of my swordsmanship's characteristics through unification with the sword. Swordsmanship is sword energy. These were my feelings during my martial arts training. Wait, no, something's off. But suddenly, I felt something was wrong with my thinking. The assassin stabbed at me 3 times in a row, and I deflected their dagger with landscape painting before destabilizing their balance with the entering mountain. His red line stretched towards me and then split. After stabbing, he will change his move. I blocked his intention with my blue line and engaged in a struggle. If swordsmanship is sword energy, then what's the significance of a martial artist? Couldn't cultivators just create moving puppets or zombies, teach them swordsmanship, and have them use sword energy? Why haven't I heard about inanimate objects using sword energy in my several lifetimes? Sword energy is not just swordsmanship. Then what is sword energy? While exchanging blows with the assassin, his red line pierced through my blue line. His dagger aimed precisely at my forehead. Sword energy is... I remembered the scene when Kim Young-hoon entered 5 energies, a red domain forming around his forehead. Ah, that's it. Though sword energy is created by swordsmanship, at its core it's ultimately about the human. The intent of the martial artist wielding the sword. Simultaneously, I fully understood the true nature of the red and blue lines I had seen. Not just the optimal path or the opponent's intention of attack. It's the intent of martial artists unfolding their martial arts, the direction of their intent. Realizing this, I felt a strange sensation in my hand holding the sword, as if veins were growing from the sword into my skin, entering my hand. Not just a simple unification with the sword, but a stickier, more profound unification. Instinctively, I pushed more intent into the sword, deepening the unification. Until now, I thought sword energy was the same as swordsmanship. But I realized that swordsmanship is completed together with the martial artist who unfolds it. Therefore, wherever the intent of the martial artist goes, even if it deviates from the swordsmanship, it will still be swordsmanship. Whoosh! I swung my sword wildly at the assassin. Before, if I deviated from the severing mountain swordsmanship, the power of my sword energy would significantly weaken. But now, even when I swing my sword randomly, the power of my sword energy doesn't decrease at all. No, this isn't the end. I knew that my recent realization was not just this. I continued to focus on sword energy. Until recently, to evolve sword energy, I had to momentarily strengthen the energy with techniques like Chi Mountain Heart Heaven. It's different now. Continue to infuse the sword energy with intent. In the world of the peak, I saw my sword gradually enveloped in blue light. At some point, reaching a critical moment, my blue light-enveloped sword transformed into the blue thread of the pinnacle realm. In reality, I was holding a sword, but in the vision of peaks, I was holding a blue thread. Ah, this is sword silk, the proof of maturity in the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm. Keening in reality, my intangible sword energy became thin like a silk thread, subtly materializing. After about 10 years in the pinnacle realm, I reached the mid-peak stage and could freely use sword silk. Discord. https //dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. I looked at the sword silk I had awakened, the realm of sword silk, also known as sword aura. The materialization of sword aura was a realm every swordsman dreamed of. Of course, there was the overwhelmingly superior sword gang. But since sword gang was a realm only reachable by masters who had reached 3 flowers gather at the summit, it was half-legendary in the martial world. The realm of sword aura, much more accessible than sword gang, was the object of envy for many. Seeing my sword aura, the assassins seemed daunted, their energy diminishing. I took advantage of this and engaged them again in combat. Blue and red lines crossed in the air. Our intents tested each other. The assassin's dagger lunged at me. Simultaneously, 5 red lines extended from the tip of their dagger. It meant that there could be at least 5 follow-up moves derived from this attack. However, I held sword silk. In the world of peak masters, my sword had transformed, resembling a thread. To the assassin's eyes, my sword must have appeared like a red thread. The transformation of sword energy into sword silk is not just about increased power. Swoosh! From the tip of the sword, now a blue thread, several blue threads extended, creating paths. There were far more than the paths I had created before. As I slightly twisted my wrist, adjusting the tip of the sword, the position of the blue threads moved in unison. The predetermined blue thread lines moved. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes widened in shock. Last time when I fought with Kim Young-hoon, it was fortunate he had only recently reached 3 flowers, and that too by directly skipping over the pinnacle realm. If he had fought me in the same manner, I would have been defeated instantly. I could project far more paths more freely. Though they seemed to fend off my sword for a while, eventually, the paths extending from my side were far more numerous, and they began to be pushed back as Tei tried to calculate my moves. Mountain Lord martial arts, pressing forward with the momentum of a mountain lord, transcending peak step, starting again from the first move, continuously linking techniques to drain and kill the opponent. Clang, 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 clang. For a while our sword and dagger collided. The assassin seemed to fight to the end. However, having become much more skilled in handling sword aura and intent, I eventually defeated them in our struggle, allowing me to land a strike. Thud. My leg struck the assassin's waist. The assassin fell to the side, dropping the dagger, and their mask came off. Ho, a familiar face. The assassin was one of the recently appointed female attendants of the Emperor. Seeing the roughly 20-year-old's face, I marveled quietly. Such talent to be a peak master at that age. You could have reached 3 flowers gather at the summit if you had lived longer. My brother was more talented, but because of the Emperor. Oh, are you trying to appeal to emotion? You are the infinite fighting monster, correct? You're making a mistake. People are dying because of the Emperor's orders. Swoosh. I didn't listen further and cut off the assassin's head. Sorry, but this position doesn't allow for much listening. I felt a slight regret for having to eliminate such talent, and with the help of others, cleaned up the scene. Despite the noise outside until a moment ago, the Emperor in the bedroom seemed not to stir. I heard that a cultivator had installed a soundproofing spell in the Emperor's bedroom for the light-sleeping Emperor. Thanks to that, the shadow guards could fight assassins without being reprimanded for the noise. Though, it seems the Emperor himself set up that spell, not a random cultivator. In fact, no one in the Shadow Guard was unaware that the Emperor was a cultivator. In the eyes of a peak master, the consciousness of a cultivator was visible, but everyone just silently guarded the Emperor as it was their given duty. However, were there always so many assassination attempts on the Emperor? Establishing a Shadow Guard like us was also a recent event. I heard that the frequency of sending assassins to the Emperor had also increased recently. As chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and leader of an information organization in my past lives, I had never heard of such things. After all, the Imperial Court had no reason to advertise the increase in assassination attempts. Why have there been more recent assassination attempts on the Emperor? Yangyuo had been enjoying an unprecedented peace recently. Of course, the poor are still poor, but at least ordinary people weren't turning into bandits or anything of that sort. Considering the level of civilization akin to medieval China, that's quite decent. Moreover, in the state of Yangyuo, the nobles humbly bow and obey in front of the powerful royal authority of the cultivator clan, leading to a very strong centralized power. If there was an insane organization bold enough to attempt the assassination of the Emperor, could it be the martial arts factions? Given the poor relations between the government and certain martial arts factions, This was the only assumption I could make. But strangely, during my past lives as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and leader of an intelligence group, I never heard of such incidents. If not the martial arts factions, then who could be sending assassins so persistently and frequently to threaten the Emperor? Especially someone like the assassin just now, someone who knew my alias. Furthermore, their command of the Yangnuo's language was quite proficient. From this, I could infer that they were neither assassins from the neighboring countries of Byokra or Xianxia. They are people of Yangnuo. People from Yangnuo are sending assassins to kill the Emperor on a regular basis. Although I wanted to interrogate the assassins, they were to be executed immediately before they could say anything, as per the protocol. Well, I can slowly figure it out. By staying in the royal palace and gradually gaining the Emperor's trust, I would be able to gather the necessary information over time. I hid in the darkness again, organizing my thoughts. After guarding the Emperor for 10 years, I constantly guarded him and earned his trust. With that authority, I was able to learn information from various parts of the royal palace. Of course, I couldn't learn core information, but I was able to learn a lot that could only be known from the government offices. For example, in the 33rd year of Heian calendar, thanks to His Majesty the Emperor's grace, the number of orphans and beggars greatly decreased, eliminating the influx of bandits. Consequently, praises for His Majesty never ceased throughout Yangnuo. Census conducted by the government offices. The census was a matter directly related to taxation and was controlled only by the government offices. I couldn't properly access such information even with my status in past lives. Only now that I had become part of the Emperor's Guard, I was granted the authority to view the census records. Not only beggars, but also the number of poor peasants decreased. In my past lives, I never looked into the numbers of orphans, beggars, or poor peasants. However, upon seeing the census records in the royal palace, I realized something was amiss. How could the number of orphans, beggars, and poor peasants decrease like this? It wasn't simply about helping the poor and creating livelihoods for them. Many of these people simply disappeared, just vanished. Did they starve to death? But the numbers recorded in the ledgers were far too large for mass starvation. If such a large number had died of starvation, I would have known about it in my past lives. It's not starvation. They were simply erased. There were no records of bandit attacks either, and during my time leading the intelligence group, I had never heard of bandit gangs specifically targeting and killing the poor. If such cruel bandits were rampant, I would have known. I looked into a few more pieces of information and methodically compiled them with my past lives' knowledge. As a strategist in the Wulin Alliance, Kim Young-hoon and I eradicated the unorthodox factions throughout Yangnuo and established a just world. Furthermore, when I founded the intelligence organization, Guiyonggak, it was strangely easy to quickly defeat other dark intelligence organizations in secret battles. The common point in both lives was that, as life went on, it became easier to eradicate unorthodox factions. And towards the latter part of life, many factions, like the Hoying faction, group that mass attacked MC when he challenged them to a spar, suddenly transformed from unorthodox factions to righteous ones. Unorthodox factions are fundamentally illegal organizations, like bandits and pirates. These factions often start with beggars, orphans, and poor peasants turning to robbery out of hunger. As bandit gangs and pirate groups gradually gather experience, power, and funds, they grow in size, sneak into cities, and start engaging in illegal activities, becoming proper unorthodox factions. Perhaps the ease of eradicating unorthodox factions in my past lives was because, if the content of this census is accurate, the new blood that would have been part of the unorthodox factions, the poor, suddenly disappeared, leading to reduced size of the factions and their subsequent suppression. If that's the case, where did all these erased poor people go? As I compiled the information, a foreboding feeling came over me. The Cultivator clan. This case seemed to be related to the Cultivator clan. The recent increase in assassination, attempts on the Emperor, and the establishment of the Shadow Guard. It all seemed to have some connection with the disappearance of the poor people. A few years ago, like the assassin with the dagger I met, there were assassins who, due to their lack of proper education, spilled their guts before dying. Most of these assassins said the same thing before dying. Do you know how many commoners have died because of the Emperor? It was strange. The current Emperor, while not a sage king, was decent enough to rule the country. His reign did not worsen Yangnuo nor lead to numerous deaths. In a peaceful country like this, why would assassins say such things? The Cultivator clan, this is related to the Cultivator clan. The only thing I couldn't find out, even after digging this deep, was regarding the Cultivator clan. It seems I will have to leave the investigation beyond this point. To Kim Young-hoon. The retirement ceremony of Kim Young-hoon, the first Woolen Alliance leader, was held. He stepped down from the position of leader amidst the congratulations and regrets of many. Many lamented his retirement, but his eyes were full of refreshment. Naturally, as his stepping down from the position of Woolen Alliance leader meant he had fully understood the 6th volume of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture, especially the final realizations. Feeling refreshed, I see. I was waiting in Kim Young-hoon's room and asked him when I saw him. Wow, someone sneaked in, so I thought it was an assassin, but it was you. The Shadow Guard is becoming more and more like an assassin. Well, we're becoming more like those assassins we face. But now that you've retired from the Woolen Alliance, what will you do? You know and still ask. Having fully understood the scriptures, I will now seek out the Cultivator clan to fight and gather combat experience. I will move beyond the 5 energies converging at the origin. Have you completely achieved the accomplishments written in the scripture? At my question, Kim Young-hoon shook his head and spoke. No, not yet. Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture is not so much a martial art as it is a kind of martial arts system. You know, we don't call third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, peak as martial arts. They are the standards and stages of martial arts. The scripture describes the next stage after 5 energies. It tells you how to reach that next stage, what kind of training is correct at 5 energies stage, and so on. While I have understood all of the scripture, I haven't internalized it to move beyond 5 energies. From now on, I plan to fight against the Cultivator clan to gain combat experience and reach the beyond. I see. I nodded and then told him. Actually, working in the royal palace recently, I've noticed something very suspicious. I explained to him about the information and conclusions I had gathered. Hence, I believe the Cultivator clan behind the royal palace is using the royal family and government offices to kidnap or slaughter the poor. But since I am a member of the Shadow Guards, unless I apply for leave like this, it's difficult to leave the capital. Even if I do, I can't freely investigate the Cultivator clan. Therefore, I would like you, Young-hoon Hyung, to go and gather information regarding the Cultivator clan. That's definitely worth looking into. But even I honestly don't know where to find cultivators. Don't worry about that. I will provide you with the information. Having worked in the royal palace, I had learned the locations of several places where cultivators lived, which I did not know in my past lives. I'll give you the information, and I'd like you, Young-hoon Hyung, to go and extract information from them. All right, I'll do that. I'll go and see what they are up to. I decided to thoroughly unravel the schemes of the Cultivator clan through Kim Young-hoon. Recently, the number of assassins has decreased a bit. For nearly 10 years, assassins came almost incessantly, but recently their frequency has been gradually decreasing. Moreover, the skills of the assassins who came had greatly diminished from the peak level to about the first-rate. First-rate masters are now just practice targets for the new recruits. Well, thinking about it, it was impossible for the assassin side to infinitely produce peak masters. As they kept sending them and getting killed, they would eventually run out of high-quality assassins to send. Having worked in the Shadow Guard for 15 years, my rank has risen, and I've been promoted to deputy leader. If the leader retires due to aging, I'm set to become the next leader. But if we keep getting only low-grade assassins like this, our Shadow Guard becomes redundant. That's when I noticed something stirring in the distance. An assassin. What level of mastery might this assassin have? If it's around first-rate, the new recruits should handle it. Thinking so, I entered the world of peak martial artists to gauge the assassin's level of skill. A red glow filled the space, stable and circular. The round form of the assassin's consciousness was slowly approaching. Cultivator, these crazy. These madmen, seeing the decline in peak martial artists, directly sent a cultivator to assassinate. Suddenly, the entire secret Shadow Guard assembled in front of the Emperor's chamber, having recognized the domain of the cultivator. It's a cultivator. Everyone get ready. The leader of the secret Shadow Guard raised his halberd with a tense voice. Despite being called assassin, the cultivator's stealth techniques and perception methods were a mess by the standards of martial artists. Clearly, they had only roughly learned these techniques. However, I grew more tense seeing this. How did they infiltrate the Imperial Palace with such sloppy skills? They must be hiding something. Noticing us, the cultivator who was approaching stopped. Are you all peak martial artists? Annoying. Peak masters all seem immune to stealth techniques. Is it because of that irritating vision of theirs? Without a second thought of hiding, the cultivator dropped his invisibility and blatantly walked out. With your eyes, you should recognize I'm a cultivator. If you value your lives, get lost. No one reacted or responded to his words. Tusk, do you think you can take me on? Relying on numbers, you'll only meet a dog's death. One last warning, the limit of you peak martial artists is, at best, against a chi-refining first-star cultivator. I'm a great second-star cultivator. The air around him stirred as he pulled out a talisman. Just as there's a significant difference between first-rate and peak, there's a huge gap between chi-refining first-star and second-star cultivators. If you don't leave now... We didn't let him talk further and quickly charged towards him. My thrown weapon hit an invisible barrier in front of the cultivator, indicating he was casting defensive spells. As peak martial artists attacked him, he scattered talismans into the air, which transformed into bright white flying daggers heading towards us. You fools, I have several talismans to support my assassination today. When the cultivator scattered several talismans, a strong repulsion was felt. The leader and I, excluding the others, cut through the repulsion with our energy-infused weapons and held our ground, while the rest were thrown back. Are you the strongest of the pack? Again, the cultivator took out a talisman. Flames appeared above his hand. If it hits, it'll turn us to ash. I couldn't ignore my survival instincts and retreated, escaping the cultivator's area of influence. I couldn't predict his attacks from within his domain, as it was impossible to read his intent due to the overlapping red color. Conversely, if I retreat too far, I'd be at a disadvantage against a cultivator adept at long-range attacks. He's forcing a fight that's advantageous to him. The compatibility between martial artists and cultivators is extremely bad. The fireball hit a pillar behind me but didn't spread much and was quickly extinguished, indicating the cultivator didn't want the situation to escalate. I signaled a few of the faster members of the Shadow Guard to escape the cultivator's vicinity and call for reinforcements. Where do you think you're going? You can't escape. A dark shadow burst out as the cultivator waved another glowing talisman, forming a barrier that enclosed us. Even sound will not escape this barrier. After I kill all of you, I'll take care of the Mackley clan's branch family. The cultivator took out dozens of talismans. Damn it, what a shit situation. If it weren't for the talismans he brought, we might have been able to kill him with a combined attack from the leader and me. But with those talismans, he was demonstrating far more power than his actual skill level. If only I had reached the 3 flowers stage. With the strength of 3 flowers, I could shatter the cultivator's defensive spells and split him in 2. But I was only at the mid-peak and hadn't yet grasped the 3 flowers. But maybe, leader, I have a plan. What is it? Create a moment for me to approach the cultivator. Just one single moment. I'll try to inflict a fatal wound on the cultivator. I'll trust you. The leader nodded and charged at the cultivator with his halberd, creating an opportunity for me. I took poison from a bottle at my waist and applied it to my sword. If I can break through his defense and graze him with this sword, we would win. I joined the attack on the cultivator. The cultivator scattered talismans in the air, which turned into bright white flying daggers aimed at us. I rushed towards the cultivator. The white daggers targeted my forehead. The leader's halberd spun and deflected the daggers aimed at me. The cultivator then hurled a fire spell at me. Ah! A recruit, a dual sword user, crossed his swords and sent energy to intercept the fire spell, altering its course. I was now within 3 yards of the cultivator. Entering the cultivator's domain now. I couldn't guarantee my life inside there. I couldn't see his intent due to the red surroundings. HMPH! Intense wind blew, pushing me away. Using the initial forms of severing mountain swordsmanship, I cut through the wind's weak points and entered the cultivator's area of consciousness. I couldn't see the enemy's intent. Then, my last life's experience, maximizing all senses like spatial form, hearing, touch, and smell, helped me indirectly calculate the enemy's attacks. Left and right. I felt vibrations in the air on both sides. Something was coming. Leader, go now. Capture him. One of the guards tackled the spell on the right, while the leader shattered the one on the left with his halberd. And front! I sensed a change directly in front. The temperature and humidity were different. In the cultivator's domain, white ice materialized in the air, forming an arrow. Severing mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain. I quickly switched to a lower stance to narrowly avoid it, then launched an attack. But right in front of me was the cultivator's defensive spell. As expected, even as I launched a surprise attack, the cultivator looked bored, absolute leisure. "I'll wipe that languid expression off your face." I smirked, infusing different moves into my attack. Severing mountain swordsmanship, chi mountain heaven sky. The flow of the sword silk quickened and strengthened. My entire body's energy pathways momentarily opened, further amplifying the sword silk. And then, I'll squeeze out all the energy in my body. Focusing on the energy pathways, I drained all my energy into my sword. The absurd energy of yellow bamboo roots of hundreds of years infused into my sword. The sword silk evolved in an instant. Flash, sword gang. For a brief moment, less than a second, the light on my sword pierced through the cultivator's defensive spell like tofu. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. Cut, fight. Squeezing out every bit of my willpower, I lunged at the cultivator's leg with my sword. The cultivator, who had been relaxed until now, contorted his face in shock as my sword gang penetrated his defensive spells. Then, shuck, crack, crack. The sword gang, created by draining all my internal energy, extinguished like a candle in the wind. My energy was insufficient. Despite pouring decades worth of internal energy into it, lacking enlightenment, I couldn't maintain the sword gang for more than a second. My sword barely nicked the cultivator's leg, cutting through his clothes and inflicting a minor wound. As the sword gang extinguished, my sword could no longer penetrate his defensive spell. Simultaneously, the backlash of using all my internal energy hit me, causing blood to spill from my mouth, draining my strength and leaving me collapsed on the spot. Cough, cough. Blood splattered with each cough. It felt like my insides were being churned. You filthy mortal." Enraged by my attack, the cultivator scattered talismans that transformed into glowing daggers, stabbing my arms and legs. Arg. I endured the pain, trying to grasp my sword, but the cultivator stomped on my hand. "You filthy mortal scum!" Thump, thump, thump. He stomped on my hand mercilessly, spreading a more powerful defensive barrier around us. How dare you attempt to cut me? You, of all people. I am a noble descendant of the cultivator clan, not someone lowly mortals like you can touch. How dare you, how dare you? After crushing my hand for a while, he reached into his pouch and scattered another handful of talismans. "I planned to toy with you before killing the Mackley clan's branch family, but I've changed my mind. I'll tear all of you mortals to shreds like insects." Flames engulfed the talismans, transforming them into fireballs, and started shooting towards the guards. "Watch carefully, insect. You'll see all your comrades torn to death before I chew you up. You insects, no matter how much you struggle, are meaningless before cultivators." Cough, cough. More blood gushed out of me. My internal organs were shaken from expending all my internal energy at once, blurring my vision. But my hearing was still clear enough to catch a few words. Insect. Meaningless. Yes, I am nothing but an insect, compared to those truly talented to the cultivators. But, I struggled. With my crushed hand, I grabbed the cultivator's ankle. I may be an insect, but even an insect's struggle is not meaningless. "You filthy thing, let go of me." Fire erupted in the cultivator's hand again. It would have incinerated me instantly, but... "It's time." The fireball extinguished as time passed. "What? Why isn't it?" Blood flowed from the cultivator's eyes, nose, and mouth. "The poison works." I smirked at the bewildered cultivator, grabbed his ankle tighter and pulled hard. He collapsed. Antidote." He reached for his pouch. Thud, I knocked the pouch away. "Gurgle." Blood foam rose from his mouth as he tried to chant a spell, but I wasn't going to let him. I climbed on top of him, shoving my crushed hand into his mouth, preventing him from chanting. "You see, your death will be just as meaningless as those you look down upon." After struggling for a while, the cultivator died. His dead body wasn't much different from the insects he had looked down upon all his life. In death, everyone is equal. The defensive barrier collapsed. The leader and other guards, having watched from outside, quickly came to me. The black barrier set by the cultivator disappeared, and I lost consciousness, seeing this as my last sight. When I opened my eyes, I was in my room. The leader was beside me, smoking a pipe. You're awake?" "Yes. But is it okay to smoke tobacco next to a patient?" "What are you talking about? Tobacco is a healthy herb." "I can't believe this," I thought, remembering this was a medieval-like era. "How's the situation with that cultivator?" "You killed him yourself, Deputy Leader Seo Yunhyan. He's dead. I've reported to His Majesty that you bravely sacrificed yourself to kill the cultivator, so don't worry." "I've completed my mission today as well." I nodded, checking my body's condition. My right hand was still numb, and there was some damage to my vital energy channels, but it was stable. The wounds from the cultivator's daggers had all healed. The Emperor ordered the Imperial Physician to treat you. Be thankful for His Majesty's grace. The Imperial Physician healed me cleanly. I wish I could learn his medical skills. I admired the physician's skill and circulated my internal energy. Lying in bed, my body felt a bit refreshed. About your right hand, the leader looked at my hand and hesitated. It might still be usable, but not like before, is what the physician said. It's not fully healed, so don't strain it. After all, it was the hand that the cultivator had crushed and chewed. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be fine. Just being able to use it is a blessing. Good. You're positive, which is great. Also, His Majesty was impressed by your bravery and decided to award you. Since a shadow guard can't be officially rewarded, he asked me to pass this on. I hereby present you with an award on behalf of the Emperor. I kneeled as I received a small silk box from the squad leader. His Majesty decrees, Deputy Leader Seo Yunhyan, for bravely protecting the sacred throne, we grant this reward to remind you of your heavy responsibility. Inside the silk box was a small pill with a reddish hue. It's said to be made from the same ingredients as the pills eaten by Qi refining cultivators during their transition to Qi building. I don't understand it all, but I realized what the pill was. Leftovers from a pill. Working in a medical center, I knew that leftover materials from making elixirs were often used for detox or sold to fake spiritualists. It's said to extend life by about 10 years when taken by mortals. 10 years? I was astonished. Just leftovers can extend life by 10 years? The pill looked different now. Be forever grateful for the Emperor's grace. After he left, I thought, the Imperial family sure knows welfare. I planned to take the pill when my life was almost over to test its full effect. Always grateful for His Majesty's grace. 10 years later, 30 years since my return. The pain in my hand had become familiar. My swordsmanship and hidden weapon skills improved, and I was close to uncovering the cultivator's secret. Cultivators of the Jin clan hide in powerful formations. They gather talented mortals and train them to peak masters for assassination. I understood why I never heard of these peak masters in my previous lives. If the Jin clan rises to power again, maybe it'll be slightly better than these filthy Mackley cultivators. I decided to focus more on my martial arts and Kim Young-hoon's movements. Just then, click, a figure entered through the window. Young-hoon Hae-young? Kim Young-hun had entered the palace at night. I was just reading your letter, knowing about the cultivator's domain. He interrupted. That letter was sent a month ago. But I've discovered something more critical in the past month. There are two cultivator clans in this country, the Mackley and the Jin. The Mackley clan ousted the Jin clan a century ago. Since then, the Jin clan has been planning to assassinate the Emperor using peak masters trained from mortals. Yes, I know that. But do you know why the Jin clan could produce so many peak masters? They forced the spirits of the dead family members of the assassins into the assassins, sacrificing their vitality to enhance their talents. The Mackley clan is worse. For 30 years, they've been capturing the poor to make a forbidden elixir that extends cultivators' lives using their blood and vital energy. Horrified, I shouted. Mackley clan is eating people? I instantly decided to join Kim Young-hoon in fighting these heinous cultivators. That night, I left the palace with Kim Young-hoon, ready to fight against the corrupt Mackley clan. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. Following Kim Young-hoon, I left the Imperial Palace and arrived at a small manor on the outskirts of xianxia City. There, I found a gathering of martial artists who had followed Kim Young-hoon. These people are? I was impressed by the caliber of warriors Kim Young-hoon had assembled. Members of the 4-star 3 demons, there are elders from various major sects too. It seems he had used his connections from his days as the Wulin Alliance leader to gather elders from the 7 major sects of xianxia City's 4-star 3 demon, and elders from some of the major sects in Yangnuo. All of them were peak masters, capable of using the sword silk, and there were over 10 who had reached the level of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Without the cultivators, this force could even overthrow the Imperial family. As I admired their strength, some of them glared at me, probing me with their red intents targeting my neck, forehead, and vital points. What is this, some kind of test? I responded with my intent, pointing at their vital points in kind. In a brief moment, I exchanged blows with several major sect elders. Who is this person brought by the former alliance leader, the world's #1 warrior? I've never seen such a master in xianxia City. Ah, this man is Xiao Yunhaiyan, my younger brother. He was a renowned peak master in the Changho City area about 20 years ago. He recently joined us after leaving his role in the Shadow Guards. At his words, some elders seemed displeased. Why bring someone from the government, especially someone from the imperial family? Can we really trust him if he might still be loyal to the emperor? I can't trust anyone from the government. It seems the martial sects naturally had prejudices against government officials due to generally poor relations. Wait, everyone, calm down. Though he served under the emperor, he has completely betrayed the emperor after hearing my offer. Isn't that right, Xiao? That's right. If you want, I can even curse the emperor. I cleared my throat and let loose the frustrations I had been holding against the emperor. Emperor Macli Yung, you despicable man. Treating your subordinates like dogs while you comfortably sleep in your chamber, shameless and lazy. I'll expose your family's atrocities to the world. Having guarded the emperor and seen him sleep comfortably in his chamber with a soundproof barrier while assassins attacked, I had often been annoyed. I never had the mindset to be loyal to the emperor of Yongyuo. In fact, I even harbored some resentment towards the emperor. After my rant against the emperor, the hostility in the eyes of the gathered peak masters seemed to soften. Well, if he's a spy, he wouldn't curse the emperor so freely. Recognizing their acceptance, I felt a sense of achievement. Once the recognition was settled, Kim Young-hoon addressed the gathered martial artists. Listen, as I said before, the current imperial family and the cultivator clan behind them, the Macli clan, have abandoned their humanity and sucked the lifeblood of countless commoners. They are no different from cannibalistic devil path cultivator. We've gathered enough allies. Starting today, we'll join hands with the Macli clan's opposition, the Jin cultivator clan, and bring down the Macli clan's strongholds. He continued his explanation. The Jin clan will support us from behind. We'll follow their lead to find the hidden domains of the Macli clan and destroy their elixir-making furnaces where they grind commoners into pills. I hope you, the great masters gathered here, will join us in this righteous cause. There was no loud response, just silent nods. Then, let's move quickly to bring down those wicked cultivators. We followed Kim Young-hoon out of xianxia City. In a small valley northeast of the city, known as Emikgak, we met a group of red-robed cultivators waiting for us. These must be the Jin clan cultivators. I see they're quite capable, commented an elderly cultivator among them. Have you kept your promise? I brought allies, now let's take down those vile cultivators. Yes, the wicked Macli clan must be eradicated from Yongyuo. Now let's open the portal to the Macli clan's domain. As the elder formed hand seals, the valley's landscape began to distort. Follow us closely. We're about to breach the Macli clan's formations. We followed the cultivators into the twisting path, and soon, the distorted valley disappeared, leading us into a small village. It smells. Upon entering, the stench of blood and decaying bodies filled the air. Everywhere, the smell of blood and rotting corpses permeated the air. Intruders, the Jins are attacking. Dang, dang, a bell tolled from a watchtower in the village. Simultaneously, cultivators in blue robes emerged from the thatched houses and began forming hand seals. Whoom! A blue barrier enveloped the entire village, blocking our entry. Ha, you may have brought some martial artists, but you, Jin clan scum, dare not enter here. The barrier looked robust at first glance. The thickness of the blue light barrier was hundreds of times thicker than the flimsy defensive spell I had shattered with my energy in a previous encounter. That's when it happened. Step. Kim Young-hoon stepped forward. Elder, who is this mortal? Can we really trust him? The sounds of chattering cultivators in red robes from the Jin clan were heard from behind. The elder in red robes paused for a moment before responding. He may be a mortal, but he's different. It may be hard to believe, but he matched me in combat without being overpowered. Moreover, his techniques sometimes surpassed my defenses. Whoom! Kim Young-hoon began to gather his internal energy. Both I and the other peak masters, even those who had reached 3 flowers gather at the summit, widened our eyes, eager to witness Kim Young-hoon's technique. Whoosh! As he raised his hand, internal energy began to coalesce in the air. The energy gradually condensed into a form of xianxia. The tremendous power emanating from the energy force made us, as well as the Jin clan cultivators, flinch. However, the transformation of xianxia was not the end. That is, I watched wide-eyed as Kim Young-hoon continued. The xianxia started to condense. Rumble, rumble. That is, in my past life, Kim Young-hoon had pursued this state in a frenzied chase. Rumble, rumble. The realm beyond 5 energies converging to the origin, the realm he had strived for until the very end was now unfolding from his hands once again. The xianxia solidified, taking the form of a small sphere. Everyone present could feel it. Being hit by that sphere would leave few unscathed. The strike that had burst the arm of a core formation cultivator in the past life. The technique that could confront a chi-building cultivator head-on. The sphere of xianxia, directed by Kim Young-hoon's gesture, flew towards the barrier created by the cultivators. Boom! Bright light flashed, and a fierce windstorm ensued. The cultivators, each in their own way, performed spells to avoid being swept away by the storm, while we, peak masters, relied on our leg's strength or cut through the wind to witness the spectacle. It was visible. Hundreds, no. Thousands, tens of thousands of gang saber burst from the sphere, slicing through the barrier. In the world of peak masters, tens of thousands of intents danced in unimaginable trajectories. The red-robed elder from the Jin clan, seemingly having unpleasant memories associated with the sphere, showed discomfort. As the windstorm subsided and the light faded, a giant hole appeared in the center of the barrier. Everyone enter. Yes, elder. The Jin clan cultivators, each using their flying spells, entered through the hole Kim Young-hoon had created. We also drew our weapons and entered through the breach in the barrier. Stop them. Block the Jins. Wait, first, stop those martial artists. Swish. The sword energy of a peak master who had reached 3 flowers instantly pierced through the defensive spell of a cultivator who had been speaking and slit his throat. A mortal has broken through a cultivator's spell. The pinnacle realm of martial artists. Retreat to the rear. Chi-refining cultivators release the xianxia. Simultaneously, dark xianxia started emerging from various places in the village. Bang, the xianxia rushed towards the peak masters. Their speed was faster than ours and their strength far superior. However, I can see it. The optimal trajectory of the xianxia's attacks was clearly visible. Interesting. I hadn't considered it before, but those lines represent intent. Does that mean the xianxia, already dead and turned into vengeful spirits, still possess intent? I dodged the hand of a xianxia rushing towards me. Then, using Deep Mountain, I cut diagonally and thought, is it just the intent of their controllers? No, it doesn't seem just that. But if xianxia have intent, why can't they use sword energy? While cutting through the xianxia, I noticed a cultivator preparing a spell. Swoosh. I swiftly released a hidden weapon towards the cultivator, forming hand seals. Clang. The weapon rebounded off the cultivator's defensive spell, but inexperienced in combat, he canceled his spell preparation at the sound. Judging by the size of his consciousness, about chi refining first star, I cut down the xianxia in my way and charged towards the cultivator, unleashing my sword silk. Clang. With each strike of my sword silk, visible cracks appeared in the cultivator's defense. This is pathetically weak compared to the spells used by the chi-refining second star cultivator I fought before. Although that cultivator had artificially inflated his abilities with talisman, his defensive spell was still his own ability. Clang, clang, after several strikes, the distracted cultivator's defense shattered. Spare me, please spare me. I only did what the clan asked me to. I didn't want to do it, I'm actually. What is this? I asked. Please, I'll tell you everything. This is the primary refinement. I furrowed my brow. Primary refinement? Yes, we extract the essence and vital energy from mortals and collect it in this formation for primary refinement into essence blood. This blood is then sent to the clan's higher-ups for further refinement in higher domains. There, they mix the essence blood, refine it again through secondary, tertiary, and quaternary processes, until finally, they create fresh blood by combining thousands of mortals' blood and energy, from which they concoct revival pills for the core formation elders. Oh, great master, I did nothing wrong. If you wish, I'll give you all the essence blood I've refined. It's a powerful supplement, and consuming it could increase your internal energy. Thank you. I looked at him with a sneer. You've made it easier for me to kill you without hesitation. What? Thud. Instead of using my sword, I infused my fist with energy and burst the cultivator's head. There had been some hesitation. Even if they were devil path cultivators, perhaps there were those who lived peacefully, cultivating in this village. In this village, there is no good person. There can't be. I cast aside all hesitation and drew my sword towards the cultivators in blue robes controlling xianxia. You all have no right to live. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Chi mountain heart heaven. With my energy channels fully opened, I unleashed enhanced sword silk, cutting down the attacking xianxia in one swoop and charged towards the blue-robed cultivators. Die, all of you? The battle ended quickly. In the center of the village, a chi-building cultivator from the Makli clan was swiftly killed by the combined attack of the Jin clan elder and Kim Young-hoon. With the chi-building cultivator defeated, Kim Young-hoon went around slicing through xianxia and other cultivators with his energy spheres. Haha, excellent. As expected of a Makli clan cultivator, their pockets are deep. I made the right decision joining this raid. The Jin clan cultivators, having finished looting the corpses of the Makli clan cultivators, were rummaging through their belongings. Even the Jin clan elder was searching through the body of the chi-building stage cultivator. Those cultivators are going too far. How can they think of looting bodies after killing them? In contrast, I and the other peak masters were visibly uncomfortable. Although I had experience in plundering weapons and wealth after killing unorthodox martial artists, I had never actively searched bodies in such a manner. Well, it's natural for the victor to claim the spoils. You mortals might not understand, but taking the spoils is also a way to honor the defeated, spoke a Jin clan cultivator, slightly flushed, trying to justify their actions. But the more he spoke, the stiffer our expressions became. Enough, it's better to leave them be. After all, they are just dead. Wouldn't it be better to leave quickly? Just then, Kim Young-hoon approached us. Wait, we have something to do. What? Are you also after the spoils? Ignoring the cultivator's words, Kim Young-hoon spoke to us. In the houses of the cultivators, there are bodies of sacrificed commoners. We should at least bury them so they don't remain exposed like that. What do you think, masters? That's right. We forgot about them. We entered the houses where the Makli clan cultivators had lived, dragged out the bodies of the commoners, and one by one buried them. Let them be, they're just dead. Isn't it better to leave quickly? The Jin clan elder, having finished looting, looked annoyed at Kim Young-hoon, who was digging the ground to bury the bodies. However, neither Kim Young-hoon nor any of us paid attention to him, continuing to silently bury the bodies. How much time has passed? After burying all the numerous bodies, we recited a short rite led by Kim Young-hoon, and prayed they would rest in peace and not become evil spirits. We then left the village. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. Kim Hyung, what is it? Why are those called cultivators so heartless? How would I know that? I frowned, thinking about the conduct of cultivators. From the monsters we encountered at the beginning of the regression, who ignored everything we said, to the cruel method of pill-making by the Makli clan, and the cultivators of the Jin clan who rummaged through the dead and criticized us for trying to bury them. I can understand searching the bodies 100 times over. But why do they think burying the dead is a waste of time? Why are their thought processes so different? Perhaps, since they have been seeing the world of the five energies converging to the origin from birth, their way of thinking is different from ours. Plus, they've spent their whole lives not treating mortals as humans. I sighed, frustrated. The cultivators of the Jin clan informed us of the next gathering place and left the village, closing the formation of the Makli clan territory and flying away on their flying devices. We were currently following them. A difference in perspective. Or is it the inherent arrogance of cultivators? Or is it that all cultivators turn out that way? I wondered if it was right for me to become a cultivator. We continued to follow the guidance of the Jin clan's cultivators, destroying one stronghold of the Makli clan after another. 5 years had passed since I left the Imperial Palace. Ha, look, Yoon Hyun, it's your face. I saw my face on a wanted poster wandering around the marketplace, not just mine. Kim Young-hoon, as well as countless martial arts masters who followed him, were on wanted posters. The charge was treason. Treason? What nonsense. After all, it's just the lower forces of the cultivator clan. Even if they issue wanted posters, we can walk around the streets without any problems, thanks to the facial manipulation technique you created. That's good to hear. Over the past 5 years, I had developed a technique called reverse appearance technique, using my medical knowledge and transformational skills to manipulate facial muscles and change appearances. Thanks to that, we could walk around the streets freely, even though we were wanted. So, where's the next stronghold? It's on the western side of Xianxia City on the hills. One of Makli clan's pill-making furnaces is located there. This time, the furnace we are going to destroy is especially huge, so there will probably be a lot more cultivators from the Makli clan. That's likely. And from what I've heard, there are also a significant number of peak martial artists raised by the Makli clan. They are not just simple xianxia but actual peak martial artists, so we need to be a bit more cautious. Peak martial artists. I looked up at the sky, 35 years since regression. It took around 10 years to reach the mid-stage of the pinnacle realm since the regression, and now 25 years later my realm had not changed. Is my talent not enough to reach the 3 flowers gather at the summit? 3 flowers gather at the summit. Kim Young-hoon and other experts of that realm have been consistently giving me clues regarding it. The third color. Red thread signifying hostility. Blue thread signifying self-intent. Beyond that, the need to find and see the third color to reach that realm. But in a fight, there's me and you. What else is there beyond that? There's definitely something beyond me and you. The very existence of the 3 flowers realm itself proves it. Ignoring the screaming pain in my hand, I held the sword and felt the thread of those around me as I walked down the street. I can see others' threads. I can see my own threads. But beyond that, no matter how hard I look, I can't see anything. Enlightenment still hasn't come. Even when I asked Kim Young-hoon about 3 flowers gather at the summit, I couldn't understand his words well. Originally, when Kim Young-hoon reached the peak, he didn't go through the early or middle stages, but directly achieved 3 flowers. Asking him about transitioning from the middle stage to 3 flowers was nonsensical. Of course, I asked other masters of 3 flowers how to transition into it, but the answers I got were, all of these answers were metaphysical in nature. Someone is staying in this place because they don't want to fall into a state of selflessness. Ignoring the tearing pain in my hands, I swung my sword for years. No matter how much I maintained the unity of sword and body, and fought life-threatening battles multiple times. The miracle of suddenly leaping to a higher realm never happened to me. While it wasn't as despairing as when I first reached the peak, climbing higher required tremendous talent and effort again. There are many masters at the peak here. The stronghold of the Mackley clan, located to the west of Xianxia City. If there are many masters, I might gain something by fighting them. Somehow, I felt that the stronghold discovered by the Jin clan this time seemed like a trap. It was a judgment I made after hearing from one of the Jin clan cultivators about how they found the stronghold and its level of force. The Mackley clan wants to capture Kim Young-hoon as well as the Jin clan. And me, a traitor to the imperial family. That's why I thought this time they would be fully prepared to face us. But I'm not worried. I glanced at Kim Young-hoon walking beside me. He had been writing a book recently. The title of the book was Secrets of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts, condensing the deep understanding of the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts scripture, and integrating it into one complete book of understanding, he had said, like the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts, and Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Scriptures. It was a book of profound knowledge that I couldn't understand even when I looked at it. But one thing was certain. Kim Young-hoon had surpassed his previous life's realm. Such a person could now inflict significant damage on a core formation cultivator and quickly escape. A trap is of no use. We would easily destroy their stronghold this time as well, Xianxia City. This is the place I fell in my very first life before regression. It had been a very long time since I had visited. Here I made soap, gathered herbs, brewed liquor, begged robbers to spare my life. Memories of those miserable times came flooding back. Let's go west. Yes. I wonder if the daughter of the Jew family has been born. Is the house of Lord Jiam still filled with servants strutting around arrogantly? I wonder if the persimmon tree of the Sung family still bears fruit well. After looking at Xianxia City for a while, I ran west following Kim Young-hoon. Memories that no one but I remember. Memories that only I know of, changed by my power of regression. A miraculous, incredibly grateful ability. But that's why this ability has to disappear. These memories that only I will know will continue to accumulate, and the more they do, the harder it will be for my mind to endure. Hence, I will definitely go to the previous world and eliminate this power. Until then, I will strive to be human. As a human, I will live a human life. Absolutely. I will not become corrupted by evil paths like the cultivators of the Mackley clan, nor act against human morals. Of course. Those filthy evil path bastards, they can't make me dance less. Those who violate human morals, as long as I can reach them, must be punished. Tadat. Arriving at the destination with Kim Young-hoon, there were already Jin clan cultivators in red robes and other peak masters gathered. The opinion that this Mackley clan's stronghold is likely a trap came out in the Jin clan's elder council. Therefore, 1/3 of the Jin clan's elder council has personally come forward. Thus, you martial artists must also fight with all your might. Among the red-robed cultivators, a considerable number of chi-building cultivators with substantial consciousness were mixed in. I understand. Do not worry. I always fight with my best. Good. Then let's open the formation. Wung, as one of the elders of the Jin clan, completed a hand seal. The air began to distort. We followed the elders of the Jin clan into the formation and soon saw the village, just like before. This village was about twice the size of any territory of the Mackley clan we had seen before, with not just straw houses, but also a significant number of tiled mansions. And then, it was a trap after all. The cultivators of the Mackley clan were forming a formation and sealing spells in front of the village. Seal! The cultivators of the Mackley clan simultaneously formed their hand seals and shouted an incantation. At the same time, an enormous barrier, unlike any we had seen before, surrounded the territory of the Mackley clan. Water! Simultaneously, dozens of cultivators formed another hand seal and used a different spell. Xia! A massive surge of water gushed from behind the cultivators, rushing towards us outside the barrier. The water reeked of rotting corpses, and I had a feeling that even a single drop touching me would be disastrous. Elders to the front! The chi-building cultivators of the Jin clan stepped forward and formed their hand seals. Flame! Hwararururu! A wall of flames appeared. The giant wall of fire blocked the water flow and began to evaporate it. Push forward! Xianxia, as the cultivators of the Jin clan stepped forward one by one, the giant wall of fire also moved forward in sync. Mortals! We will clear the way, so break through the barrier. Understood! Pang, Kim Young-hoon sprinted forward, kicking off the ground. He leapt into the air and, stepping on thin air, headed towards the barrier. Wung. As Kim Young-hoon extended his hand, energy seemed to gather in it, and a sphere of gang chi burst forth from his palm. That must be the realm Kim Young-hoon achieved by condensing and integrating the 6 volumes of the scripture. The gang chi didn't gather chaotically in the air, but was released cleanly from his body, forming a sphere in an instant. I don't know for sure, but he must have reached and surpassed the realm the previous Kim Young-hoon stepped foot in. The preparation time for compressing gang chi is much shorter than last time. Before the battle began, I remembered the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts that Kim Young-hoon had given me. If I passed this technique on to Kim Young-hoon in the next life, he would surpass this realm again. Kwang! Kim Young-hoon launched the sphere at the barrier. A loud explosion roared and a gust of wind blew. However, this time the barrier only shook slightly and remained steadfast. As expected, the Mackley clan was thoroughly prepared this time. Kim Young-hoon, without any sign of panic, extended his palm again, and another sphere of gang chi burst forth. Kwang, the barrier was hit by consecutive explosions. Cracks began to form in the barrier. Kim Young-hoon extended his palm once more. Kwang, more cracks appeared in the barrier. Kim Young-hoon extended his palm again. With each attack, more and more cracks appeared in the barrier. At some point, Pakang, unable to withstand Kim Young-hoon's attacks any longer, a hole was blown open in the barrier. Everyone head towards the barrier. Burn down the Mackley's business. The cultivators of the Jin clan rushed towards the hole created by Kim Young-hoon, and the Peak Masters also rushed through the gap into the inside of the barrier. Die, you devils! When I too entered the barrier with my sword, Pang, the sound of air tearing apart and something long rushed towards me. It was a halberd, Kong. I exerted sword silk and blocked the halberd. I could see the face of the person holding the halberd in front of me. I couldn't stop my pupils from shaking. Leader of the Shadow Guards, my former superior, was blocking me. Behind him, the members of the Shadow Guards were lined up, holding various weapons. It's been a while. I don't know a traitor like you. Vroom, the leader swung his halberd. 7 red threads emanated from his halberd. I countered his red threads with my own blue threads. My blue and his red crossed in the air. A traitor, you say? Leader, do you know what the current imperial family is doing? I know. Vroom. He swung his halberd again. I parried his halberd with my threads while dodging and swinging my sword silk. You know, and yet you're loyal. Is that what a human should do? Before being human, we are the limbs of His Majesty the Emperor. Limbs do not think, they move as commanded. Since His Majesty has ordered me to capture you, I will not think either. How frustrating. In the eyes of the Emperor, mortals like us are not the same humans as him. We are not his people but livestock he raises. Leader spun with his halberd, thrusting it 3 times, then extended chi silk towards me. I danced the transcendent peak step to dodge Leader's attacks and countered with landscape painting, covering my sword with sword silk and striking back at his chi silk. Loyalty should be given to someone deserving, not to him. All that comes from serving him is the death of helpless commoners. Our threads of red and blue intertwined. Then, breaking through my defense, Leader aimed his knee at my waist. Cuke, I was hit by Leader's kick and floated in the air, turning once before landing. He's improved, the Leader. He's in the realm of 3 flowers. Is it different for you? Leader asked me with a gloomy face. Those from the Jin clan who you are with, are they different? They're better than those devils. No, the Jin clan you're with are also cultivators. The only difference from the current imperial family is the degree. They both see mortals as bugs. Do you think you're on the side of justice? Wrong. It's just a matter of scope and degree. Those people will also grind down the people of Yangyuo. They're no different, but all the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he swung his halberd, the wind seemed to be sucked into the Leader's chest. His chi silk swirled and shot towards me. I can't block it. Like my chi mountain, heart heaven, an attack that can't be stopped even if anticipated. If there's no difference, at least I won't turn my back on the loyalty I've given now. The movement of his halberd converged to one point and shot towards me. The chi silk on his halberd strengthened and began to evolve. Pat, a brilliant light burst forth. Gang chi, if that's your belief. Seeing the gang chi rushing towards me, I relaxed the power in my sword. I will respect that as well. As I removed my intent, the sword silk around my sword disappeared, leaving only pure sword energy. I placed my sword against the incoming halberd, absorbing its power into my sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship, echoing valley. Surprise flickered in the Leader's eyes. I rotated, redirecting his gang chi back at him. Flash, light flashed, and where the storm of light subsided, Leader stood, his right hand severed. I've lost. Your swordsmanship is always hard to predict, no matter how many times I see it. ... It is a swordsmanship I am still lacking in. Still lacking? Impossible. Even your move just now had the enlightenment of 3 flowers gather at the summit. It was the most beautiful technique I've ever seen. He smirked. I spent my life practicing martial arts, hoping to reach 3 flowers, but once I did, I realized I was just a lesser version of a cultivator. Unless it's the legendary realm of 5 energies converging to the origin, martial arts will always be secondary to cultivators. Ha, see you, Yun Haiyan. Do you understand? Nothing matters in front of cultivators. Since nothing in martial arts matters, all that's left is the meaning I give to it. I chose loyalty, and my object of loyalty happened to be the current emperor. He smiled sadly. That you and I have different beliefs is a shame. Only, cough, cough. Leader coughed up blood and collapsed. No more life flowed from him. He was dead. Why didn't you join the fight? I asked the other members of the Shadow Guards. If they had intervened while I was fighting Leader, I might have died. ... It was Leader's request. If we joined, Deputy Leader would start using hidden weapons and poison, so he asked us to let him have a pure martial duel. You still call me Deputy Leader. Once a superior, always a superior. Once loyalty is given, it is forever. Yes, you too remain loyal to the current imperial family. I gave a sad smile to my former subordinates. I am sorry. I might have to kill you today, Papabat. As soon as I finished speaking, all members of the Shadow Guard drew their weapons and charged at me. Check. First, I scattered poison and drew out hidden weapons. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Double killing snake. Pying. I threw 2 hidden weapons, each coated with a different poison, at the Shadow Guards. All 11 Shadow Guards avoided the poisoned hidden weapons with minimal movements. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting. Entering mountain. Flowing ridge. Deep mountain. After wielding my sword in the landscape painting style, I shifted to a low stance, aiming for balance, and made a serpentine thrust for control. I then lunged in for the attack. However, the Shadow Guards quickly dodged and each wielded their weapons against me. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Triple-headed snake. Shuck. I fitted 3 hidden weapons on my left hand and swung them like a whip at the closest guard. After swinging 3 times to create distance, I coated the hidden weapons with poison and fired them in succession. Pying. While the 3 Shadow Guards who were charging at me dodged the hidden weapons, others leaped over them, swinging their weapons. Sword, blade, curved sword, chain sword, dagger. Different weapons rushed towards me, severing mountain swordsmanship. Strange stone. Boom. I spun my body, wielding my sword in an all-encompassing defensive and offensive posture. At the same time, I took out poison powder from my pocket and spread it around. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Illusionary snake mist. Amongst the poison powder, I sent other poisoned hidden weapons targeting the shadow guards, taking advantage of their moment of distraction to dodge the hidden weapons. Severing mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain. I shifted to a low stance to aim for balance. Damn to be at the same level as a mid-peak master. Truly the skills of deputy leader. Crack. I took out and chewed an antidote pill while gripping my sword tightly enough to break my hand. Ignoring the pain that felt as if my hand would break, I spoke. Don't open your mouth. Use your energy sensing technique if you want to live. The poison powder I just spread doesn't poison through the skin. Quickly applying paralysis powder to a cloth, I covered the sword blade and prepared another move. It's not a sword technique, but a saber technique. But since they share the same root, they can be used similarly. Severing vein saber method. Mountain wind, 5 consecutive strikes, pieing. A series of thrusts at a terrifying speed, too fast to react, cut through the air 5 times. Guck gurk. 5 members of the secret guards collapsed after being hit by my sword coated with paralysis powder. 6 left. As I faced the 6 shadow guards charging at me, I grasped another hidden weapon. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Red snake. I threw 3 hidden weapons at the approaching soldier wielding dual swords, each timed differently. The first targeted his forehead, the second, immediately following, aimed at his ankle. The third, following that, targeted his lower abdomen. The trajectory of these hidden weapons was akin to a red snake. Ting. His dual swords deflected 2 hidden weapons, but he couldn't deflect the third. I swiftly charged in, using transcending peak steps and employing transcending peaks. Chack. With the front of the shadow guard's chest slightly cut, he soon collapsed from paralysis. Are you going to keep coming at me? I asked the remaining members. Truly the skills of deputy leader. Truly a seasoned veteran. The difference in skills coming from that vast combat experience is simply insurmountable. They smiled at me, each holding a spear, moon blade, dual heavy swords, staff, and sword. If all cultivators are the same anyway, let's at least be good to the one we're currently loyal to, they said, agreeing with leader's view. I smiled bitterly. That's right. Even if the Jin clan regains control of the imperial family, the situation for mortals like us might not change. But still, just maybe, it could be a little better. With that slim hope, I pushed on with my actions. Come at me, all of you. A staff swung at me. A spear pierced towards me. A moon blade swung from the opposite side of the staff. The guy wielding the dual broadswords swings his swords from the opposite side of the spear. The guy with the sword leaps up as if flying and strikes down at me. Meanwhile, countless thread trajectories target me. Red and blue lines draw numerous orbits around me. It felt like my brain was going to burn. How can I escape this crisis? How can I? Just then, amidst those numerous trajectories, I suddenly saw a third color. Puck. The spear grazed my waist. The energy on the spear tore the flesh from my waist. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Triple-headed snake. Pieing, I put 3 hidden weapons on my fingers, each coated with paralysis poison, and threw one at the shadow guard who swung the spear. My hidden weapon easily penetrated his trajectory and hit his shoulder. The staff spins, targeting my head. I threw a hidden weapon to alter the trajectory of the staff, and then threw the last hidden weapon at the guy who threw the staff. Again, my hidden weapon easily penetrated his trajectory and embedded in his thigh. 2 of the guards became incapacitated. 3 left. I see something between their threads and mine. A third color, neither red nor blue. Shuck. The dual broadswords swing from right to left below. I bent my waist to dodge the broadsword, but a long cut appeared from my forehead to my left jaw from the sword energy on the broadsword. The moon blade targets my waist. If I dodge upwards, it'll become a target for the guy striking from above. And if I dodge downwards, it'll be cut by the dual broadswords preparing their next move. But amidst the red and blue threads, in this life-or-death fight, my focus was on the emerging third color. Severing mountain swordsmanship, secluded valley. Heavenly lake. Using the secluded valley, I twisted and deflected the trajectory of the guy striking down with the sword, and with heavenly lake, I momentarily stopped the action of the guy swinging the moon blade. In the meantime, the dual broadswords wielder who had completed his next move swung his broadswords at me again. In an instant, I threw hidden weapons coated with paralysis poison at the arms and legs of the shadow guards with the moon blade and sword. Then I swiftly extended my sword toward the dual broadsword soldier, severing mountain swordsmanship. Echoing valley, between the blue and red, the color that appeared was purple, the shadow guards and my thread. That purple color, whose origin was indiscernible, showed me a new path between him and me. I followed this new path, countering the dual broadsword soldier's move with echoing volley. Kong. My sword cleanly sliced through his dual broadswords. As his weapon was severed, the Goward seemed about to draw a dagger and charge, but I was faster in throwing my hidden weapon. Cute, it was that movement, as if I was facing leader. You could have killed all of us. It would have been much easier and painless. Why did you choose such a difficult path? Even if you didn't kill us, it would have been easier to subdue us if you were prepared to sever an arm or leg. I briefly replied to the fallen dual broadsword soldier. You called me Deputy Leader Cuke. You are an interesting person. That movement just now, it looked similar to leaders. An attack that suddenly breaks through the trajectories. I didn't see a red line, but suddenly the ability to penetrate the trajectory. Did you gain a new perspective? Have you reached 3 flowers gather at the summit? I shook my head bitterly at the question. No, I am sorry, but I haven't reached that realm. Then, I am getting a sense of it, slowly entering that realm, the third color. The purple thread was sometimes visible, sometimes not. It didn't appear consistently. So to see purple consistently, I would need to continue fighting life or death battles. Just then, someone approached me, someone familiar to me. From my time in the Shadow Guards, someone I had guarded a few times and my job more difficult. The Crown Prince, Mackley Hyun. It's amazing, Deputy Leader's skills are to this extent. There was a reason why my father sent me. It's been a while, Your Highness. If you've been watching since earlier, why didn't you intervene? Why intervene? It wouldn't be fun if I did. And don't call me Your Highness. Today, I'm here representing a branch of the Mackley clan, not as a member of the Imperial family. Fun, you realize the entire Shadow Guards could have died at my hands. Is that fun for you, Your Highness? Don't call me Your Highness. Well, since you keep calling me that, I'll tell you something. Do you know why I became the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince began to expand his domain. His red threads started to engulf the surrounding space. I reached the same chi refining 4th star as my father at a young age. Regardless of 3 flowers gather at the summit or whatever, they can barely compete against chi refining 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star. Do you think you who is not even in the 3 flowers gather at the summit can defeat me? I'll ask again, do you find this fun? It's not fun. Enough talk, come at me. As always, that annoying guy who used to bother the Shadow Guards when I was guarding the Emperor. He always questioned our necessity while speaking arrogantly, but he had the right to be arrogant, because he was strong. So strong that not even a group of peak martial artists could stand against him. Even ordinary 3 flowers gather at the summit masters would have to risk their lives against him. However, I hadn't entered 3 flowers, just barely stepping into its boundary. Fighting against him would surely lead to my death. But why? I can feel a smile forming on my lips. Ah, yes, because it's okay even if I die. I've grasped the clue to enlightenment, so what does it matter if I die the next moment? Take care, all members of the Shadow Guards. I am now going to die. I attained the way in the morning, so it's fine if I die in the evening to embody this enlightenment. I am going to die today. I ran towards the Emperor's son, the Crown Prince, with my sword in hand. Seeing the faint purple thread, I felt like I could do something I never dared to attempt even after several regressions. I swung my sword, the martial art that had always been in my head but I could never understand. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. As I entered the red divine consciousness of the Crown Prince, I used the martial art I had long longed for. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The next moment, Seo Yunhyun's form disappeared like a phantom. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. A new world appears before my eyes. Though I haven't fully entered that world yet, I sense that once I do, everything will change drastically. The purple thread. Familiarizing myself with the direction this new path points to, I recall the formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Up to now, I memorized the formula but couldn't understand a single word. That's why, even possessing this divine technique, understanding it was impossible. Now, however, the moment I saw the path of purple, somehow, I felt I could understand record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Now I understand why everyone who read record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts called it an absurd martial art. Yes, this is a martial art that could completely overturn the history of martial arts in Yangnuo. Its basis might be for escaping and ambushing cultivators, but if used properly, this could be undoubtedly a martial art meant to capture and kill those cultivators. A few cycles back, This was Kim Young-hoon's assessment of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts after mastering it. Yes, used properly, it's indeed a martial art capable of killing cultivators. The formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts crosses my mind. In the contest of martial arts, if the clashing of colors represents the essence of martial arts, can't we attack the colors themselves? A phrase incomprehensible before stepping into the realm of three flowers gather at the summit. But now I understand. Colors represent intent, spirit, will, etc. Attacking the colors themselves mean attacking the opponent's intent directly. Beyond exchanging intent trajectories, attacking the intent themselves, and furthermore, cutting through the opponent's very consciousness, is the essence of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. One who uses this as a basis can enter a cultivator's blind spots and strike. The divine technique Kim Young-hoon showed, which made him disappear like a phantom, wasn't his agility, but the record that quickly sliced through my consciousness, making it impossible for me to perceive him momentarily. Shuck, my sword dives into the flow of the Crown Prince's consciousness. Every human consciousness has its fibers. Aiming for the gaps in the fibers through the purple thread, I concentrate my intent following the formula of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and slice into his consciousness. The edges of his consciousness split. Though I stand before him, in his eyes, I must appear to have vanished like a phantom. I've entered the cultivator's blind spot. Ordinary martial artists can't perceive intent due to completely being dominated by a cultivator's consciousness domain. Conversely, a cultivator can detect every movement of a martial artist who enters their realm of consciousness. But record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts allows one to penetrate the cultivator's blind spot, rendering even cultivators unable to track a martial artist's actions. A martial art that momentarily equalizes martial artists with cultivators. This is a martial art created by mortals to transcend the cultivators. Quickly slicing through the fibers of the Crown Prince's consciousness, I approach him closely and raise my sword. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Transcending peaks, my sword covered in sword silk precisely targets the Crown Prince's neck. Then the sound of clashing metal resounds. Kong, a translucent defensive spell suddenly covers him. Huck, what trick did you play? Surprised by my sudden disappearance and close-range attack, he forms a spell seal. Kwang, energy writhes, changing the flow of the surrounding air. Purung, I'm thrown backwards by a strong recoil, and a small whirlwind starts rising around the Crown Prince. Fun tricks, but I'll show you they won't work on a true cultivator. Paiyung, several wind blades shoot out from the whirlwind, covering him. I hastily retreat, dodging outside the Crown Prince's domain of consciousness. From outside his realm, the flow of intent becomes clear. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Strange stone. Boom, boom, boom. In a defensive and offensive stance, I deflect all incoming wind blades and prepare to re-enter his domain. However, as the Crown Prince forms another spell seal, a wind bullet as big as my upper body shoots towards me from the whirlwind. I need to dodge. Frowning, I deploy my agility technique and escape among the houses within the Mackley clan's territory. Kwang, kwang, kwang. The wind bullet collapses several straw houses, and corpses and streams of blood from mortals spill out. I need to approach the whirlwind. Observing the Crown Prince's whirlwind, I click my tongue. Every strand of that wind is a wind blade. If I approach, I'll be shredded. Even if I manage to approach by cutting through his consciousness, if I can't penetrate the whirlwind, I can't deliver a strike. No, hold on. Even if I penetrate the whirlwind, the Crown Prince's defensive spell remains. My sword silk isn't enough to penetrate his spell. How can I break through all of it? Kwang, kwang, kwang. I dodge through the alleys of the village, using the houses of cultivators as a shield against the Crown Prince's attacks. Dodging isn't a problem, as long as I keep observing the flow of his intent from outside his domain. However, fundamentally, the internal energy of a martial artist is more impure compared to a cultivator's spiritual power. So no matter how much internal energy a martial artist has, they will tire much quicker than a cultivator. I can't drag this out. I need to finish this quickly, and to do that, right now, I must ascend to three flowers gather at the summit. I must seize this clue and ascend now, with the resolve to die, Ta'at. Climbing onto the roof of a house with my transcending peak step, I thrust my sword at the wind bullets the Crown Prince shoots. Bu-woong, kwang. Cutting upwards with ascending vein, the wind bullets split in half and fly off in different directions. Jing, jing, jing. My hand is trembling. Indeed, the power contained in the wind bullets were formidable. The hand holding my sword ached unbearably. I'll keep receiving those attacks. I gave up on dodging and continued to thrust my sword at his wind bullets and wind blades. The intent of the wind bullets and wind blades is directed at me. I observe the attacks coming from both sides and prepare my stance. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Landscape painting. Diagonal slashes extend left and right, cutting through the approaching wind blades and wind bullets. But beyond, even more endless wind blades rush in. They don't stop. I keep wielding my sword and perform sword moves. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Joy of mountains and peaks, flowing ridge, strange stone, bouldered cliff, amidst continuous rotation, piercing and slicing the wind bullets. I attack and block in a defensive and offensive stance. While doing so, I begin to approach step by step again. Shuck, shuck. I cautiously advance, inching forward with measured steps, shoulder, waist, cheek, thigh. The flesh touched by the wind blades turn to tatters. HMPH, dare to come at me? Die! The Crown Prince forms a spell seal, and the whirlwind writhes as numerous wind blades begin to merge. Soon, they form the shape of a giant bird. A deep red consciousness aims at me. A terrifying killing intent pierces the entire space I stand in. I can't block it. I can't dodge it. The moment it flies at me, I'll die. I instinctively know. But for some reason, I'm not worried. I just aimlessly follow the faint purple thread between the red. What does purple mean? Blue is the thread of self-protection, thus it extends from me. Red is the thread of killing intent, thus it extends from the enemy. Then what is purple? Purple is, suddenly I feel as if the red and blue threads are mingling, somewhat forming a tai-kai. Though blue is weaker compared to red, it mixes with red. And between red and blue, a purple thread opens a path. Purple is the color born from the mix of blue and red. Hostility and self-will, the will to protect oneself and the will to kill. Why can these two intents mix? Suddenly, looking at the stance I've taken, I'm amazed. Facing this fearsome attack, I've adopted the Severing Mountain swordsmanship's first move, transcending peaks. Do I no longer want to live? No, that's not it. I've always wanted to live. Then the current stance also means my will to live has guided me towards it. Ah, right. This isn't just a simple transcending peaks. Transcending peaks marks both the beginning and end of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship. Therefore, it can also be the initial form of the ultimate technique, Severing Mountain. Keek, the giant bird flies towards me. I initiate the 22nd form of Severing Mountain swordsmanship, Severing Mountain. Transcending peaks, entering mountain, ascending vein, flowing ridge, bouldered cliff, strange stone, deep mountain, secluded valley, landscape painting, dragon vein, cliff edge, 12 lights emerging peak. I slash horizontally, then vertically again holding the sword high and piercing crookedly. Then I rotate in a defensive and offensive stance, adjusting and charging forward with an upward slash. I twist and neutralize the opponent's power, slashing diagonally several times. In an instant, I intensify the sword silk with a rapid vertical slash, then change the speed, slashing upwards and firing 12 streams of sword silk. All of this happens in a flash. I frantically wield the Severing Mountain swordsmanship, relentlessly pursuing the purple thread. The power of the giant bird intensifies. The wind blades emitting from its body leave scars and cuts all over my body. My vision blurs, perhaps due to too much blood loss. A little more, just a little more. Keep moving the sword. Get even one step closer to that color, even if I die the next moment. If I lack talent. Joy of mountains and peaks. Chi mountain, heart heaven, layered mountain, mountain tiger, mountain and valley transformation, echoing valley. I must go crazy. It's okay to die now, so please show me the way in that moment. I see a massive red intent aiming at me and think, maybe in the contest of martial arts, there is no me or others. Until now, I've always thought others' intents were invariably red. But if I change my perspective from the other's point of view, their intent is blue and mine is red. I used to think the world of peak martial artists only consisted of others' intents and mine. But maybe that's a mistaken thought. Others' intent and my intent. It's just a matter of perspective and maybe they're all the same color. I close and then open my eyes. Changing perspectives, my intent appears red and the giant bird's intent blue. When I blink again, the colors return to normal, but I understand. If intent is essentially the same, what remains is only my martial arts. The boundaries between my color and the Crown Prince's color start to fade. Red and blue melt into each other, and before me, the world seems to be drenched in purple. My body is turning into tatters in real time, but concurrently I enter a strange state of ecstasy. Martial arts are never complete on their own. Martial arts need a partner to dance with. Ah, I see. I finally understand the realm of three flowers gather at the summit, a realm of connection, a realm where the boundary between the opponent's intent and mine disappears, allowing me to read their intent more directly and meticulously. By understanding the opponent's intent, I can ensure that all my movements and techniques are flawless. I mirror all my techniques in the Crown Prince's intent, fully understanding how much energy I've wasted, how many unnecessary movements I made while executing sword moves. I take a deep breath. I gather all the internal energy I've carelessly scattered while executing my sword moves. The Shadow Guards, paralyzed by paralyzing powder, watched the duel between Xianxia and the Crown Prince from the ground, a seasoned veteran with overwhelming practical experience despite his young age. That was the assessment of Xianxia when he joined the Shadow Guard. Such an experienced master had been refining his skills for decades. But everyone in the Shadow Guards thought he couldn't beat the Crown Prince because he was a cultivator, a being of a different class from martial artists. Indeed, Xianxia was becoming tattered in real time while fighting the Crown Prince. He was spewing blood covered in wounds and holes torn in his body, yet he did not give up and steadily moved forward step by step. Everyone knew this desperate struggle was futile. Suddenly, the Shadow Guards were astounded. Xianxia began to execute his swordsmanship. It looked more like a sword dance, a series of movements, clean without any superfluity, but what astounded them was what happened next. Xianxia's intent became increasingly refined to the point where even the mid-pinnacle guards failed to grasp an understanding. His intent, which had spread out around him, suddenly converged into 3 points. Th3, above his head, 3 flowers bloomed. 3 flowers gather at the summit. The 3 flowers that momentarily lingered above his head were soon sucked into his nose and mouth. Up, all the wasted energy returns at once. The internal energy spent while executing the Severing Mountain swordsmanship is instantly replenished. I felt like I understood why leaders said that Echoing Valley was linked to 3 flowers gather at the summit, a technique that receives and counters the opponent's power. In a sense, it was a practice of exchanging intents with the opponent, ultimately leading to connection. Thank you, Hyung-nim. I express my deep gratitude to Kim Young-hoon from my past life and continue to swing my sword. There is no you or me. Only martial arts itself exists here. I felt like I understood why 3 flowers gather at the summit masters spoke to enter a state of no mind. Not a metaphysical answer, but advice to reach a state where neither your intent nor the others exists. Mountain echoes, valley respond, 9 mountains, 8 seas. In a state of no mind, I unleash my sword. In executing sword moves, not even a single bit of wasted movement exists. In the realm of purple, beyond blue and red, I continue to infuse my sword with intent. If there is no you or me in martial arts, then there is neither your intent or mine. The sword silk becomes one with the sword, infusing it with energy. If sword silk is the realization of sword intent, then next. Sword intent should connect with the intent flowing through the world. The sword silk evolves. The faint aura surrounding the sword thickens and starts to emit a radiance. It looked as if the sword was adorned with starlight. Sword gang. Why I couldn't sustain the sword gang for more than a second with my strength alone, even when pouring all my internal energy into it, became clear in the realm of 3 flowers. Because martial arts aren't just about using one's own strength, the opponent's intent, and the intent of the world must connect to truly complete martial arts. Severing Mountain swordsmanship, Heavenly Lake. I become like a clear lake, sweeping through the flow of the giant bird with my sword. Though it was a spell body without meridians and channels, I felt like I could understand the giant bird's structure. The flow of intent inside the giant bird was clear to see. The power of the giant bird was sucked into my sword in an instant, and I executed the ultimate technique of the Severing Mountain swordsmanship while sheathing my sword. Severing Mountain swordsmanship, ultimate move. Severing Mountain. Unsheathing the sword again, I unleash it towards the giant bird. My sword was clearly adorned with bright sword gang. Chung, the sword gang shatters the giant bird. I catch my breath. I look at the Crown Prince grinding his teeth within the whirlwind with clear eyes. You don't be happy just because you broke one spell. Take this. Numerous wind blades merge, transforming into a giant dragon this time. But I no longer felt that these would kill me. I charge at him with the transcending peak step. Kuung. The wind dragon roars and flies towards me. In the midst of executing the foot technique, I realize something more. Mountain Lord martial arts and transcending peak step were one technique all along. Until now, I didn't realize it due to my lack of talent. It was only after reaching the state of 3 flowers that I finally understood. The intention Kim Young-hoon had left in this foot technique when he created it. Mountain Lord transcends great peaks. And then it soars. Mountain Lord's soaring flight. I leaped up, avoiding the wind dragon, and entered the Crown Prince's domain. Be nervous, Your Highness. Now there were no more constraints in executing the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. The moment I entered his domain, I felt the flow of his consciousness sweeping over my entire body. Using secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, I sharply honed my intent and cut through his consciousness directly. Just moments ago, I was cutting unconsciously in ecstasy, but now I was fully aware and executing in single form. Ha, resorting to tricks again. But do you really think you can penetrate this whirlwind? The whirlwind surrounding the Crown Prince. It was the culmination of a spell made of thousands, even tens of thousands of wind blades. Yet I feel a newfound confidence. I can cut through it. The weakest point of the spell, the spot where the rotation of the wind blades was weakest. I shot towards that spot. Kong, dozens, hundreds of wind blades seemed to shoot towards me, but I did not flinch, sensing their intent. I felt it. Kong, Kang, Kang, landscape painting. Dozens of slashes extended in all directions, shedding the wind blades, and I successfully penetrated the inside of the whirlwind. Inside, the Crown Prince's consciousness was denser and harder to cut. No matter. At this distance, my sword can reach him. I infused my sword with sword gang. Pot. A bright white light burst from my sword, shocking the Crown Prince who just noticed me. Before, I couldn't pierce the defensive spell with sword silk. But sword gang would be different. Kwang, my single sword stroke shattered the Crown Prince's defensive spell like glass. Kruok! Chayak, my sword tore a part of his neck. Payat. The Crown Prince hurriedly executed a wind spell to dodge my sword. For the first time, fear seemed to surface in his eyes. Heek, don't come, stay away. Pot. I lunged at him with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, cutting through his consciousness again. As I disappeared from his sight, his complexion turned deathly pale. Gee, go away, get away from me. Quah! A gust of wind howled. He blindly scattered wind in all directions due to not seeing me, but I quickly sliced through the wind and approached him again. Chayak, using sword gang, I aimed at him once more. The Crown Prince screamed and used another spell, narrowly surviving once more. Die, just die. Pot. As he chanted a spell, forming another incantation once again, spells in the forms of giant bird, wind dragon, phoenix, and Killin burst forth. Now fully grounded in 3 flowers gather at the summit, and using record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, they were useless against me. Shuck. I rushed towards the giant bird with deep mountain, slicing it, then pierced the wind dragon with flowing ridge. Dodging other spells with Mountain Lord's soaring flight, I chase after the prince. Once again, he uses powerful spells to escape from me. The situation had reversed. Huck. Huork, the Crown Prince, miserably ran away, continuously forming incantations. Compared to me, who uses my internal energy without any waste, the Crown Prince, who had kept casting large-scale spells that never hit, now turned pale. Ju, just die, please just die, Hua. With the next strike, I'll end it. I took the stance of Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven, and took a breath. Ha, KRK. While fleeing, the Crown Prince suddenly changes direction, leaping with a spell. Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven. Shuck, my sword gang extends and aims at his legs, severing them. Kryak, damn it, a mere martial artist, why a martial artist? In agony from his severed legs, he grits his teeth at me. You, do you think what you're doing is right? Do you think the Jin clan you're with is any different? I silently raise my sword towards him. Ha, that's right, you received the blessing pill from Father years ago. The blessing pill is made of the same material as the revival pill. And you know what the chi building pill is, the one that chi refining cultivators eat to ascend to chi building, right? I raise my sword towards the babbling prince. The chi building pill is made using 100 years of human vital energy and essence as one of its ingredients. Do you think there's a chi building cultivator who ascended without eating a chi building pill? Over 99% of chi building cultivators ascend by consuming chi building pills. The Jin clan you follow is no different in the end. They all consume human lives. Since you've eaten the blessing pill, you're no different. Puck. I kicked the Crown Prince in the chest. He coughed up blood, struggling to breathe. But I too had to gasp for air. I had lost too much blood. There were places where flesh had been completely torn away and I was losing sensation in my thigh. I glanced down at the Crown Prince coughing on the ground, then took out a silk box from my pocket. I looked at the blessing pill inside, a lustrous pill with a hint of red. A legendary elixir said to extend a person's life by 10 years. Today I realized the true nature of the red hue in the blessing pill. Crunch. I throw the filthy pill beside the Crown Prince and crush it under my foot. Don't worry, I have no intention of ever consuming such filthy pills made by you cultivators. Flames roared and raged. The Mackley clan's base was now engulfed in flames by the fire spells of the Jin clan cultivators. Above, a battle was raging among Chi-building cultivators. Kim Young-hoon was also engaged in that battle. I need to hurry. And help. Would I have been able to move a bit more if I had taken the blessing pill? But I have no regrets. I don't want to touch a filthy pill made at the expense of human lives. Slung, I raise my sword. Farewell. I struck down at the Crown Prince. Shuck, what's happening? Why is my body upside down? I suddenly realized that my neck felt empty. I see. My head has been cut off. It was due to a wind blade that suddenly shot from the necklace the Crown Prince was wearing. A wind blade I couldn't possibly block or dodge. I need to cut. Finally reaching that realm to be a little more helpful. Is this how I die? No, it's not. Even if I die like this, let me be of some help. Despite achieving the realm I longed for to die without doing anything. I'll cut. Even if I die, I'll keep cutting. Huck. Mackley Hyun, the Crown Prince of Yongnuo, gasped for breath upon witnessing the decapitated body of Seo Yun Hyun. I survived. The life-saving magical instrument given to the Crown Prince of Yongnuo. A one-time use magical instrument capable of delivering a blow equivalent to a chi-building cultivator was activated. Ha, he laughed maniacally. I won, I beat this mortal, you can never challenge the authority of cultivators, ha, kook, cuck. He coughed up blood. He had used too many powerful spells excessively. His spiritual power was depleted, and he couldn't move his legs. I need to recover my spiritual power with spirit stones. He looked up at the sky. Among the martial artists who came with Seo Yun Hyun, there was a monster who was confronting Chi building level elders head-on. I shouldn't have come to gain merit. I need to escape before it's too late. Then it happened. Wriggle, Seo Yun Hyun's decapitated body began to move. What? Mackley Hyun dumbfoundedly watched the body. A body without a head now adopting a stance. What's going on? No, Nuo. Without any spiritual power controlling its movements, it wasn't a xianxia. Why is he moving? He tried to stand and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. Then Seo Yun Hyun's intent captured his consciousness. This is obsession, an overwhelming obsession to cut down the opponent in front of him, no matter what was raging within Seo Yun Hyun's body. Nonsense. How can a mere mortal have such obsession? Seo Yun Hyun's corpse took on a sword stance. Though his corpse could not gather energy into the sword, Mackley Hyun was now powerless, unable to move, and had even used up his one-time life-saving magical device. The sword began to move. This is nonsense. How can a mere mortal possess such tenacity? How can such a thing be possible? Why won't you give up even in death? It was Seo Yun Hyun's body. The body he honed in martial arts all his life. The hands that held the sword so tightly through decades of arduous training. His lifelong dedication to refining his martial arts, even in death, moved his body on its own, performing its destined task. Why won't you give up? Why resist even in death? Swoosh. Seo Yun Hyun's sword cleanly sliced off the upper part of Mackley Hyun's mouth. His mouth remained agape in disbelief until his death, and his eyes were filled with incredulity and fear until the end. Seo Yun Hyun's head, even severed, bore a faint smile. Thus ended the life of a man who had relentlessly refined himself. This was Seo Yun Hyun's fifth return. Anyway, the fourth cycle is now over. What did we all think of it? I feel Seo Yun Hyun's character and determination is deepening every cycle. In the third cycle, Seo Yun Hyun engraved the concept that the untalented must go mad in order to advance. In this cycle, Seo Yun Hyun engraved the concept that if he can gain enlightenment in the morning, he is fine with death in the evening. Meaning, Seo Yun Hyun must train and pursue martial arts with death as a consequence. What will he engrave in the next? The next cycle is one of my favorites. It might be a tad bit slow in the middle, but trust me, it'll be worth it in the end. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. As I opened my eyes, a familiar scent filled the air. It was the forest ascension path. I've returned again. First, I swiftly pressed the sleep acupoint on Jian Myung-hoon, who was trying to say something to me, making him fall deeply asleep at an invisible speed. I'm not sure if I succeeded in cutting down the crown prince. It seemed like my body had moved, but I wasn't certain. Did I manage to be of any help? I hadn't known cultivators had such things. Naturally, thinking I had reached a new realm, I was too complacent. Just as martial artists often hide 30% of their true power and keep life-saving herbs a secret, it would make sense for cultivators to have something similar. Given he didn't use it until the very end, it seemed more like an external object rather than his own power, probably a type of magical device. Next time, when confronting a cultivator, I'll need to check for such life-saving devices first. I gathered my thoughts, feeling the vitality coursing through my young body. The regression was evident. In my last life, I reached 3 flowers gather at the summit. It was an achievement I had always dreamed of. It was also the goal I desperately wanted to achieve in my previous life. But I died too soon. In all my past lives, I had died according to my natural lifespan, living for about 50 years each time, steadily achieving and advancing. However, in the 4th cycle, I died before my time for the first time. It's a pity. Had I lived a few decades more and further refined my enlightenment, I might have even reached 5 energies converging to the origin ... It's over. No use dwelling on it. I sighed softly, shaking my head. It was all in the past now. Being granted another life was a miracle, and I silently expressed gratitude for this new life. Look at this deputy manager CEO. Section Chief Jian doesn't wake up no matter how hard we shake him. And where are we now? Kim Young-hoon and Chief Oh Hyun-seok were holding the pale Jian Myung-hoon and worried. I've studied Oriental medicine before, so let me take his pulse. Really? I'll trust you then. Pretending to take Jian Myung-hoon's pulse, I pressed his acupoint again to wake him up. Where is this? Before he could fully regain consciousness, I pressed his sleep acupoint, putting him back to sleep. Seeing that he just woke up, it seems he was just sleeping. He must have been accumulating fatigue. That's a relief then. But shouldn't we wake him up? He doesn't even know what's going on. Ignoring the discussion between Kim Young-hoon and Oh Hyun-seok about whether to wake Jian Myung-hoon, I pointed to a large tree nearby. I'll climb up that tree to see if there's anything around. Without waiting for their response, I approached the tree and executed the martial arts I had realized in my last life. Mountain Lord martial art and transcending peaks steps true form. Mountain Lord's soaring flight. Whoosh! Just like a tiger leaping over a great mountain, I swiftly climbed up the tree branches and came back down. Wow! Deputy Manager CEO, that's amazing. When did you learn that? Ha ha! I casually explained that there was nothing around and persuaded everyone to go to the cave. Then, after making a windbreak and preparing a campfire in the cave, I continued to consolidate the realization of 3 flowers gather at the summit, constantly connecting with the opponent. When I first entered 3 flowers, it was only a connection with the opponent I was fighting. However, the more I became accustomed to it, it seemed possible to connect not only with enemies but also with nearby allies and structures. If this ability is maximized, eventually, I could read the myriad intents flowing through the world, connecting not only with living beings but also with the world itself. That would probably be the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin. I smiled lightly as I made an educated guess about the realm of 5 energies. I burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! Oh Hyun-seok, who was gathering branches for the campfire, looked at me curiously. Why are you laughing? Oh, nothing, just remembered something funny. I had always thought that reaching the peak of 3 flowers was the ultimate end. But 3 flowers was not the end. Rather, it was just the beginning of the journey towards 5 energies. I guess it's the same with 5 energies converging to the origin. The end is just the start to a new beginning. I am still so weak. However, someday I will definitely reach there, the beginning to reach the end. Naturally, my goal in this life is 5 energies. Now only one step is left to become a cultivator. Soon it was night. All my colleagues at the company had fallen asleep. Jian Myung-hoon, who had been sleeping all day, tried to wake up, but I knocked him out again by hitting the back of his neck. Leaving my colleagues behind, I went outside the cave, dug up yellow bamboo roots, and channeled internal power. Then I chose a suitable branch and carved it into a wooden sword. Woo-woong, when I infused energy and intent into it, a white sword gang formed on the wooden sword. It certainly wasn't the sturdy body I had trained for a lifetime in my past life. However, no longer did my grip ache even when holding a sword. Good, a new life. Right after death, which always strikes at the last moment, the life that follows feels so grateful. I closed my eyes for a moment and contemplated my body. After looking at the sword gang, I sniffed the scent carried by the wind. It's over there. Tadat. Using Mountain Lord's soaring flight, I climbed onto a tree and ran towards the direction of the scent, jumping across trees. Shushush, every time I stepped, it seemed like trees passed by me in an instant, this unforgettable scent, in a giant rural area far away. There was a fox. ZZZT, ZZZT. As soon as I visually confirmed the fox's territory, tension swirled throughout my body. The fox's domain was over 30 xiang, 100 million in radius, centered around the fox. Core formation? Now, I could roughly gauge the level of the opponent by the size of their domain. In my last life, I once glimpsed at the core formation cultivator of the Jin clan, and his domain was about that size. Wu Wung maintaining the vision of a peak master, I observed the fox's territory shimmering in purple. Then, as if the fox sensed something strange, it opened its eyes. Shuck. I quickly refined my intent to cut off the fox's perception, erasing my presence. The fox looked around for a while, but, not finding anything unusual, closed its eyes and fell asleep again. It's a good thing I was far outside its domain. If I had been inside the fox's domain, it would have been impossible. Unlike the consciousness of a lower-level practitioner at Qi refining, the consciousness of a core formation being was much denser and richer. It was doubtful whether I could even find an intent in that gap to secretly cut. As expected, I can't face the fox with my current level. The difference in level was absurd. Not mentioning killing the fox, but even to escape, I need to reach 5 energies. Before that, it would be presumptuous to even try to penetrate those dense layers of consciousness. First, I need to practice the state of 3 flowers a bit. As I focused on the giant purple area before me, the purple area began to turn red, distinguishing my consciousness from the fox's. In the state of 3 flowers, intent could simply appear purple. But like this, I could also perceive the other's consciousness by dividing into red and blue. After integrating and separating the purple, blue, and red intents for a while, I slowly descended to the ground and took a step towards where the fox was. Shuck! With each step, I simultaneously cut through the fox's consciousness again. Another step. One more. Gradually approaching the fox's domain, I continuously sharpened my intent. I can't enter inside of the domain, but it's possible to get as close as I can. How close can I get to the fox? Consciousness seemed to dominate space based on some sort of boundary, but in fact that boundary was not clear. Even though it looked like there were boundaries when viewed with the vision of a peak master, in reality, a faint consciousness was constantly flowing beyond that. I was approaching the fox by cutting through that faint consciousness. How capable am I? How far can I reach? Where am I now? This was an opportunity to test myself and at the same time to understand and train in the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Bu Wung, Bu Wung. My wooden sword split the air, barely cutting through the faint consciousness of the fox. With each step, sweat dripped from my entire body. With each division of countless consciousnesses, my heart pounded with tension. No, I can do more. I took another step. Only 30 steps left to the fox's domain. When I took another step, cutting through the consciousness, Wu Wung the fox's consciousness intensified. It had sensed something was off. I quickly cut through the consciousness and stepped into the fox's blind spot. It's far. If I were Kim Young-hoon from my past life, I could have easily passed this distance and entered the fox's domain. But this was my limit. 29 steps to the proper inner area of the consciousness domain. That was my current level. No, it's not. I gritted my teeth. I can go further. With all my concentration, I saw even more consciousnesses. Sweating, I swung my sword again. Whoosh! The consciousness was cut again by the intent on my sword. Is this my limit? Then what am I supposed to do? My original limit was much lower. Far from getting close to the fox, I was always waiting in the cave to be torn apart. I've constantly overcome my limits to reach this point. This time, too, I will overcome my limit. Squeeze out your brain until the brain busts into flames. It's comfortable now that I'm used to the peak state, but when I first reached the peak state, I had to constantly endure my brain burning. It felt like my brain was on fire. More details of the consciousness became visible. I took another step. The distance till the inner area of the fox's domain was gradually closing. 27 steps, 25 steps, 22 steps, 20 steps, 15 steps, and 10 steps. Maybe because I overloaded my brain too much, my brain was screaming. The tension exceeding the limit had my muscles and body tightly contracted. One more step, and I'll really be caught. The next step was where the color of the fox's consciousness faintly leaked out. If I go one step further, I might be caught by the fox. Well, what does it matter? Though sweat poured down my entire body, I smirked. If I can take one more step, I don't mind dying. My body screamed madly. It felt like smoke would come out of my brain. If you want to live, squeeze out more. I'm a dunce. So when the opportunity comes, if I don't squeeze out all my ability, I can't move forward. I can't move forward without dying. Blood rushed to my brain. At the same time, I was able to move half a step further, half a step. Originally, I tried to take one more step, but my body instinctively prevented me from going any further. But I've crossed the limit. I wasn't caught. The fox was still asleep, and my body had gone far beyond what I thought was my limit. I smirked and quietly killed my presence, cutting through consciousness and stepping back. This was the end for this life. In the next life, I might be able to go a little deeper. Having completely escaped the influence of the fox's consciousness, I thought as I ran back to the cave. Next time, even more. I'll go deeper. Drip, as I arrived at the cave, blood flowed from my nose. It seemed to be due to overloading my brain. But even with the feeling of collapsing from exhaustion, I smiled, showing my teeth. Ha 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 ha, this life. The first day I woke up, I had succeeded in overcoming another limit. I will continue to surpass my limits and surely reach the next realm, the fifth regression. 5 energies converging to the origin seem to be in sight. Discord. https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. The events of the following day were similar to before. The fox appeared, bit my arm, and the next day a snake came asking for blood. The day after, a trio of cultivators appeared, healed my arm, and kidnapped my colleagues. The 4th day, the Sea Dragon King took away Deputy Manager O, and the strange hunchback took away Manager Kim. As usual, Kim Young-hoon and I were pushed into a spatial rift and lost consciousness. This place is. When I opened my eyes, it was an unfamiliar ceiling. A ceiling? Startled, I quickly got up and looked around. Kim Young-hoon was sprawled nearby. It seems we hadn't been out of the rift for long. I knew we'd be randomly transported somewhere in Yangwoo, but being transported into someone's room is a first. Slightly amused, I pick up Kim Young-hoon and try to leave the room. Bang. And then I lock eyes with a woman passing by the door who clearly looks like a maid. A thief. Damn it. I quickly tap the maid's sleep acupoint and hurry out of the room. Is this a mansion? It seems to be a mansion of someone quite powerful. Hey there, the villains went that way. That villain knocked me out and... No, anyway, he came out of the lady's room. Far away, I hear the voice of the maid I had knocked out. It seems we had fallen into the room of the lady of this mansion. Damn, this is crazy. Why do we always end up in places like this when we fall? Thinking this, I was about to escape carrying Kim Young-hoon. How dare you sneak into the house of Lord Hyo-semin? You must be a mad thief. 2 elite warriors looking like guards were rushing towards me. Wait, Hyo-semin? I pouse when I hear that name. That name was one of the pieces of information I had come across in my past life when digging into the imperial family's information. Lord Hyo, one of the top 5 corrupt officials in Yangwoo, known for his extreme exploitation of the people. He's been audited several times by the central government, but he always bribed the auditors and used his connections to slip away. His exploitation was so severe that he used his power to take brides from other families on their wedding nights and turn landowners into tenant farmers, and nobody could say anything against him. Ah, right, a memorable piece of trash, that's why I remember his name. I turn my steps away from escaping and head back into the mansion. If he's such scum, he'll have enough wealth to last a lifetime, so borrowing a bit won't be a problem. I quickly entered Hyo-semin's inner chambers and began rummaging through the house. Some of Hyo-semin's private soldiers tried to threaten me, but I put them all to sleep with sleep acupoints and continued searching. After searching for a while, I found 12 gold toads in a wooden chest hidden by Hyo-semin. This should be useful. I tucked the chest with the gold toads into my arms, gathered a few more coins, and then left Hyo-semin's house. Afterward, wanted posters with my face circulated in Cheolryung City, where Hyo-semin's mansion was, but I changed my appearance using a technique and bought a manor to stay in. In the manor, I taught Kim Young-hoon literacy and martial arts. A month passed like that. Shuwash, I chuckled as I looked at the 3 flowers floating above Kim Young-hoon's head. It's been a month now. A month since I, having reached the state of 3 flowers gather at the summit, started personally guiding Kim Young-hoon. Once he accumulated some internal energy, Kim Young-hoon reached the same state as me. The higher the state of the teacher, the shorter the learning time for the student. Even though he reached 3 flowers in a month, Kim Young-hoon had not finished learning literacy. Ha, I never knew I had such talent. To reach this state before learning the language and literacy. Since you have reached 3 flowers, I have a gift for you. Oh, what is it? A secret manual integrating the 6 volumes of Gazing Cultivation, an exceeding martial arts scripture created by Kim Young-hoon in my past life. Secrets of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts. This Kim Young-hoon will reach even greater heights in this life, and he will evolve the secret manual again. I passed on the secret manual to him and taught him the language and letters of Yangnuo, then sat in the manor looking up at the sky. What should I do in this life? I've wandered around the martial world, established factions, followed Kim Young-hoon, and even entered the imperial family. I do want to concentrate more on martial arts training this time. But I couldn't just ignore the ruthless deeds of the Mackley clan family. What could be a way to stop the Mackley clan and still train in martial arts? After some thought, I quickly found the answer. The Jin clan. Yes, the cultivators of the Jin clan who were trying to drive the Mackley clan out of Yangnuo. In this life, I should cooperate with the Jin clan. Just like in the latter part of my previous life, helping the Jin clan would indirectly hinder Mackley clan's activities. After deciding to visit the Jin clan, I went to Kim Young-hoon. I will go my own way from now on. Why? What happened? I just want to wander a bit. Kim Young-hoon seemed a bit anxious like before, but I reassured him and left Xiaoryang City. We had agreed to meet here once every 5 years, so there would be no problem in meeting again. I started heading towards a territory of the Jin clan. The secret base of the Jin clan was located in a valley called Surak, north of Changho City, near the Yangnuo's eastern region that borders Byokra. It was a place I had visited a few times in my past life. As far as I know, I heard it was where the lower-ranked cultivators of the Jin clan stayed. After finding a suitable place, I waited for someone to come out of Surak Valley. A few days of waiting went by. Finally, I saw a man in a red robe coming out of Surak Valley. Around him, his consciousness dominated the space. A cultivator of the Jin clan? I secretly followed him. After arriving in Changho City, the man went into a tavern and began ordering food and drinks. Good, time to get closer. I casually joined him and ordered more good drinks. Who are you? Haha, I saw you looked lonely, so I came to drink. I'll pay for the drinks. Well, if you're really paying. After ordering enough food and drinks to break the table, we chatted. When he was somewhat drunk, I subtly steered the conversation towards cultivators. Soon, the inebriated Jin clan cultivator confessed to me that he was a cultivator and had come to the secular world for a mission. Truly impressive. A cultivator, I'd have no regrets working with such a noble lineage of cultivators. Well, but in our home, there are already too many mortals like you. When he seemed to reject my offer, I showed him the 12 gold toads I had stolen from Lord Hio. If I could work under a cultivator clan, I could give these toads to you. Staring blankly at the gold toads for a moment, the Jin clan cultivator coughed and accepted the wooden chest I offered. Well, I'll mention it to the elders of my family. Haha, thank you. I'll rely on you. I smiled amiably and obtained a promise from him. The next day, though he seemed a bit troubled sobering up, he couldn't resist the temptation of the gold toads and pretended to take me to his clan before casting a flame spell at me. He wanted the gold toads but didn't want to introduce me to the clan. This guy seems to be in the first star of chi refining. I frowned, split his flame spell with my sword, and shattered his defensive technique with my sword gang. What are you doing? Oh, if you don't want to introduce me to your clan, just say so. Do you think I'm some mortal to be taken lightly? Hi, Hick. I glared at the Jin clan cultivator and grabbed him by the collar. Good, I'll use this as an excuse to make him take me to his clan. I nudged him to spit out 6 of the gold toads he had taken. Now that you've accepted 6 gold toads, you will guide me properly, right? I'm counting on a proper introduction this time. All right, I'll introduce you to the elders of the cultivator clan. I had no idea you were a master of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Stuttering, he guided me. I learned that his mission was to deliver a letter to the Jin clan's territory in another city. Together, we arrived at a Jin clan's secret base near Yangho City in Yangnuo. After delivering the letter to an older chi refining cultivator, he introduced me. Hearing that I was a master of 3 flowers, the eyes of the older chi refining cultivator lit up. Good timing. Someone of your caliber is certainly qualified to serve the clan. Haha, we needed an instructor to teach martial arts to mortals. 3 flowers at the summit, that's a high realm for mortals, correct? Yes. I dare not compare to the clan, but I have reached a high level among mortals like myself. Good, good, follow me. I followed him to a training ground in the Jin clan's territory. Their children around 16 were practicing. The instructor seemed to be at the early pinnacle realm, struggling with the large number of kids. The education of these mortal children was entrusted to that instructor, but it seems he isn't doing well. You seem to have a higher level of martial arts, so you could teach them better, correct? Yes, leave it to me. I was quite pleased with the task of teaching kids. It wouldn't take too much of my training time. Especially since entering 3 flowers, I needed to study more about intent. Teaching kids would allow me to explore their intents too. By the way, why are these kids learning martial arts? Oh, that's because... The chi refining cultivator stroked his beard and explained. Recently, many cultivation sects that dominated the cultivation world suddenly disappeared. I don't know the details, but it said that cultivators above core formation suddenly vanished. So currently, the cultivation world is like the calm before the storm. The cultivator who reaches beyond core formation the fastest will become the authority, and their cultivator clan could become the leading faction. The current cultivation world seems calm on the surface, but is in a state of fierce hidden battles. Those ruthless Mackley clan are extending the lives of core formation cultivators with forbidden elixirs, creating an opportunity for their elders to reach beyond their realm. So that's what happened. I could roughly guess the chain of events that had occurred. The Ascension Gate, which opens once every 1,000 years. Many high-ranking cultivators and sects gathered at Ascension Path to challenge the Ascension Gate, leaving only core formation cultivators in the current cultivation world. The cultivator who reaches the next realm fastest could control the cultivation world. So the Mackley clan was draining the vital blood of mortals to extend the lives and cultivation of the core formation cultivators in their clan. I thought it was no big deal whether those monsters ascended or not, but it turned out to be the starting point of all these events. I nodded, listening to the chi refining cultivator's explanation. The Mackley clan, that devilish clan, needs a vast amount of mortal blood for the process of creating their forbidden elixir. Because of that, disappearances are increasing everywhere in Yongyuo. These kids are survivors rescued by our Jin clan. They all harbor immense resentment towards the Mackley clan and the current imperial family for killing their relatives. Our Jin clan wants to prevent the Mackley clan from making the elixir by draining mortals' vital blood and stop their core formation cultivators from surpassing their realm. Do the interests of the cultivator clan and these kids align? Then, these kids. We plan to first reclaim Yongyuo from the Mackley clan and prevent them from indiscriminately capturing mortals. As part of that, we're planning to assassinate the current emperor of Yongyuo, Mackley Yung. I felt a chill hearing the next words. These kids have all volunteered as assassins. Can you teach them martial arts? That's when I realized the true nature of the unsettling feeling. I had to teach the kids whom I had personally beheaded in my past life. Discord. https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. I dumbfoundedly checked the faces of the children one by one. I seemed to recognize some of them. Is there no other work? Other work, what do you mean? I am also skilled in medicine. I am good at handling information and confident in administrative tasks. Or I can take charge of poison or medicine production. Or, that's enough. The production of medicine and poison is not something a mere mortal can offer to a cultivator, and we already have enough people for information and administration. As a martial artist of the 3 flowers gather at the summit realm, you'd be more useful as a martial arts instructor. Is there no other job for a martial artist of 3 flowers? At this, the eyebrows of the elderly chi refiner twitched. Are you objecting? Didn't you want to work with the cultivator clan? No, I misspoke. I sighed softly and reluctantly accepted his offer. If this is fate, the children whose necks I had personally severed. Now I was to train those same children. What an ironic fate. I approached the instructor who was teaching the basic martial arts forms to the children. Now strike down from there, then immediately follow up with a straight. Excuse me, are you the martial arts instructor for these children? Who are you? The instructor was demonstrating with a dagger, and as soon as I saw his martial arts form, I recognized it instantly. The dagger technique used by the assassins in my past life. It was taught by this man. As soon as he realized I was a martial artist, he seemed eager to test his skills against mine, emitting red intent. However, I quickly merged my intent with his, covering his intent with purple. His intent was completely visible to me, a world where all other colors disappeared. Only blue, red, and purple intents intermingled in the empty space. I cut off all his intents and penetrated his guard with mine. He tried to defend hastily, but I relentlessly attacked his intended position with my intent. After a while, having been pushed back in the struggle of intents, he sighed deeply and bowed to me. "Phew, I didn't recognize a master of 3 flowers. Please forgive me. Yes, I am the martial arts instructor, Jiak Reiho. I am Seo Yunhyan. Nice to meet you. I was appointed as a martial arts instructor by the true cultivators of the Jin clan. So can you tell me how far you've taught them so I can adjust accordingly?" "Ah, so you're the new instructor?" His face brightened noticeably. "Ha ha ha, come this way then." He pointed to a small hut next to the training ground, apparently his quarters. "Everyone, repeat the same movement 500 times. I'll be back after entertaining the guest." After assigning the children a seemingly meaningless repetitive task, he led me to the hut. The inside of the hut was simple. There wasn't much that could be considered his belongings. "First, let me pour you a cup of tea, but you seem quite young for a 3 flowers master. Are you perhaps in the legendary realm of rejuvenation?" Not rejuvenation, just think of it as a unique method." "I see. Even among cultivators, all sorts of strange spells circulate. So a youth-restoring method isn't surprising... It seems like the cultivator clan brought in a new expert since I'm not making much progress." As he prepared the tea, I turned my gaze outside. "Is teaching not going well?" "Huh, the kids have plenty of will. Of course, they've all lost their parents and siblings to the Mackley cultivator clan, and they're told they can seek revenge. But will is one thing, and the kids are." Tusk, CHRRRK. He placed a small cup in front of me and poured the tea. "They lack talent. They weren't selected for talent, just orphaned children taken for training, so it's strange if they had any. The most talented child I've seen can probably only reach early first rate. Maybe they can use sword energy at best. That's their limit. And yet, the cultivator clan thinks I'm not teaching well enough and keeps pestering me. I'm already losing personal training time to those kids as it is. It's driving me mad, so my motivation to teach is dropping." I tried to resign, but the clan insists I can't leave until a new instructor is found. But honestly, the cultivator clan seems to want at least a peak master as an instructor. Where can you find peak masters as common as neighborhood dogs? I might be stuck here, but I was once a renowned eccentric in the martial world. As he presented the tea, I asked while savoring the aroma. "So, Instructor Jiak, now that I've arrived, are you planning to resign?" "Haha, yes, something like that. I've talked too much. I laid some foundation, so you should manage fine. I came for the high salary, but I don't want to waste time teaching those kids anymore." "Ha ha ha, I'll be on my way then." After finishing his tea, Jiak Reiho quickly packed his things and left the hut. He seemed very eager to avoid further teaching responsibilities. I didn't expect this. I thought I would at least be able to teach alongside him, but on the first day, the other instructor ran away. What kind of person is he? I finished my tea with a sense of disbelief and went out to the training ground. The children were still repetitively practicing stabbing motions with their daggers. "Everyone stop!" When I shouted with my internal energy, the children looked at me in surprise. "Former instructor Jiak Reiho resigned and left. Now I am your new martial arts." I was about to say instructor, but swallowed my words and said, "Martial arts master. From today, I will be teaching you." At my words, they all stopped their movements, stood in their spots in a well-arranged posture, and saluted me with a martial arts bow. I thought he taught them the basics, but did he teach them how to hold greet? By my estimate, there were about 500 children. According to Jiak Reiho, besides this place, there were other training grounds where assassins were being trained. Why did he teach saluting to assassins? After clearing my mind of these thoughts, I went down to the training ground and approached the child at the front. "What's your name?" "My name is 14. I asked for your name, not your number. Don't you have a name given by your parents?" At the mention of parents, the child's breathing seemed to become slightly rougher. "Manho." "All right, everyone except Manho go to the side of the training ground and rest. From now on, I'll be examining each of your levels." At my command, the children seemed to stir briefly before sitting down next to the training ground. "Come at me." Attack me with the intent to kill, as if I were a cultivator of the Mackley clan. Man-Ho hesitated for a moment, then glared at me and kicked the ground, throwing sand in my eyes. Good judgment. He knows he can't compete in strength, so he attacks by blinding me with sand. However, it's useless against a peak master. I closed my eyes and sensed Man-Ho's intent, catching the end of his dagger and disarming him. I understand your level, you may go. Next, you come out. The next child to come out hesitated briefly before saluting me. Don't salute. Would you salute your enemy in a real fight? Attack me with the intention to kill. The child grabbed Ahi's dagger and thrust it at me quickly. I moved slightly to dodge and disarmed him. Good thrust. What's your name? YOLO. All right, YOLO, go back. Next, come out. I continued to call the children out for sparring to assess their levels. By the time I called the 233rd child and was about to call the next one, I was startled. I was startled to see the face of the next child who came out. She was a girl and quite pretty, but her expression was filled with murderous intent. I knew that face. The day I realized Sword Silk. She was the female assassin I had personally beheaded. What's your name? KHWA? All right, attack. Swoosh. KHWA attacked me with quick hand movements, thrusting her dagger. She was among the fastest I had seen, but something's off. I deflected KHWA's dagger with the tip of my foot and thought, fast, but that's all. Her form was poor and her internal energy was weak, third-rate and early third-rate at that. She has some talent among the children, but no real talent. This level of talent would only be slightly above average in a local dojo. How could such talent have threatened me in my past life? Did the cultivators use some strange ability? In my past life, Kim Young-hoon had mentioned that spirits were used to awaken the assassin's talents. Forced awakening of talent. I don't know how that works, so it's hard to predict their future growth. I finished my thoughts, sent KHWA back, and continued testing the children. By the time I had tested all 500 children, it was evening. There are 80 of them, the number of children I had personally beheaded and confirmed in my past life. Adding the assassins whose faces I hadn't seen, the number would be much more. I felt a complex emotion. In my past life, I had merely done my duty, but in this life, that duty feels like a sin. ... Can't help it. The past is the past. If I can't wash away this unease, then I'll do my duty to the best of my ability in this life too. Listen well, everyone. From now on, you'll come out one by one and demonstrate martial arts in front of me, starting with Man-Ho. Instructor. Call me master or teacher. Yes, master. The previous instructor used to let us practice internal energy after sunset. Internal energy? I chuckled and said, listen, everyone, you are all dullards. From my sparring with you, I've realized you can never reach the pinnacle realm of martial arts, not even first-rate, through normal training. To reach that level, you must become mad. Only with madness and ambition beyond a genius is there a glimmer of hope. From today, you won't practice internal energy even after sunset. You'll only start internal energy training when you can perform martial art moves as natural as breathing. You can't return to your quarters until you meet my standards either, whether it's night or day, without proper training. If you can't do at least one thing correctly, there will be no rest for you. Again, start by demonstrating martial arts in front of me, one person at a time. I started with Man-Ho and continued to have the children demonstrate their martial arts in turn. They are all basically trained in dagger martial arts, probably influenced by the previous instructor. I watched the children demonstrate their martial arts and thought, but dagger martial arts are not suitable for everyone. Some are better with swords, some with spears, and others with maces. Some say such martial arts are too flashy or have large movements for assassination. But that's nonsense. The leader of the Shadow Guards wielded a large halberd and still protected the Emperor in the shadows. Assassins don't have to use only small weapons. I thought of suitable weapons for each child while watching their martial arts demonstration. Man-Ho suits a greatsword, YOLO a spear, and KHWA is good with daggers. I recalled the martial art manuals I had seen during my time as the chief strategist of the Wulin Alliance and thought of martial arts suitable for the weapons. After the martial arts demonstration, I had the disciples cut down nearby trees to carve weapons suitable for the martial arts they would learn. After they had made crude weapons from wood, I taught them weapon techniques and martial arts. Once they memorized the appropriate martial art forms, weapons, and training methods, dawn was breaking again. The children, having learned the basic forms of the martial arts I taught, swung their weapons with faces that looked like they were about to collapse. By noon, children began to collapse from exhaustion in the training ground. I pulled out the exhausted ones, laid them down in a cool place, and used acupuncture to activate their life force and energy, enhancing their self-healing ability. Eventually, all the children in the training ground fainted. I pulled them all out and used acupuncture to activate their life force, then went to find the Cultivator clan. The Cultivator clan had an internal financial manager who managed the clan's assets like gold and silver that were used in the mortal world. I went to the external financial manager. I need new weapons. What kind? The types are? I took out a paper with the types of weapons I had listed and handed it to the external financial manager who was from the mortal world. The external financial manager looked at the paper and growled at me, glaring. Are you crazy? You want all this? Just one of each. The Cultivator clan is rich, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? This. Still, there's a limit. And not just weapons, but also some herbs. What herbs? What herbs? Herbs to aid in training recovery, whom I definitely said I wanted them. If the children's martial arts progress is hindered, it's all your fault. What? How can that be? The external financial manager seemed flustered, but eventually agreed to my request for weapons and herbs. A few days later, I received the herbs and weapons, distributed them to the disciples, and taught them how to properly wield the weapons. They trained with the weapons I chose until they were exhausted, and then I fed them medicines I had made to recover their strength. After about a year of teaching, the eyes of the disciples were filled with venom. Now, they could all follow the basic moves of their weapon techniques, even with their eyes closed. At that time, I finally taught them internal energy cultivation methods. Of course, I didn't let them sit comfortably and practice internal energy. They had to train with their weapons, combining form and practice. Another year passed, and the eyes of the disciples were filled with a murderous intent to kill me. Now they've all grown to late third rate. Excluding the time for meals and necessary daily tasks, my disciples practiced martial arts incessantly, without a moment to rest. There was no time set aside for sleep. They trained continuously from sunrise to sunset, and then from sunrise again, only resting when they fainted from exhaustion. Their bodies did not easily succumb to harm, thanks to the herbs sent from the Cultivator clan, which I used to make medicine, and my use of acupuncture to prevent exhaustion-related damage. They were kept in good health. I allowed them to rest fully only twice a month, and the rest of the time was dedicated to relentless training, and more training. Thanks to my, perhaps, insane teaching methods, all my disciples reached the early stages of the second tier in just 3 years. I'm glad they've all followed well. I thought this as I sparred with my disciples today. The training was grueling to the point of nausea, but none of them ever gave up. Their deep-seated anger towards the Mackley clan, responsible for the death of their families, must be driving them. Whoosh. Swinging a great sword, a disciple named He-Woong followed my movements with eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet I closed my eyes, dodged his sword, and kicked his legs. Your lower body is exposed. Thud. But the disciple didn't flinch, continuing his attack even as his leg was kicked. Good, he's grown in spirit. I dodged the sword again and then thrust my hand deep into his side. Cough, next. The next opponent was a girl named xianxia. I heard she had watched her parents turn into a pool of blood at the hands of a cultivator. Swish. xianxia, wielding hidden weapons in both hands, launched them at me. I had personally taught her my infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. The initial form of double-killing snake is not used like that. You need to create a very slight delay. I caught all the hidden weapons she threw and returned them, advising her. Though they all showed remarkable growth compared to 3 years ago, they still fell short in my eyes. But they all have more talent than I do. When I was third tier, it took me 10 years just to barely step into the next realm. Of course, back in my days, there were no peak master or crazy martial arts training schedules. Even the time to practice martial arts was limited. But these children were still better than me. Even I, at their stage, had only taken a single step forward, while they had leaped across realms. I wasn't just idling. While overseeing my disciples' martial arts, I continuously operated the vision of a peak master every day, delving into the world of intent and observing consciousness. While teaching, I used the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts to its limits, observing the results and analyzing the patterns of consciousness. My efforts in delving deeper into intent were not in vain. Only recently, within the realm of 3 flowers gather at the summit, was I able to take another step forward. As I grew accustomed to handling intent and practicing the record, I discovered the world beyond the three colors, finding the next color. The fourth color, I discovered it the day after an endless sparring session with my disciples on one of their bi-monthly rest days. This intent was not as clear as the others. Unlike intent during combat, it did not take the form of a thread, and the actions it led to were not precise. Compared to the intentions I had felt so far, this was utterly alien. Yet paradoxically, it was precisely because it was so alien that I could detect it. The color of the fourth intent was pale pink. The name of this intent was love. The loving intent stretched from Manho to Khwa. How pure! I was quite surprised when I discovered this intent. To think that love could blossom even during such grueling training. Of course, besides Manho, several other disciples also had loving intent towards others. Humans are truly remarkable. Even in hellish conditions, emotions can bloom. That's what it means to be human. I continued to observe my disciples' intents and oversee their martial arts training. 2 years had passed since I discovered the intent of love. Having become adept in understanding intent, I discovered a fifth intent in just 2 years. This new intention was a dark crimson hue. Its name was hatred. The intent of hatred had been so naturally mixed with my disciples' intents that it took me some time to notice. The intent of hatred was faintly directed towards me, occasionally towards each other, but mostly it extended towards some unseen place. It was probably directed towards the cultivators of the Mackley clan. Intriguing! The intents discovered after 3 flowers seemed somewhat removed from martial arts. Yet why does one find such emotions in the pursuit of martial arts? In combat, how can these emotions be of any significance? The promised time is approaching. The day to meet Kim Young-hoon was drawing near. For the first time in a long while, I left the Jin clan's territory and headed to Cheolryong City. As I entered the manor I had bought previously, Kim Young-hoon was waiting for me. "It's been a while, Seo Yoon-hyun. I couldn't find you anywhere for 5 years. Where have you been?" Well, I just went to a quiet mountain village. By the way, Kim Hyung," I asked him, measuring his intent. "Have you reached the edge of 3 flowers gather at the summit, or have you already stepped into the next realm?" He was on the verge of reaching 5 energies converging to the origin. Haha, it seems so. Challenging the greatest in the world, I found myself at 5 energies before I knew it. It's all thanks to the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. It truly deserves to be called divine martial arts. The secret methods was indeed a tremendous martial art. The minimum entry requirement was 3 flowers, and even I, who had reached that realm, found it difficult and only studied its lesser counterpart, the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Anyway, thanks to the secret methods, I've come this far, and you've made some progress too. Yes, I've successfully discovered the 4th and 5th intent. Haha, congratulations, it's definitely fascinating, isn't it? The world of martial arts. Just when I thought I had finally reached the end, it turned out to be just the beginning of discovering more intent. How joyful. Joy. Do I find joy in martial arts? I'm not sure. I've just been mindlessly challenging myself. Perhaps that's the source of Kim Young-hoon's talent. I asked him what I had been curious about. "By the way, Kim Hyung, I've never considered emotions like love or hatred in my martial arts practice. I've always thought they were useless in exerting force. Indeed, they don't help in combat. But why do we discover these emotions while pursuing martial arts?" Kim Young-hoon pondered my question for a moment, then drew his saber with a grin. "What use is there in only talking? Let's have a match." Haha, as expected of Kim Hyung. Swoosh, yes, that's what it means to be a martial artist. Swish. Kim Young-hoon's intent shot towards me. A red line intertwined with my intent, turning purple. I read his intent, understood his purpose, and swung my sword. Severing vein, saber, method, mountain, wind. Beyond the purple intent that connected us, it seemed like I could hear Kim Young-hoon's martial art moves. Swish, an incredibly fast thrust aimed at me. Severing mountain, swordsmanship, entering mountain. Boom. I switched to a low stance to dodge his thrust, and then severing mountain, swordsmanship, chi mountain. Heart heaven, I opened my meridians and extended the length of my sword, aiming for Kim Young-hoon's ankle. Severing vein, saber, method, mountain, echo. Ting. The sound of the saber resonated. Kim Young-hoon's energy vibrated through his saber blade. The subtly vibrating blade aimed straight at my sword silk. I mustn't let it touch. My sword silk wouldn't be able to handle it. Boom. I infused my sword silk with intent, connecting with Kim Young-hoon's intent and turning it into sword gang. Woom, as his vibrating saber touched my sword gang visibly faded, and its speed slowed. If I hadn't converted it to sword gang, it wouldn't just have dispersed. The sword silk would have shattered, and the impact would have reached me. Kim Young-hoon's intent spread widely. Severing vein saber method mounton sound the energy flowing from his saber spread out like waves, seemingly resonating in all directions, but ultimately focusing a single powerful blow at me. Such a technique couldn't be blocked by ordinary martial arts. Severing mountain swordsmanship mountain echoes. Valley responds. I also transformed my sword energy into a waveform, neutralizing his technique. Beyond mountain sound, numerous intense whirled as Kim Young-hoon slowly approached. Exhilarating. His steps were free, yet each movement avoided even the slightest disturbance in the air, approaching along the utmost efficient trajectory. Severing vein saber method mountain bird, his movement was akin to a small bird. As I read the trajectory of his intent and prepared to respond to his next move, from the depths of Kim Young-hoon's emotions, the intent of love burst forth, intertwining with the trajectory of intent I was trying to discern. Simultaneously, the trajectory of intent I had been reading became a chaotic mess, making it difficult to understand. As he approached with Mountain Bird, his saber was already swinging right in front of me. What? To counter his trajectory, I first used Transcendent Peak Step to pressurize his movements and responded to his Mountain Bird. As Kim Young-hoon came closer to me, he seemed to smile slightly and thrust his saber. Severing vein saber method mountain opening walk. Numerous saber blades whirled around. I countered with landscape painting and exchanged blows with him. From one technique to the next, his intent surged forth, and my intent countered his. With every exchange of techniques, countless lines intersected in the world of intent, engaging in a battle of harmony. It was when my blue thread blocked his red trajectory. Whoosh! Kim Young-hoon's red trajectory turned into a dark crimson hue. The intent of hatred. This intent of hatred easily penetrated my blue intent and disrupted my inner harmony, leading to an actual collision between my sword and his saber. The energy on his saber blazed as if on fire. Just like in the world of intent, his blade cut through my sword and aimed straight for my heart. Boom, our sparring ended there. What was that just now? You saw it, didn't you? Kim Young-hoon smiled. Emotions can be infused in martial arts. I couldn't calm my shaken mind for a moment and asked him in return, does it mean that martial arts are alive when you say emotions exist in martial arts? He smiled and asked back, what do you think? Is martial arts alive? No. I spoke of what I felt while practicing martial arts, the realization I had when I understood sword silk. Martial arts are not alive. It's me who's alive, and it's only martial arts when I infuse my intent into it. Right, the sword isn't alive, but the martial artist wielding and swinging it is alive. Sword silk is the intent infused by the martial artist, and the sword gang is the communication of that intent with the world. Then, he continued, if infusing our own intent into martial arts means that martial arts becomes a part of ourselves, then emotions like love and hatred, integral to our being, are also a part of us. Even though you said that they have no meaning in the pursuit of martial arts, we are ultimately made of such emotions. Ah, somehow it made sense. Martial arts aren't alive, but the human wielding them is. What makes up that human are emotions. So the more we delve into martial arts, we also deepen our understanding of ourselves, exploring the very core of our existence. If understanding oneself reaches a certain level, like I just did, it's possible to influence the trajectory of intent. Thank you for the advice. Ha ha ha. If blue and red is the level of survival instinct and purple is the level of true understanding, then the colors beyond them are about ourselves. And he looked up at the sky and said, when we understand all the colors that humans possess, we earn the right to see the colors beyond human reach. That is, 5 energies converging to the origin. Kim Young-hoon nodded. Thanks to the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, I'm qualified to challenge 5 energies. So I wonder, could you stand guard for me? I nodded. Of course. In the manner where no one else was present, Kim Young-hoon immediately sat in meditation and began his challenge to transcend the realm. I also watched intently, hoping to see him cross over. The vision of a peak master. Blue and red. Beyond is the vision of 3 flowers, purple and many other different colors. Those are the colors Kim Young-hoon has realized. In my sight, only pale pink and dark crimson of Kim Young-hoon's intents were visible. However, I could guess his other intents through these 2 hues. Intents not visible to me, writhing beyond love and hatred. Ah! His red intent began to branch out. Up to this point, it was a sight I had seen in my past life. But now, having reached 3 flowers, I saw another realm. The intent of love and hatred intertwined, filling the gaps in his red intent. They began to connect. Many other invisible intents must be doing the same. The red intent expanded, the dark crimson brushed past, and the pale pink filled the interior. Beautiful. Eventually, all his intent converged and overtook the surrounding area. Wung energy from the surroundings was drawn in. Though I couldn't see it in detail, I surmised that Kim Young-hoon was already seeing another world. The energies gathered around him soon clustered above his head into 5 circles, then merged into a 5-colored cloud that flowed into Kim Young-hoon's mouth and nose. A moment later, crackle Kim Young-hoon's body began a transformation, undergoing a metamorphosis. I observed this process, pushing my brain to its limits. His skin cleared, wrinkles smoothed out. Dead cells revived and hair grew on his head. His aged face became younger, even younger than mine. A complete rejuvenation. Kim Young-hoon, who had succeeded in rejuvenation, half opened his eyes. "Did you see it, Yoon Hyun?" "Yes, it's beautiful. I hope it was helpful to you." "Thank you." I bowed to him in gratitude. The scene I had just witnessed would be immensely helpful for when I reach 5 energies converging to the origin. I spent a few days discussing martial arts with him and then returned to the Jin clan's territory. On the way back, I realized another intent. The color was gold. It was the intent of joy. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. My disciples were growing rapidly. In the 6th year of my hellish training regime, they had grown to mid-second rate. After meeting Kim Young-hoon, I realized something. Handling martial arts ultimately means handling humans, and humans are essentially made of emotions. Since then, significant growth has occurred in me. I have discovered a few more intentions: gold joy, blood red anger, dark blue sorrow, violet pleasure, pale pink love, dark crimson hatred. Based on these 6 intentions, I have been steadily growing. How peculiar! I thought the realm of 5 energies converging to the origin would be the most challenging and treacherous of all realms. Surprisingly, I found myself progressing sequentially towards the realm of 5 energies. Why is that? As I walked among my disciples, observing the fabric of their intentions, I felt there were many more colors within humans. It was just my inability to see beyond. But even that would someday be possible if I continued to train in the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and reflected deeply. Why? What makes the realm of 5 energies different from other realms? I was pondering this when, "Instructor Seo, you were here." An old man of the Jin clan at Chi Refining arrived on a flying device. He was in charge of the assassination squads, checking on the disciples' progress at regular intervals. "What brings you here today? It's not your usual visit." Well, the higher-ups of the clan have been hoping to see some results soon." "Results? You mean," he must be talking about deploying them for assassinations. Hearing this, my face scrunched up. "That's nonsensical. These kids are only at mid-second rate. Even the palace guards are peak masters. They wouldn't stand a chance and would be beheaded before even getting close." I know. The higher-ups are somewhat aware too, but they don't want to delay any longer. We've been preparing for a time like this." "Preparing? Follow me." I followed him on the flying device to somewhere within the Jin clan's domain. That place, a hidden warehouse, had an eerie aura swirling around it. The old man led me inside the warehouse. Inside were thousands of crystal balls lined up in rows. "This is..." I've heard that masters of 3 flowers gather at the summit like cultivators, have some intuition even if they aren't fully conscious. Do you see it? Although I couldn't see it clearly, I noticed strange intents writhing inside the crystal balls. Dark blue, dark crimson, and bright red hues were swirling around. It seems something is suffering inside. Yes, these are the souls of your disciples' families, the remnants collected by us after the Mackley clan's cultivators drained their blood and vitality. The old man caressed a ball and said, "I've informed all the other instructors teaching different groups. From today, we'll infuse each child with the soul of their kin, forcibly stimulating their upper dantian in the forehead. This will enable them to fully awaken their talents. Of course, their lifespan will be shortened a bit, and there might be some mental issues, but it's not a major problem, as long as they know who their assassination target is." "I refuse." I glared at him. "My training methods are sufficient for them to grow stronger. Even if they grow stronger through such external methods, they can't reach the pinnacle realm. HMPH, I know you train them well. The groups trained by other instructors are barely late third rate. Still, they can't even match the weakest of the chi refining first star. Rather than that, it's better to use external methods to elevate them to a higher realm sooner. But you said it would cause mental issues and shorten their lifespan. Those kids are assassins. They were all warned in advance that while they could avenge their parents, they might die. They don't plan to live long. I barely restrained myself from punching the cultivator's face. Warned those young, ignorant kids and got their consent. How absurd is that? Is there a risk of death from receiving this treatment? Ha ha ha, don't worry. Why do you think we went to the trouble of collecting the souls of mortals? They are all souls of their kin. Even if they've become vengeful spirits, they'll recognize their blood, so there won't be any deaths. Understood. I gritted my teeth inwardly and left the warehouse. I headed to the training ground and shouted at my disciples. Everyone listen! Despite my call, the disciples didn't stop training. I had instructed them to do so. They just listened while continuing their training. But I spoke to them again. Stop your training for a moment. I have something important to say. Then all the disciples stopped and looked at me. I relayed to them what I had learned from the assassination overseer. So, you will now receive the souls of your kin to awaken your talents and train for assassination. But I made eye contact with each disciple and continued. If anyone does not wish to, I will ensure they don't have to receive a soul. Those who don't want to become assassins, I will negotiate with the Cultivator clan to let them out as external forces. But before I could finish, all my disciples answered in unison. We don't care when we die if it's for revenge. Blood red and dark crimson intents burst forth around them, from every single one of them. Is this really the right thing to do? I bit my lips softly. Their eyes were all bloodshot. I couldn't understand them. I never experienced losing someone dear in such a brutal way at a young age. I couldn't fully understand the depth of their anger and hatred. I could only confirm that they had anger and hatred. All right, I nodded, accepting their will. Do as you wish. There was no one in this place who didn't want revenge that night. Cultivators from the Jin clan came and took my disciples away. Even then, no one said they wouldn't receive the souls or gave up on assassination. Despite explaining the side effects, they were all resolute. The sun dawned the next day. Is everyone all right? I looked around and asked. Their intent seemed a bit more clouded. We're fine. In their eyes, there was now a strange madness that hadn't been there before. I bit my lips softly and resumed training. 4 years passed. SSHH, I dodged the hidden weapons flying towards me and exchanged blows with xianxia. Somewhat matured, she raised red intent, recognizing her own trajectory and reading mine. Chang, 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 I deflected her weapons and then pointed my blade at her chin. That's enough, go back in. Yes, she briefly greeted me and returned to her place. After sparring with the next disciple, I sent them back as well. In the past 4 years, all my disciples had become peak masters. They had reached a realm I had barely achieved in several lifetimes, but I felt neither admiration nor pride in their advancement. In exchange for their radical awakening of talents, their lifespan was significantly shortened. Their lifespan would continue to decrease as long as they harbored souls. Additionally, their eyes no longer showed any vitality. Their eyes now flowed with ghostly energy, and sometimes their murderous intent even startled me. Moreover, I knew their limits even better. These kids in this state can never go beyond mid-peak. In fact, they won't even realize their intent at mid-peak. In short, they could never use sword silk. I knew. If these kids infiltrated the Imperial Palace, they would be doomed against the Shadow Guards. Is it right to send them on assassinations? Recently, that thought dominated my mind. Until now, I had been training them out of slight guilt from my past life, and the responsibility of being their master. But now, my thoughts changed. The more I practiced the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and felt the fabric of intent, the deeper I delved into 3 flowers, feeling more and more intense, the longer I spent time with my disciples. These children are alive. The more I vividly felt the life in my disciples, despite the dense ghostly energy and even more intense murderous and poisonous intentions. Still, Manho likes khwa. Yolo is happiest when eating dumplings. Xianxia emits happy intent when resting. Khwa, diligent in martial arts, feels faint joy when praised by me. Xiangjin remembers his parents when he sees dandelions and becomes sad. Jinsam dislikes when I correct his posture. Huya has been yearning for one of the good-looking young masters of the Cultivator clan ever since she saw him. All of them are alive, and I felt like I could never bear to see them die. Master, when can we participate in assassinations? Man-Ho, after finishing sparring with me, asked. The other disciples also pricked up their ears, curious about my answer. I smiled wryly and said, "You'd be severely beaten even by the weakest of the Emperor's guards. Each of the shadow guards is equivalent to the head of a major sect or an elder. You are at least 1, 2, or 3 levels below them. What nonsense are you spouting regarding assassinations?" But if all 500 of us rush in, it might be worth a try, right? I looked at Man-Ho as if he was talking nonsense and said, "Is it assassination if 500 people rush in? That's a war. The Jin clan wants to assassinate Mak Li-yung quickly and silently, not start a war. Why don't we try waging a war without the support of the Jin clan?" He scratched his head with an annoyed look. I recalled a time when I was in the Shadow Guards and all the members gathered to face a master of 3 flowers. The Shadow Guards can eliminate even a master of my level once they pass the test. Stop these pointless thoughts and focus more on your training. Up until now, the Jin clan had been sending assassins from other areas to the Imperial family one by one. Already, these assassins from other areas had surpassed the skills of their martial arts instructors through forced talent, awakening using resentful spirits. But I still hadn't sent any of my disciples for assassination, using their underachievement as an excuse. However, I knew their skills better than anyone. These disciples, to whom I had taught all my medical and poison skills, each had the combat power of a mid-level peak master. If more than 5 of them attacked together, they could potentially assassinate the Emperor by breaking through the Shadow Guards. But they can't come back alive. I wished for my disciples to return alive. What's the use of killing the Emperor? The Emperor is a cultivator after all. Considering the size of his consciousness, he's about a 4th or 5th star chi refining cultivator. Moreover, like the Crown Prince, he probably has 1 or 2 life-saving devices and techniques at his disposal. Even if 2 or 3 of them sacrifice themselves to kill the Emperor, it will certainly cause a significant disturbance, attracting not only the Shadow Guards, but also the Emperor's personal guards. Going to kill the Emperor meant, at the same time, going to die. If I had this mindset from the beginning, I would have given them maps of the palace and secret passages, prepared all the poison and medicine I could make, and sent them for assassination. Then I would have come to terms with it. But now I cannot do that anymore, because I realized that these children are alive. They each have their own life. A few days later, I headed back to Xiaoliang City to keep my appointment with Kim Young-hoon. "It's been a long time, Yoon Hyeon. It's been a long time, Kim Hyeong. It seems your level has risen again," I said, looking at the sphere of Gang Chi spinning around him. He had apparently reached a new realm, surpassing secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. "Yes, I've successfully reached the stage of using Gang Chi compression sphere. Now there's almost nothing to fear. And you too?" Kim Young-hoon's eyes sparkled as he looked at me. "Amazing, you've already mastered 6 of the 7 emotions." "Yes, the progress is surprisingly fast. Of course, it's just 6 out of the thousands, if not millions, of intent." "Ha ha ha, just 6, you say? The 7 emotions are the most basic intents. Excluding the survival instincts of blue and red, the 7 emotions are the foundation of intent. From these 7 basic intents, human emotions, ranging in the thousands and millions, are formed." He showed me the flow of his intent, dividing them intricately, as if to explain. "If you've mastered the 6 basic intents, you'll continue to discover new shades just by observing the derived intents." I see. Thank you for the advice. But about the enlightenment in 3 flowers gather at the summit?" I asked him something I was curious about. You think you're progressing fast?" "Yes, you." I felt somewhat embarrassed by Kim Young-hoon's question, a man who had reached 5 energies from 3 flowers in just 5 years, but I nodded. Considering my talent, I should have been discovering the colors much more slowly. In fact, at the beginning, I was prepared to go through 2 or 3 regressions to reach 5 energies. It was surprising how fast I was discovering the colors. "Well, honestly, I'm not sure if you're fast. But if you say so, maybe you have a special aptitude for 3 flowers." I shook my head. "That doesn't seem right. I really had no talent for martial arts. So why am I so suited for 3 flowers?" Indeed, compared to me you're lacking, but your growth seems a bit faster than other masters of 3 flowers I've seen. Strange, from what I've observed. Enlightenment in 3 flowers tends to favor older people." "What?" I asked, slightly surprised. "Age. From 3 flowers onwards, not only martial arts but also one's life becomes important. It's a stage where you excavate the 7 emotions constituting life and contemplate the millions of intents derived from them." The more experiences and feelings one has from living a long life, the more advantageous it is in the enlightenment of 3 flowers. Huh. Actually, I thought that the reason I reached 5 energies from 3 flowers in just 5 years was because I'm quite old. I was a manager in a major corporation, after all, thinking back to my younger days when I struggled to save our company. Kim Young-hoon seemed to reminisce about his company days for the first time in a while. Listening to him, I finally understood my enlightenment. It wasn't that I was fast. It wasn't that I was fast in observing 6 intents over 10 years. It would have been strange if I hadn't realized that much at my age. In terms of physical age, I'm 39 years old, but mentally I'm as old as Kim Young-hoon's ancestor. I've lived several different lives over hundreds of years through multiple regressions. There might be no one older than me in the martial world of xianxia. In fact, compared to other masters of 3 flowers, I had a much more advantageous condition, but my talent was so terribly poor that I was only able to achieve enlightenment at this rate. Should I be happy? I was in the best condition to gain enlightenment in 3 flowers. Thanks to that, I'm realizing intents and understanding intents faster than ever in my life. But my talent is so terribly poor that in the same time, when others would have realized thousands or even tens of thousands of intents, I only realized 6. If Kim Young-hoon had lived the same time as me, he would have moved from 3 flowers to 5 energies in 2 or 3 seconds. I felt a bit odd. Either way, about the information you've sent me over the past few years. Over the past few years, I've been sending Kim Young-hoon information about cultivators while teaching my disciples, especially about a few places in the territory of Mackley clan and the places they connect to. Thanks to that information, I was able to enter the territory of the Mackley clan. Is that so? Anger gradually appeared in his eyes. They are committing atrocious acts hidden behind a formation in a secret place. They are making elixir out of humans. He continued with his angry explanation. So, will you join me in dealing with these atrocious cultivators? Those people, they shouldn't be alive in this world. Yes, you're right, but it will be impossible for you alone to kill them all. Of course, that's why I'm gathering willing people. That won't be enough. I looked him in the eye and said, use poison to fight poison. To punish evil, we need to use another evil. I told him about the Jin clan, a cultivating clan opposed to the current imperial family, Mackley clan, the previous imperial family of xianxia, a somewhat better cultivating clan than the openly devilish Mackley clan. How about reaching out to them? Certainly. It's better than challenging them barehanded. He pondered for a moment and then accepted my request. I headed with Kim Young-hoon to the territory of the Jin clan. You seem like a new cultivator. What brings you to the Jin clan's territory? An elderly cultivator from xianxia, guarding the formation of the Jin clan's territory, asked Kim Young-hoon. He must have recognized Kim Young-hoon's consciousness. A cultivator? I am a martial artist. A martial artist? Stop joking and state your purpose for being in the territory. Kim Young-hoon calmly explained his purpose, and the old man's face changed to a look of disdain. You're really a martial artist, not a cultivator. You seem to have learned martial arts without knowing you were born with spiritual roots. How about joining our clan as an external member? Without even learning cultivation methods, and not even being a first-star chi refining cultivator, but having such a large consciousness indicates you have potential. Did you even listen to me? I'm here to stop the wicked deeds of the Mackley clan and join forces with you. HMPH, how do you confront cultivators with mere martial arts? Don't talk nonsense. Think about becoming an external member, as I said. Kim Young-hoon looked at the old cultivator for a moment, then drew his saber from its sheath. I sighed softly. He lost his temper. Ha, put that saber away. The moment you swing it at me, you'll turn to ashes. Boom wham. Kim Young-hoon's action was brief. He sent his gang chi flying towards the formation covering the Jin clan's territory. A huge crack appeared in one corner of the formation due to his bundle of gang chi. Seeing this, the old chi refining cultivator just opened his mouth in shock and stared. After that, Kim Young-hoon's demands were easily met. A chi-building cultivator from the Jin clan assessed his strength, and after being beaten up by Kim Young-hoon's gang sphere to the point of getting dusty on a rainy day, had to acknowledge his prowess. In the Jin clan, Kim Young-hoon was recognized as a cultivator of chi-building stage in strength. Having gained the Jin clan's approval, Kim Young-hoon was recognized as a combatant of the clan, gaining the authority to roam around the territory. I took Kim Young-hoon to the training grounds where my disciples were. These are the kids, Kim Hyung. Why do these kids have several souls in one body? That is. As I explained about the disciples, a subtle anger appeared in Kim Young-hoon's eyes. Honestly, they might seem better than the Mackley clan, but from your explanation, I'm not sure if these guys are really any better. Instead of helping the spirits of the dead rest in peace, they put them into the bodies of their kin, shortening their kin's lifespan. Well, according to them, the spirits can fulfill their grudges through the bodies of their kin. HMPH. Nonsense. The dead should entrust their future to the living and rest in peace. This is just another way of desecrating the dead. That's right. That's why I brought you here, Kim Hyung. I looked at the training disciples and asked Kim Young-hoon, could you please help detach the spirits attached to my disciples' bodies so they can finally go to the afterlife? Kim Young-hoon shook his head after looking at my disciples for a while. It's going to be tough. With secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, it's possible to interfere with spirits. Anyone who has reached 5 energies can do it. But these kids are clinging to the souls of their own family members. They probably don't want to be separated from their families. In this state, it's hard even for my martial arts. The only way is for the kids to let go themselves, or they die and go to the afterlife together. I see. Or, if there's someone they trust enough to open up their hearts, it might be possible through them. But in this state, even cultivators won't have much of a way. The kids are clinging to their families themselves. He clicked his tongue and left, apologizing for not being able to help. Kim Young-hoon was going to wander the martial world, gathering like-minded peak masters and 3 flower martial artists. I sat quietly, watching my disciples train. I'm sorry, Kim Hyung, I too can't be of any help to these kids. The Jin clan was starting to put pressure on me. They were suggesting that it's time to send someone for an assassination attempt. I proposed sending a group of 20 for the assassination, but it was rejected as being too noisy and unnecessary. In fact, bringing Kim Young-hoon this time was also a part of getting out of that pressure. I'm sorry. There's nothing else I can do. I quietly closed my eyes while watching the movements of my disciples intense in the training ground. Days passed like that. What's this? I used to give my disciples 2 days off a month, but after they became peak masters, I let them rest 2 days every 7 weeks. I hoped they would take a break and live a more human life, especially since they were already tired from the spirits within them. However, this time on their day off, one of my disciples, Nak-yeon, left a letter in my quarters and disappeared. I can't just keep spending time like this. I'm going to avenge my brother and sister. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. Thank you for everything you taught me. Damn it! I clenched my teeth and crumpled the letter in my pocket. Man-ho, did you see where Nak-yeon went? I asked Man-ho, the de facto leader of my disciples, about Nak-yeon's whereabouts, but Man-ho just kept his mouth shut. I'm asking you. Tell me where Nak-yeon went. Man-ho, then it happened. Why are you scolding that kid for no reason? Don't be too harsh. You. I glared at the old man who had flown in on a flying device, the overseer of the assassin squad. The kid volunteered himself. He said he at least wanted to strike the Mackley clan bastards who killed his siblings. I admired his spirit and praised him. You egged him on, didn't I tell you? My disciples are far from ready for assassination. If you must send them, they should go in groups of 20. The elders of the clan were displeased to hear that there is a group that only trains and never participates in assassinations. We had to send at least 1. As for 20, that's nonsense. We need to move stealthily. Sending such a large group of assassins would only give the Mackley clan more reason to act. Clench, I gathered my weapons, poisons, and hidden weapons. Where are you going? Nak-yeon can't go. He had an accident today and broke both legs. He has no choice but to rest. Absolutely not. Without forming a group of at least 20, it's impossible to penetrate the shadow guards. It's a death sentence. The old man just looked at me and clicked his tongue, not stopping me. I followed Nak-yeon's trail and left the territory. He seems to have covered his tracks. Apparently, he underestimated my martial arts experience. Since operating the intelligence organization Gyeonggak, covering and tracking trails has been my specialty. Dare to move so clumsily in front of me? I'm an old martial arts master who has spent over 100 years in the martial world. In terms of actual combat experience, even Kim Young-hoon can't raise his head in front of me. I followed Nak-yeon's trail, chasing after him. Crossing mountains and valleys with mountain lords' soaring flight, I began to smell Nak-yeon from afar. He seemed to have hidden his scent, but hiding it was meaningless against me, who could always maximize my senses. Swoosh! As I rushed towards him with the wind, a metal whip suddenly struck through the air. 3 strands of intent emanated from the whip. 3 combo moves. In a sparring match, I would have adjusted to his rhythm, but right now I was not in the mood. Slash. With the drawing of my sword gang crystallized on the blade. My single strike pierced through the gap in his intent and cut his metal whip. Thud, come out, Nakhyon. Nakhyon, who had been hiding in the bushes targeting me, came out after releasing his concealment. Where are you going? To kill the trash that devoured my brother and sister. To the Imperial Palace, he nodded silently. I clicked my tongue and said, with your skills, it's impossible. The Shadow Guards are not a group to be gambled with. Unless 20 of you with good synergy attack together. 20 aren't necessary. Nakhyon interrupted me. With just about 9, we can kill the Emperor, but why do you keep setting such impossible conditions and stop us? Sure, 9 of you might be able to threaten the Emperor, but all of you will die. I don't care if we die. His eyes blazed with fury. What do you know? Did you watch your family being torn apart right in front of you? Even now in my head, my brother and sister are calling my name. They say it hurts, that it's agonizing. They beg me to resolve this grudge. You don't know this rotten feeling. Silence fell between us. We just looked at each other, not exchanging thoughts though intent. I don't know. You don't know, and yet, what I do know. I looked him in the eye and said, you like Khwa. I don't. What? And you dislike Man-Ho because he seems to be after Khwa. Caught off guard by my sudden words, he looked at me blankly. You like to eat fiddleheads, hate melons, and don't like watermelons. During breaks, you usually do wood carving. You don't mind when I correct your stance, but you get annoyed when I point out your internal energy flow. Don't you feel an immense sense of happiness when you train on a winter day, and then, after dousing yourself with cold water, take a bath in hot water? You also always feel depressed when you're alone in the toilet. I don't know how rotten you are inside. I can only see through my one-sided perspective, but through my eyes this is who you are. Nakhyon's emotions surged. His various intents were revealed, showing his emotional state. You've lived like this. You're living like this, and you'll continue to live like this. I want you to stay alive. I adopted a fighting stance. Therefore, I cannot let you die. Come at me. If you can last 50 seconds against me without falling, I will let you go. After biting his lips for a while, Nakhyon took out a new weapon from his bosom. Whoosh, our intents intertwined, and a second passed. And then my fist plunged straight into his face. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. 1 second, my fist dug into Nakhyon's face. 2 seconds. As his intent stretched out to escape my trajectory, I attacked the blood vessels in his legs, making him roll on the ground. 3 seconds. Taking advantage of rolling on the ground, he swung a poisoned iron piece at me. I deflected the iron piece with a hidden weapon and kicked him in the face. 10 seconds. I disarmed Nakhyon of all his weapons and lifted him by the scruff of his neck. You're saying you want to invade the Imperial Palace with these skills. I'm prepared to die. Even if you're prepared to die, you can't get past the Shadow Guards. You might stand a chance against the weakest among them, but if 2 or more join forces against you, you're as good as dead. Let's go back. You're not skilled enough yet. He bit his lips hard, blood dripping down. How long do I have to train? While we train, are those Shadow Guards just sleeping? Do the ones guarding the Emperor not get stronger? Are they all fools? Nakhyon shouted with veins bulging in his eyes seemingly flowing with flames. They will keep getting stronger too. Then when can we take our revenge? Master is right, I am such a person. It's true I like Khwa and dislike Man-Ho, but even if it means throwing away my entire life, I must take revenge. I looked at the child with pity. Though he appeared to be exuding energy on the outside, his intent was a dark blue hue. It was the intent of sorrow, deep and profound. He was crying without tears. What do you expect us to do? Shuffling sounds were heard around us. I frowned. How did you get here? The Overseer opened the formation for us. He said to come and help Hyun. That damn Overseer. I looked around annoyed. Man-Ho, Hee-Woong, Khwa, Xianxia, Yolo, Hie. About 500 of my disciples were surrounding me. Do you intend to hold me back so Nakhyon can escape? Yes, and not just Nakhyon, a few others will go too. Grinding my teeth, I glared at my disciples. Didn't I say it was suicide? You are all too weak. Nakhyon spoke well. We're not the only ones getting stronger. The Shadow Guards will surely continue to train and get stronger as well. So you want to go despite all this? We can't just sit back and do nothing. Fine, I spoke with a murderous intent. It'll make my position clear. I cannot send any of you. because all of you will have suffered injuries in training, needing a few days to recuperate. Even if it means making you rest forcibly, I cannot let. I drew my sword. Any of you die? Everyone wants to die for their cause. Swoosh, my sword sliced through the air. The next moment, confusion appeared in my disciples' eyes. Record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. There's a difference between those who have and haven't learned this martial art, like the difference between an adult and a child. Can 500 kindergartners beat an adult? With my combat experience, swordsmanship, and poison, I was confident I could tie down a large number of peak experts. Now, I even began using the martial art of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Everyone fight as if you are facing a mid to late stage chi refiner. I unleashed a roar in all directions with lion's roar, then moved stealthily, cutting off their perception. As my mastery deepened, I discovered more intense. The completion rate of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts kept rising. Now, unless one was at the level of 3 flowers gather at the summit, they stood no chance against me. Puck, puck, puck. I spread paralysis poison on my hidden weapons, refined intent with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and scattered it in all directions. With one move, dozens of disciples fell. Don't panic. Everyone tighten up. Manho tried to take control, but I knocked him unconscious with the hilt of my sword. Charak. After spreading poison dust to blur their sight and breath, I knocked out my disciples one by one. It took about 3 minutes to knock out all 500 disciples. I appeared before Nakhyone, who watched the battle with a shocked expression. Did you see what I just did? I didn't see. That's your level, all of your levels. You can't even perceive it. With your skills, you can't match 3 flowers experts. Understand? Get up and call the servants from the estate. We need to move these guys. He briefly wore an angry expression, then closed his eyes. Understood. After a while, I moved my disciples back to the training ground with the servants. In fact, they were not weak at all. It was just that the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, a divine record created by the genius named Kim Young-hoon to combat cultivators, was ridiculously powerful. With their level, if only about 20 gathered, they could have infiltrated the imperial palace safely, assassinated the emperor, and returned unharmed. But the cultivator clan would never allow such large-scale movement. It was a stupid reason, saying that it gave the Mackley clan an excuse to attack the Jin clan. So the Jin clan sent 1, maybe 2 or 3 assassins a day, not caring how many died. Those Jin clan bastards. They don't value human life. Perhaps they see the lives of the assassins as tools in their political struggles with the Mackley clan. Just tools. To Mackley we are livestock, to Jin we are tools. Watching my disciples, who had forcibly entered the pinnacle realm by accepting resentful spirits, I smiled bitterly. I thought they were better than the Mackley clan anyway, but it's just a difference in degree and scale. Aren't the Jin clan the same? After a while, as my disciples woke up, I looked around and said, I know your abilities well. Many of you must be dissatisfied with the current situation. But with those skills, you absolutely cannot stand against the shadow guards. I stood up and continued. But you must be unsatisfied, thinking with your logic. Doesn't the Emperor's guards get stronger as you do? Yes, that's correct. However, whoosh, I vanished like a phantom in front of them, then reappeared. As you just saw, my martial arts exist on a different level than those of ordinary 3 flowers masters. If you can master this martial art, I will allow your assassination. Of course, record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, with 3 flowers as the minimum entry requirement, would not be easy. Especially for those who had forcibly raised their realm with resentful spirits, it would be even harder than for ordinary people. However, I lied to them, giving them hope. To keep them alive with an unattainable hope. The condition to learn this martial art is to defeat me. All 500 of you can attack, ambush, poison me at night, attack me while I'm asleep, or take hostages. Whatever it takes, if even one of you defeats me, I will teach all of you this martial art. Whether they defeat me or not. If they don't reach 3 flowers, they can never enter the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. But I made a promise with an unachievable delusion. If you show the possibility of overcoming me, I will teach you martial arts of a different dimension. At those words, the intents of many disciples stirred. Anger, excitement, surprise, joy, anticipation. I see it. I could see several more hues that I couldn't before amidst the changes in emotions. That's why there are few recluses among the masters of 3 flowers. There are almost no hidden masters of three flowers gather at the summit in the hermit world. Most are in the councils of major factions, involved in their affairs. I used to wonder why there are no recluses practicing in isolation, but observing the fluctuating intents and emotions is the most helpful way for masters of three flowers, so they continuously observe intents in important positions of major factions. After making that promise to my disciples, a day passed. PFFFT, while using the toilet, a sword flew out from the dung heap and stabbed at me. Bold for the first day. In a flash, I threw a hidden weapon under the dung to deflect the sword, then released paralytic poison under the toilet. After finishing my business, I reached under the toilet. Squish! Despite the unpleasant sensation, I ignored it and pulled out the paralyzed disciple. Fool, what would you have done if you died in the feces? I dragged the paralyzed disciple to a stream, pressed his acupoints to slowly release the paralysis. Attacking from dung doesn't work against a real master. You should focus more on the sword. After giving advice to the disciple, Walyuk, who attacked me from the dung, and advice on controlling the flow of intent, I headed to the training ground. Ting, upon arriving at the training ground, two disciples skilled in hidden weapons, Xianxia and Huan Hyong, threw their weapons at me. Swoosh! At the same time, thin threads hidden in the sand of the training ground revealed themselves, trying to bind me. Jump, I leaped into the air, dodging the hidden weapons and threads, and drew my sword, severing mountain swordsmanship. Mountain and valley transformation. Boom, my sword energy tore through the ground. The figures of disciples who were hiding underground to ambush me were revealed, along with a few of their traps. Is this the end for the morning? Attack! However, Manho led disciples wielding swords and formed an encirclement. Their intents filled the formation, attacking me, so dense there was no space to dodge. I smiled and looked around. Is this your sword formation? A good formation that completely grinds anyone trapped inside. If the opponent was not me, it would be excellent. Mountain and valley transformation. Boom! I once again sent sword energy to the ground, disrupting the formation. The formation's shape was disturbed. However, under Manho's command, the disciples quickly reformed the formation. But it was not enough. In the gap you took to reform the formation, you all died 3 times. Shush! Mountain severing swordsmanship, mountain echoes, valley responds. My wave-like sword energy sliced the front of my disciples' chests. Get your mind straight. Would you do the same in real combat? Severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge, deep mountain. I penetrated through the gaps in their formation with flowing ridge, then made a path with deep mountain. Severing mountain swordsmanship, joy of mountains and peaks, simultaneously scattering fine sword energy in all directions. I induced a chaotic fight. Within that chaos, I observed the trajectory of the sword formation. If I break 3 places, it'll collapse. The flow was clear. Mixing in severing vein saber method, I unleashed sword energy and force. About 15 minutes later. Eventually, the sword formation led by Manho collapsed, and the disciples were gasping for breath. When forming a sword formation, too many of you are distracted. Being in a group gives you a false sense of security. The larger the group, the more you should concentrate on your position. Even when forming a sword formation, think of it as a life-or-death duel. After giving some advice on the sword formation and the intents and distractions of some disciples, I left the formation. Clank, clank, clank. This time, disciples skilled in long-range weapons like long swords, spears, and moon blades surrounded me. A spear formation after the sword formation, intending to drain my energy. But I laughed heartily, holding my sword. Let's see you try. I hadn't even properly used poison or record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts yet. They were already struggling against me at this level. Could they even drain my stamina? I raised my sword and smiled at my disciples. If you can't even touch my clothes today, you'll train naked from now on. As I joked, numerous spear attacks rushed at me. I adopted a defensive stance and charged at my disciples. A month passed. Spreading poison on the path I walk, not bad at all. I chewed an antidote, looking at Khwa, who brandished a dagger at me. The poison's making my fingertips tremble and my breathing quick. You might have a chance, come at me. Whoosh, Khwa's dagger sharply stabbed at me. At the same time, she reached out with her intent to match mine. If her opponent had been a typical peak master, it would have been worth trying. But you're struggling to fight an intent battle at your level. A master who just reached 3 flowers and can only see purple might not know, but I can see dozens of colors. The flow of intent read is incomparable to other peak masters. To even have an intent battle with me, one must at least reach 3 flowers. Ting, ting, ting. I deflected all of Qianxia's daggers, extending dozens of intent. Each represents the optimal movement I can make. From that movement, endless intent branch further. Qianxia seemed to try to shake off my intent momentum with her own. Whoosh, my sword aimed at her chin, piercing through her intent. Good concentration and clean practice. But you lack experience. Have practiced battles with others that are close to real combat. Thank you. She pretended to salute me, then controlled a thin thread with her fingertips and threw it at me. Shush. I extended a hidden weapon with my fingertips and cut the thread. Good, keep progressing. I praised Qianxia. Months passed. It's been about half a year since I promised to teach record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Only half a year, but my disciples have made significant progress. They focused on forming fighting formations, researching ways to overpower me, and delving into surprise and ambush tactics. At the same time, to confront me, they had to continuously and tirelessly train in martial arts. Thanks to that, the side effects of reaching the pinnacle realm inappropriately seemed to gradually decrease. Until now, to be honest, they were only sharing the same vision as a real peak master, but they all had flaws. But now, I could see those flaws gradually disappearing. When my disciples reached the pinnacle realm by maximizing their talents using resentful spirits, I was unimpressed. However, watching them refine their movements and the flaws disappearing over time, I started to feel moved. It wasn't just the disciples who had grown. I too have made even more progress in my understanding of intent. After realizing 6 types of intent, I began to notice hundreds, thousands of shades of intent derived from those 6. This rapid growth was a speed I had never felt before. Fast, no. Is this slow? I observed the countless human hues and delved into them, lost in thought. Some hues I could immediately understand their meaning, but others I had no clue what to name. However, even realizing these countless hues, there was one thing I still found hard to grasp. The last of the 7 emotions, the emotion of desire. Desire. I couldn't see the color of desire no matter how hard I looked. No matter how much I observed, I couldn't even get a trace of desire. What is desire? I dodged my disciples' attacks, lost in thought. What is desire? Kim Young-hoon, whom I met after a long time, said while sipping tea. He said he had almost gathered all the like-minded warriors while traveling around Yongyuo recently. Desire is a longing hidden deep within. There's no human without desire. That's why everyone expresses their desires in their own unique ways as they live. In a way, desire is the driving force of human life. What is your greatest longing? Keep pondering over it and you'll understand the color of desire. Could you tell me the color of desire? Then at least I could try to see that color. However, Kim Young-hoon shook his head. You know this, right? The colors seen by masters of 3 flowers are similar, but each is slightly different. Both you and I might see the intent of joy as gold, but the emotion we each see has a slight color difference. Mine is pure gold and yours is golden. Right, like that, everyone sees a slight difference in the shades of intent, especially the intent of desire. It varies greatly because everyone has different longings. So only you know what color your desire is, thus you have no choice but to observe your own longing. Is that so? I pondered over Kim Young-hoon's advice. What I want the most, what is it? Even after receiving his hint, I kept pondering and observing for days. On that day too, I was fighting within my disciples' fighting formation. Clang, clang, clang. Reading countless intents, finding their weaknesses, dodging and deflecting the incessant poison darts and hidden weapons. I was lost in thought. My longing. What I want in this life. Firstly, to reach 5 energies converging to the origin. But to reach 5 energies, I first need to know what desire is. But knowing desire itself became my desire. This is troublesome. Let's broaden the criteria a bit. Why do I want to reach 5 energies? To become a cultivator. Why do I want to become a cultivator? To enter the Ascension gate as a cultivator and return to my original world to see if I can eliminate my regression ability. Why do I want to get rid of my regression ability? Because of my regression ability, all the lives I've built up will eventually be negated. Therefore, I need to find the origin of my regression ability to eventually escape from it. I see. Somehow, I felt like I roughly understood what my desire was. I hate that my life is negated. That means I want to live, yes. I desire life. I don't need appetite, sexual desire, or the desire to sleep. I don't need any desire or urge in this world. I just want to live. I hope that all the lives I've built will not vanish vainly in the reverse flow of time. Even though I haven't achieved everything I want, I hope my precious life, which records my achievements, is not negated by time regression. Therefore, my desire can only be life itself. Ha 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 ha. While countering my disciples' moves, I might not have discovered the intent of desire, but I realized how selfish I am. Everyone, Manho's great sword narrowly misses in front of my eyes. Xianxia's dagger stabs at my back. Jumping to dodge, xianxia from midair attacks me with a hidden weapon. I am definitely, I wish you live, a selfish person who imposes his desire on others. I desire life, so I impose life on those who wish to die, but still, because you are alive. These children, even though they desire death, are undoubtedly alive. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As I knock down xianxia attacking from the air, Manho and Khwa attack from both sides, and Yolo thrusts a weapon from below. Nakyon swings a metal piece to pressure my upper body, and other children scatter poison. Excellent, I couldn't escape even seeing the flow of intent. I won't be able to escape without using the ultimate technique of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. Whoosh. Immediately after, the children's weapons stopped right in front of me. My condition was my subjugation, not my murder. In the first place, subjugation is much harder. And who would teach them if I died? Excellent. You all have grown a lot in such a short time. I know you're hiding a trump card. You could easily escape if you use it. Manho, knowing that I was holding back, said with a slightly dark face. That's right. With just this trump card, I could subdue all of you. You haven't even drawn out the 22nd move of severing mountain swordsmanship, let alone the 23rd and 24th moves. But now, I have no more flaws to point out. Teaching or sparring with you won't bring any more improvement. From now on, it's up to your enlightenment. You can't completely subdue me. If I reveal my trump card, it's too high a technique for you to comprehend. However, you all did all you could to push me this far. Dang. Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the direction of the cultivator's quarters. All mortals within the domain listen. All martial artists in the pinnacle realm gather at Yunryang. There's an important announcement. Along with the bell, the voice of the chief administrator of this Jin clan territory echoed throughout the domain. I had a rough idea of what it was about. Though you succeeded in cornering me, you didn't subdue me. So I'll teach you a formation derived from the martial art, not the martial art itself as originally promised. The name of the formation is Transcending Cultivation Formation. In the cycle where I formed the Heavenly Demon Army, Younghun Haiyang derived a fighting formation from the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. A formation executed by late first-rate masters, powerful enough to capture a mid-to-late chi refining cultivator. Learn this formation, and I hope you choose to live. Confusion appeared in my disciples' eyes at my tone. Eventually, I succeeded in not sending any of them for assassination. However, I could no longer resist the pressure of the cultivator clan. At least, I managed to buy time using Kim Young-hoon and changed the direction of the pressure. Now, my disciples would undertake the mission of attacking the Mackley clan's territory, not assassinating the emperor. A task both harder and easier than the emperor's assassination. I will use everything I can to increase my disciples' chances of survival. I'll make sure you live. I realized my desire was life, but I still couldn't see the intent of desire. Maybe I didn't understand what life was. Still, even though I don't know life, I want my disciples to live. Because they are alive. That was enough. Soon, I joined my disciples in Yunryang, listening to the operation plans of Kim Young-hoon and other chi-building cultivators. In 2 months, we were planning to start attacking the Mackley clan's territory. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. 3 months had passed. I dressed in black martial attire, looked around at my disciples, each tending to their weapons. Is everyone ready? Yes, their response was resoundingly loud. 3 months ago, at the meeting where the plan to invade the Mackley clan's territory was explained. Everyone was shocked, almost losing their minds at the news that they wouldn't be killing the emperor. It was almost a serious incident when they were subsequently informed that, while not the emperor, they would attack another territory of the Mackley clan. They all have complex feelings. They couldn't kill the emperor they had been dreaming of, but instead, they could kill the other monsters. However, despite having the killing they wished for right before them, each of my disciples seemed to have complex feelings. It wasn't simple hatred, anger, or anticipation. It was a strange mix of emotions. I can't read what color it is. And it wasn't desire either. Looking at it, I realized something. Maybe, even if I can discern thousands of colors, I may never completely understand all the hues of human emotion. How many emotions do humans have? Who can define them? Emotions are indescribable. That's why you can't categorize them or know all their colors. Then, what exactly is the realm of five energies converging to the origin? The realm of five energies didn't seem to be just about knowing all colors. It was impossible unless one was a god. But what I saw when Kim Young-hoon reached the realm of five energies was, from within Kim Young-hoon, infinite hues of colors came out, filling his realm. His consciousness was made up of infinite colors. Then why do I now feel that it's impossible to fully comprehend human emotions? I don't know. It's strange. Infinity is never achievable. If it were possible, Kim Young-hoon wouldn't have been surpassed by cultivators, but would have overwhelmingly dominated them, whether at the core formation or even higher. But what I saw then was infinity. I don't understand. It was something I couldn't know just by thinking about it now. Even with my talent, I wouldn't easily understand even if Kim Young-hoon explained it to me. Then, instead of focusing on what I can't understand, I should focus on what I can do now. After confirming my disciples were ready, I distributed the special poison and antidote I had concocted to each of them. The disciples took the poison I had mixed and put it in their sleeves or pockets. After I checked their preparations, I shouted, "Today, we go to kill cultivators." A determined expression swirled on everyone's face. However, I did not want them to be merely determined. Don't think recklessly about dying. Don't plan to die alongside the cultivators. At my words, my disciples' determined expressions began to show slight irritation. Talking about living or whatnot would only irritate them further. There was no real reason I could give for why they truly needed to live. Then, I need to create a goal for them to live. You may be somewhat dissatisfied that we're not attacking the Emperor, but just the lowly cultivators of the Mackley clan. But I promise you this. If you successfully destroy all the territories and strongholds of the Mackley clan, then I will trust your abilities. I promise I will join you to attack the Imperial Palace. I will help you claim the head of Emperor Mackley Jung. But until then, do not die easily. Desperately survive and make sure the reason for your training isn't in vain. Absolutely. I shouted with a roar filled with determination. Survive? In my justified command for survival, my disciples' eyes no longer glowed with just determination, but with resolute will and anger towards Mackley Jung. Yes, hearing their response, I led the way with over 500 disciples quietly following me, using their stealth techniques. We left the Jin clan's territory and headed for the northwestern hills of Cheongbuk City. There lies a secret base of the Mackley clan, far more than in my past life. I looked at the martial arts masters Kim Young-hoon had gathered and the 500 peak masters who followed me, thinking, different from my previous life, none of my disciples were forcibly elevated to half-baked peak masters. Each had gone through bone-crushing training, equipping themselves with abilities worthy of their forcibly attained realm. There won't be any proper cultivators in this territory. Most cultivator clans don't place important personnel in territories scattered across the country. Just the lowest-level chi-refining cultivators of the clan, from 1st to 5th star, were sent, along with 1 or 2 higher-ranked chi-building cultivators to manage them. The majority of the clan's strength was deeply hidden in the main house of the cultivator clan. The territory we were about to enter was merely a primary refinery where low-tier cultivators performed dirty elixir refining, and significant personnel were not heavily deployed. In my past life, I didn't have any disciples. In this life, hundreds of formidable masters have been added. Probably it would be possible to simply push through without much struggle. However, unable to shake off my worries, I spoke to my disciples in a low voice. Everyone, when we enter the territory of the Mackley clan, you will witness many horrific scenes. But no matter what you see, maintain your composure. Our priority is not to get carried away in anger, but to coldly kill more cultivators and save any civilians that might still be alive. My disciples nodded slightly at my words. Shortly after, a late-stage chi-building cultivator of the Jin clan formed a hand seal in front of a hill. Open! Pa, the scenery around us distorted, and a passage to the Mackley clan's territory opened up. We followed the cultivators into the territory of the Mackley clan, and I recognized the familiar landscape. A large village engulfed in a barrier, and the Mackley clan cultivators hastily alerting others of our intrusion. It's just the beginning. Woo-woo. Once again, Kim Young-hoon was leading the vanguard. He, who had reached a new realm with the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, demonstrated the same divine technique as in the past. Xianxia compression sphere. Kugu. I couldn't fully see the intricacies of Xianxia compression sphere in my past life, as I was only at the mid-peak. Now, having reached 3 flowers gather at the summit, I could see the numerous intents and intricacies that were previously hidden. To be precise, I was only allowed to see. I still have no clue how it's done. I understood that countless intents were swirling within that sphere, but how exactly one detaches their intents and swirls them inside remains a mystery to me. Nevertheless, I watched, my eyes nearly popping out. Finally, Quackwang, Kim Young-hoon's powerful strike hit the barrier of the Mackley clan. The barrier burst open, creating a large hole. The cultivators, Kim Young-hoon, and about a dozen masters of 3 flowers entered through the hole first. Let's go. I too led my disciples through the hole. Attackers, take them down. These vermin-like mortals, how dare they trespass here? Pack. A cultivator who was mouthing off was swiftly struck in the head by xianxia and died. Xianxia moved quickly with a dagger, confronting the cultivators. Quang. Manho swung his great sword, smashing the cultivators' defensive techniques, and Nakhyun wrapped the legs of a xianxia controlled by a cultivator with an iron whip and flung it away. Unlike my past life, the cultivator's village began burning overwhelmingly fast. Quackwang. Just as I defeated a 3rd-star chi refining cultivator, the house of a cultivator collapsed and blood and corpses flowed out. Xianxia, who mainly used hidden weapons, was the one who destroyed the house. She lifted the unconscious cultivator by the neck, then thrust him back down to the ground. Quackwang. As she struck down with internal energy, the cultivator died, almost shattered in half, and she stood amidst the corpses, silently shedding tears. Sister! She had said her family didn't die in front of her eyes, but were taken somewhere unknown. It was obvious what she must be thinking, having seen the cultivators make elixir. Her eyes seemed to be shedding red tears with burst blood vessels. Regain your senses. This is a battlefield. Tearing apart the Mackley clan cultivators can wait until after we've won the battle. I sent a telepathic message to her, who was on the verge of going berserk in rage. After receiving my telepathy, she glanced at me briefly, then moved to capture other cultivators. I'm sorry. That was all I could do for her. You mortals, how dare you, a mere nobody? I looked at the 3rd-star chi refining cultivator rushing towards me, yelling, and drew my sword. A mere nobody, huh? Swish. My sword cut through the cultivator's defensive spell and aimed at his neck. The defense seemed to activate, but when I concentrated deeply on the sword energy for a moment, a bright sword light burst out. Crack, swish, my sword gang shattered the cultivator's defense like glass and cut off his neck. You're also just a 3rd-star chi refining cultivator. For early to mid-stage 3 flowers, 1st and 2nd-star chi refining cultivators are manageable. Starting from 3 flowers, I could see the intricacies of intent more clearly, eliminating all vulnerabilities and using sword gang. An experienced master of 3 flowers has the power to confront 3rd to 6th-star chi refining cultivators. Moreover, due to my long life, I was advancing through the realm of 3 flowers much faster than other masters. Additionally, with the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, I had stepped out of the typical relationship between cultivators and martial artists. Now only chi refining cultivators of 5th to 8th star were a match for me. Is this coming to an end? I passed by the corpses of cultivators, looking around the burning territory of the Mackley clan. Is everyone safe? The duels between chi-building cultivators in the sky had also ended, thanks to Kim Young-hoon's efforts. We had won. Everyone survived. I spoke briefly to my disciples. Well done, and thank you for surviving. Now, let's search the houses of the cultivators, gather the bodies of the unfairly sacrificed civilians, and bury them. At my words, my disciples silently followed me, digging the ground and burying the bodies. We, led by Kim Young-hoon, briefly recited prayers in front of numerous graves. May you find peace there. After offering a brief prayer for their souls, I looked at my disciples. Their minds had become rough after seeing the brutal massacre of civilians by the cultivators. How are you all feeling? No one answered, but I could read their emotions and guess their feelings, or perhaps I couldn't. The intents emitted by my disciples were so tangled and chaotic that they were unrecognizable. However, one thing was clear: the red, rage-filled intent. There was no disciple who wasn't emitting the intent of rage. Everyone feels the same, but remember, our goal is not to kill cultivators. It should be to end your revenge. "What's the difference?" a disciple named xianxia asked. I looked into his eyes and into everyone else's, then said, "You'll understand later, let's move, follow me." "What's the difference?" I chuckled bitterly to myself. "You don't know yet. You probably don't want to know. There's nothing harder than telling someone who doesn't want to know. They'll have to learn slowly." We ran again towards another territory of the Mackley clan. 6 months passed. We burned down 13 territories of the Mackley clan and collected the bodies of 156,000 mortals. As time passed, the eyes of my disciples increasingly filled with bloody intentions. Their anger seemed to grow each time they saw the extreme actions of the cultivators. "These mortal scum, these martial arts riffraff!" Quang, quang, quang. A third-star chi refining cultivator struggled against my disciples' combined attack, scattering his spells wildly. But in a flash, quackwang, Hia, who quickly rushed towards the cultivator with a small scythe, swung towards the cultivator's neck. Kong, the internal energy in the scythe penetrated the cultivator's defense. The cultivator clenched his teeth trying to concentrate on his defense. Yet, weakened from the combined attack, the light of his defense spell gradually faded. "I can't die like this. How can I? How did I? How did I get to this point?" Then, shuck. Eventually, the cultivator's defense broke under the combined attack of Hyun and Hia, and his head was severed. His face remained incredulous, unable to accept his fate even in death. Soon, the Mackley clan will start to prepare as well. I organized the battlefield, checking on my disciples. Initially, there were many first and second star chi refining cultivators, but now there are more third and fourth star ones waiting in their territories. The Mackley clan is also preparing. This wasn't good news. Even the weakest chi refining cultivators were not to be compared with ordinary martial artists. Just a 1-star difference makes a huge impact. The number and range of spells they could use increased, as did the scope of their consciousness and the power of their attacks. If these guys keep showing up, it could be dangerous. Of course, cultivators above 7th star chi refining were at least countered by masters of 3 flowers, and those above 9th star were dealt with by Kim Young-hoon. But as we continued to attack the territories of the Mackley clan, I felt their defenses were getting increasingly stronger. Even this is done by exploiting the Jin clan's intelligence network, targeting the most vulnerable territories. If we keep attacking the Mackley clan's territories, we will eventually face severe consequences. What's even more frightening is that it's not yet a full-scale war between the Mackley and Jin. According to the Jin clan, this level of conflict is considered an underground battle. Can it really be called an underground battle when dozens of territories are burnt down and dozens of cultivators killed? I had thought so, but apparently, to the high-ranking cultivators of the cultivator clans, the lives of the lowest-tier chi refining cultivators are not significantly different from those of mortals. Moreover, the personnel sent with us to attack the Mackley clan's territories are considered mere bugs in the eyes of the upper ranks of the clan. The masters in the pinnacle realm are all chi refining cultivator level in strength, but they are still martial artists and mortals. Although the chi building cultivators of the Jin clan fight alongside us, it's always Kim Young-hoon's role to strike the decisive blow after they weaken the chi building cultivators of the Mackley clan. So far, it's been treated as a fight under the control of the 2 clans, preventing a full-scale war. The lower territories of the Mackley clan that were killed by such mortals were considered too weak to be of concern by the upper ranks of the clan. But if a real full-scale war breaks out, after cutting down all the cultivators of the Mackley clan, I saw my disciples gathering and burying the bodies of civilians who had been sacrificed. It was only after the battle and the burial of civilians that the blood-red intent in my disciples' eyes seemed to fade. Those below 3 flowers will be too busy fleeing, and my disciples, if lucky, about 10-30 of them might survive. If not, they could all be annihilated. After the raid on the Mackley clan's territory was over, I, along with my disciples, gathered the bodies to create graves and recited prayers under Kim Young-hoon's lead. As Kim Young-hoon recited prayers, a faint light seemed to wash away the resentment and strange energy surrounding the graves. Over the past few months, Kim Young-hoon had started learning cultivation. It wasn't because his martial arts had hit a wall or he was in despair. Rather, he learned it to recite prayers for the dead and to learn the arts of comforting spirits. From Kim Young-hoon's low-level cultivation, I could visibly see the remaining spirits being led to heaven. Originally, spirits not visible to the human eye. Only those deeply accomplished in 3 flowers gather at the summit, or who could read the flow of intent could barely see souls. But the souls hit by the heavenly arts briefly floated around the graves as orbs of light before scattering into the sky. We watched this and prayed for their souls. I looked at this scene for a while, then spoke to my disciples. We have destroyed several territories of the Mackley clan so far. We have cut down countless cultivators of the Mackley clan and buried the bodies of their victims, leading their souls to heaven. I cautiously looked around at my disciples and asked, "Isn't this enough now?" At my words, there was a twitch in their expressions. "What do you mean by enough?" Xianxia asked me in a harsh voice. "There are still plenty of these filthy monsters. No matter how many we kill, the resentment doesn't subside, and every time we go to the next territory, civilians' bodies pour out." "What do you mean by enough, Master?" I looked at her with pity and asked, "Do you think the anger in your heart is entirely your own?" "What do you mean?" "All of you. Do you really think it's normal for a human to remember such clear anger from years ago?" I looked at my disciples. I looked at their intents. Their intents were not solely their own. Among their intents, foreign and murky ones seeped through. The resentment of relatives and family members. The Jin clan used the resentful spirits of my disciples' relatives, wrongfully killed by the Mackley clan, to forcibly awaken their talents. Their lifespan had already been shortened, but if the spirits are led to heaven now, they can still live for as long as they can. "I suppose what our master is talking about are the family members who are with us." Manho stepped forward and said, "That's right. No matter how many Mackley clan cultivators we slay, our boiling rage does not subside, because surely it includes the anger of our families as well. It's not just our own anger. But that is why." Manho's expression was resolute. "We cannot just end our vengeance because our own anger is appeased. It can only be resolved by resolving the grudges of our families along with them. Because it's not just my grudge, we must resolve everyone's grudges." I briefly turned my head towards the graves we had tended to. Did everyone just see that light? We did. That light just now was the souls of the victims. However, although the victims died in pain at the moment of their passing, they scattered with a burst of light. Looking again at Manho and my other disciples, and seeing the murky intents hiding in their minds, I spoke. "I won't tell you to stop right now, but at least, having taken some measure of revenge, don't you think it's time to let the dead rest? The dead now need to be released to their rightful places, don't you think?" At my words, a moment of hesitation appeared on Manho's face. But he gritted his teeth and said, "You don't understand our pain. You don't know how comforting it is for us to be able to avenge our dead families like this. The more you hold on to your family, the worse the outcome will be for both your family and yourselves. Your lifespan will continue to decrease, and your family will have to live as resentful spirits, unable to go where they belong. You're just trying to keep us alive, Master." In his eyes, an indescribable hue emerged. "We don't care if we die. Even if we spend the rest of our lives cutting down the Mackley clan and die when our lifespan runs out, it's worth it if we can go to the afterlife properly with our families." For a moment, my disciples and I looked at each other. "All right, that's enough," I sighed softly. "Let's talk again later." And so we avoided further discussion for that day. Months passed, and we continued to raid the Mackley clan's territories. Many of the Mackley clan cultivators were slaughtered, and the prowess of those we faced steadily increased. The realm of the cultivators we faced had risen from Chi refining 1-3 to 2-5. "Damn, they're strong." I gritted my teeth as I fought a Chi refining 7th star cultivator. "Sharp eyes. Unlike most mortals, you seem to have awakened senses. Mortals too can open their consciousness with enough training, right? I wonder if the xianxia I'll make from your corpse will be as strong as a cultivator's corpse." I released Sword Gang at the cultivator controlling dozens of xianxia. "There are too many of these guys. The disciples are in danger." Severing mountain swordsmanship, mountain and valley transformation. Boom, my Sword Gang dug into the terrain, disrupting the formation of the xianxia. Severing vein saber method, mountain wind. Whiz. My Sword Gang, as fast as a beam of light, shot through the xianxia towards the cultivator. Clang. To scratch my defense spell, impressive. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Chi mountain heart heaven, whoosh. Opening my meridians wide, I greatly enhanced my Sword Gang and slashed diagonally. Boom, a massive Sword Gang tore through the cracked defense spell and split the cultivator's body. What? How can a mere mortal? Crash. After completely severing the cultivator's upper body, I looked around. Damn it. There were too many strong enemies. Please, let them be alive. My sword cut through flames, heading towards a 4th star Chi refining cultivator attacking my disciples. The cultivator was casting wind spells, and my disciples were struggling to block them. I cut through the wind pattern and approached him with record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, swinging my sword. Flash. My sword gang surged and the cultivator's head rolled on the ground. However, I saw several bleeding disciples as the wind cleared. "You kids!" Gritting my teeth, I approached them. They had stopped the bleeding with basic medical techniques I had taught them, but I knew. They're dying. There was no way to save them. Aside from the heavy blood loss, some had completely twisted meridians or ruptured organs. "You fool!" I confirmed the last disciple's face with clenched teeth. It was xianxia who had once recklessly left the training ground. "I told you to stop with the revenge." "Heh heh, I'm satisfied. Finally, I can be with my family." My disciple's life force was draining away. His body was getting colder. "The people left here, they aren't my family." Gritting my teeth, my throat was choked. Their eyes, even in death, were peaceful. The dead disciples looked at me with distant expressions. "Thank you for everything, Master. Because of you, we made it this far." My vision blurred somewhat, but any more emotional change would be dangerous. This was a battlefield. I gritted my teeth hard to prevent my vision from blurring further and whispered slowly to my disciples. "Do so." At my words, my disciples' eyes widened. "Will you be all right? Not all of your grudges have been resolved." I looked at my disciples, nodded once, and stood up. I pressed their sleep points. "They'll fall asleep soon. I must go now. I need to save the others as much as I can." Leaving behind 7 dying disciples, I grabbed my sword. "Nakyon huya chengju jangsamso gyuwo siamanrim jiamlan." Everyone rest well. Biting my lips, I charged to slay the cultivators and save my disciples. This battle was intense, and 34 of my disciples perished. "Nakyon huya chengju jangsamso gyuwo siamanrim jiamlan gijin gusam ilmi seojin jijinti bigati hyojinsu sanghyon sanho jiamjok da childyuk palo polyak brothers. Yoryok Jiamsam, Jeonhun, Disik, Gilsu, Hansu, Mongjin, Juhan, Jujeom, Jiamo, Jangchil, Hwa, Mansuk. I called out the names of my disciples, collected their bodies, and made graves for them. "I am sorry, everyone." After burying my disciples, I looked at the remaining ones. "Listen, all of you. The resistance of the Mackley clan cultivators is getting fiercer. Even if you form a combined force, it'll be hard to counter the late Qi refining cultivators that are now abundant. So as your martial arts master, I command." My vision blurred. As a master, I should have shown a better side, but I kept showing an embarrassing scene. "From the next raid, you won't join. From now on, you'll be refining your martial arts back at the training ground." "What are you saying? Don't you know how we feel? We want to." My disciples resisted with bloodshot eyes, but I spoke sharply. "Sorry, but this is not a request or a suggestion. It's an order from your master." Swoosh, I drew my sword from its sheath. "If you want to defy me, try to defeat me. Until you defeat me, you can't continue your revenge." I couldn't stand it anymore. Hundreds of intents shot at me, but I observed thousands, even millions of intents, calculating the optimal path that my disciples couldn't even imagine. "From now on, you will not die. No, you cannot die." Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. My intent clashed with that of my disciples. For a while, we glared at each other, exchanging volleys of intent. In that silence, Manho took a step forward. "Master, are you going to break your promise with us?" "Promise?" "Yes. You clearly promised that once we destroyed all of Mackley clan's territories, we would strike together at the Imperial Palace. You told us to survive for that. But why are you changing your words now? Telling us to go back?" Other disciples besides Manho also emitted fierce intent as they joined in. "That's right. Why do you make a promise with us and then prevent us from fulfilling it? We are trying to survive to keep our promise. We all thought it didn't matter if we died and endured hell-like training. So why?" I examined the children's intents. They were of an indescribable color, but generally their colors were casting a dark blue light. Sorrow. My disciples were all crying together. "You too are grieving over the deaths of comrades, of friends." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry and ashamed as a master. As a master, I let my disciple die. My heart aches with regret, but that's why I couldn't back down anymore. I will keep my promise. The day you can truly defeat me, I'll join you to strike at the Imperial Palace." As soon as I finished speaking, Khwa lunged at me with a dagger. "Surround him." With that, Manho shouted in a booming voice, and the disciples quickly formed the transcending cultivation formation around me. A formation created to counter cultivators. Peak experts in the martial world cannot properly sense the intent of cultivators from inside their domain. Conversely, cultivators can easily see through the movements of peak experts, a formation created to mitigate the extreme disparity between martial artists and cultivators. Even if a cultivator can observe actions within, and even if we can't predict the cultivator's movements, the transcending cultivation formation is capable of completely grinding down anyone trapped within. Basically, since the transcending cultivation formation is infused with the insights of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, the flow of the formation itself disrupts the flow of consciousness. Even if I execute the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts and escape their perception, it's not easy to escape from the formation. The record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts is essentially about cutting off the opponent's consciousness and escaping from their perception. It's not a technique for sudden spatial movement. It is a formation designed to counter cultivators, regardless of whether the opponent's actions can be predicted or not. Whether or not the opponent escapes perception, anyone trapped in the formation will be shredded. That's the transcending cultivation formation. Despite the loss of 34 members, the disciples linked their intents well, filling the gaps and pressuring me. Whoosh! The disciples surrounding me in a circle started to close in, rotating around me. Multiple human barriers surround me, rotating in different directions to tighten the formation. Within this formation, numerous flows of intent intertwined. The proficiency of the transcending cultivation formation among the disciples has significantly increased. The movement of the disciples themselves disrupts the direction of intent, making it difficult to discern whose intent belongs to whom. With the strange optical illusions caused by the formation, I couldn't read their movements. But this is not enough. It's certainly a formation that can counter cultivators. Even a martial artist of the three flowers gather at the summit would be shredded by this formation. However, I am nearing the extreme limit of three flowers. I am on the verge of achieving the ultimate realm of 5 energies converging at the origin. Recently, I have also understood the superior counterparts of the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, the record of gazing cultivation, and exceeding martial arts and gazing martial arts, and exceeding martial arts scripture. Are you saying with just these skills you won't listen to me? What confidence do you have? Whiz, as my concentration reached its peak, I entered the world of intent, seeing thousands of colors. Entering that spectrum of colors, I assimilated my disciples' intents with my own through the enlightenment of 3 flowers. Record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. Not just cutting off consciousness and intent, as in record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, but developing the enlightenment of 3 flowers to its extreme. A martial art that completely dives into the opponent's movements. My sword pierces through the rapidly rotating, transcending cultivation formation of intents. Although a distinctly different intent intervened, the disciples didn't feel anything unusual until my sword energy completely mingled within the formation. If even one of them was at the level of a mature mid-peak master, they would have felt something. But their growth was hindered by the resentful spirits of their families entwined in their upper dantians. Whoosh! Without hesitation, I dove into the flow of the formation, swinging my sword gang towards it. Boom, dust scattered, the ground shook. Block it! Severing mountain swordsmanship, layered mountains. The sword gang split into thousands of strands, scattering in all directions. Even when split, it was still sword gang. It was a different dimension from just splitting sword energy. Boom. Their initial actions, designed to nullify sword energy, now scattered in all directions, annihilating the formation. You can't stop me. Unless you sever that obsession, release your family's resentful spirits, and realize intent. Boom. The transcending cultivation formation collapsed. Wasn't avenging your families against their murderers your goal? If you want to become stronger, first sever your attachments. Flash. I executed the mountain and valley transformation to shake the terrain, completely breaking the formation, and scattered paralysis powder. The disciples, having used up all their poison and antidote during the territory raids, could not resist my paralysis powder and all fell. The disciple who used the xianxia staff, named Jiusan, looked at me and said, "How can I sever this? How can I sever the voices of my family?" "You don't understand us." I couldn't respond. All I could do was forcibly drag my fallen disciples away. That was all I could do. "I am a poor master, I am sorry. Let's go, I'll help you become stronger, more." "Where do you think you're going?" I waited for you to finish making graves for mortals, but suddenly you're fighting amongst yourselves. This is why I despise martial artists." The overseer of the assassination squad, the old man, clicked his tongue and interrupted me, descending on a flying artifact. "From what I hear, you're talking nonsense. What right do you have to take away the assassination squad? I acknowledge you're a good martial arts instructor, but I can't allow the detachment of the squad in this situation. What use will my weak disciples, who haven't even reached 3 flowers, be in the upcoming battles? From now on, those who haven't reached 3 flowers will be useless. Quality will become more important than quantity. They're not useless just because they're not important. The Mackley clan has started preparing. Most of the cultivators in the remaining territories are in the mid to late stages of chi refining. My disciples are no longer useful against them. So you admit that you've been insufficient in your training. That's right. Since I've been insufficient, I'll take the blame and retrain my disciples to be useful. Please allow me this." Squirm veins bulged slightly on the forehead of the old man. He raised his spiritual energy with an annoyed expression. I hastily retreated out of his range, ready to draw my sword at any moment. "Constantly talking nonsense and trying to detach the squad. Are you in your right mind? The secret battle between the Jinn and Mackley is justified due to the high proportion of mortals. If a large number of mortals suddenly detach in such a situation, it only gives the Mackley clan's upper class a reason to intervene. Even if my inadequate disciples leave, the forces brought by Sir Kim. Enough with this nonsense. For disobedience." Vroom's spiritual energy gathered in the old man's hand. That's when it happened. Crack! A strong hand silently grabbed the old man's arm. It was Kim Young-hoon. "When did you enter my consciousness?" "Look here, Sir Jin." Kim Young-hoon tightened his grip on the old man's arm, smiling. The old man's arm lost blood circulation, turning pale as his energy scattered. "Seo, my brother is from my hometown. The crimes of a fellow townsman are my crimes too, so please punish me as well." "Eek." The overseer old man strained to escape from Kim Young-hoon's grip, and his other hand seemed to cast some spell. However, the flow of energy around Kim Young-hoon sliced and erased all the old man's spells. After a while of struggling, the overseer old man with a flushed face shouted, "Fine, fine, I'll overlook the disobedience. Just let go of my arm." Only then did Kim Young-hoon release the old man's arm, and the old man, sweating, began to restore energy to his arm. "I may overlook it, but the clan elders won't let you just leave. What I said isn't just my personal opinion. These kids are more than just a force. They're a justification. Whether they're effective or not, they must be deployed in battle." "Then, I have a request," I said, looking at my disciples. "My disciples have forcibly awakened their talents and reached the pinnacle realm. Somehow, I have managed to stabilize them there with my training. Yet, to transcend beyond this point, they need to realize intent and reach the realm of Chi Silk. However, as long as the resentful spirits of their relatives linger in their upper dantions, they cannot progress further. So, I know you're the one who bestowed the resentful spirits on them. Please help their spirits ascend. At this point, it's just a limitation for my disciples." "You want to detach the spirits?" The overseer old man, who was scanning my disciples' upper dantions, clicked his tongue and spoke. "Sorry, but it can't be done. Even if I try to undo the spell, it won't work unless these kids want to let go of their families. There are only 2 ways to undo it now. Either a core formation elder forcibly removes the spirits, or the disciples themselves let them go. Now that I think about it, there's another way. If these kids die, the spell will be undone automatically. You knew all this, didn't you?" The old man looked at me with half-closed eyes and asked, "Did I know?" I smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, it was a question grasping at pointless hope. Slowly, as the paralysis began to wear off, my disciples started speaking. "Who, just who, thinks they can separate me from my family? It can't be done. Inadequate skills can be improved by accumulating more battle experience," without exception. None of them wanted to let go of their families. Nobody. The overseer old man, looking at my disciples, turned to me with a mocking tone. The so-called master doesn't even know who he's teaching. Do these kids seem alive to you? All of these kids have already resigned to death. Your disciples are alive but not living. They are the dead, obsessed with revenge. Fine, I'll help a little." Whoosh. As the old man formed a spell, a green light burst from his grasp and seeped into the minds of the remaining disciples. It's the Spirit Ascension spell. If your disciples succeed in letting go of their attachments to their families and undo the spell, their families' spirits will naturally ascend. Yes, if your disciples let go of their attachments. not even knowing who you're teaching and giving such ridiculous orders. Both the clan elders and your disciples themselves don't want to withdraw from the upcoming battles. Stop clinging to pointless delusions and lead the troops properly." After finishing, the overseer old man gave Kim Young-hoon a brief glare, muttered something about mortal origins, and flew away on his flying artifact. I clenched my teeth and looked up at the sky. There was nothing I could do. Kim Hyung, I wonder if relying on the power of the Jin clan was the right thing to do. I have so many doubts. Me too. What should we do? What should I do? He sighed softly. There's no choice. The Jin clan may not be good, but the cultivators of Mackley are worst. We have to choose such an option. I clenched my teeth, fed my fallen disciples the antidote, and helped them up. Then we had no choice but to gather and head to the next battlefield. It was what everyone wanted except me. Half a year passed. Today, another fierce battle ended, and I roamed the territories of the Mackley clan, collecting the bodies of the victims and my disciples. Recently, it seems your hair has been turning white more and more. Are you okay? Kim Young-hoon, who was helping me collect the bodies, looked at me with a pitiful expression and asked. Lately, I have been aging rapidly. Until now, I hadn't aged much due to consuming many health-related medicine. However, my hair has been turning white at an alarming rate. I'm fine. Don't overdo it. Kim Young-hoon looked at me with pitying eyes and then went off to collect other bodies. Among the ruins of the destroyed Mackley territory, I found the body of my disciple, Jaisgu. His poisoned blade, a large sword always well-maintained, reflected my face cleanly even after his death. My eyes were bloodshot with dark circles underneath. My lips were dry, and my hair was a mess of white and gray. Once again, I pulled the body of a dead disciple from the debris. Because of my weakness, I couldn't save my disciple today. Why? I screamed towards the sky. Why is this happening to me? Why? I screamed until my throat was sore. Why did I receive such talent? Why must I still remain in the state of 3 flowers? Why? Why can't I still enter 5 energies? Why am I? I roared, gripping the earth. The imprint of my hand was embedded in the ground. Why am I powerless to do anything? I knew it wasn't the fault of the heavens, it was all my fault. If only I had tried a little harder. If I had trained even a bit more desperately. Even if it meant my brain might explode if I had aspired for a higher realm. Yes, if I had been just a little stronger, it would have been resolved. Please give me talent, please give me strength. I gritted my teeth and howled. Why am I still, after doing this much, so powerless? I regretted it. Why did I stupidly put my disciples in such a place? I should have opposed even at the risk of my life. No, why did I teach these kids? Even if I had to be chased away, I shouldn't have taken them in. No. Why did I even come to this place and form a bond? Yes, I shouldn't have joined the Jin clan to stop the evil deeds of the Mackley clan. The disciples I taught out of guilt had become a part of my life. Every time these children died, it felt like my flesh was being carved away. The bodies have been collected, Master. Any survivors? Manho, with tearful eyes in front of Jaisgu's body, came to me, clenching his teeth to report. 314 are left. All right, let's go. I staggered, carrying the body of my disciple, and headed to the burial site. I buried my disciples in a sunny place and recited the rites led by Kim Young-hoon. The ritual of soul consolation, mastered by Kim Young-hoon, seeped in, and the spirits of the victims ascended. Kim Young-hoon also recited the rites for my disciples' bodies. From the graves of the mortals, he recited for small light orbs rose and scattered into the air. We silently watched the scene. Then it happened. Ha ha ha! Finally, the permission has been granted. One of the chi-building cultivators from the Jin clan who had been fighting with us exclaimed with a face full of joy. In his hand was a piece of communication paper. Everyone, gather. The conversation between the elders of our main house and the upper ranks of Mackley is over, he exclaimed with a joyful expression, looking around us. The negotiation is over. They say if the Jin clan accepts only the participation of mortals and chi-refining cultivators, they will allow a challenge to replace the Yangyuo imperial family. Ooh. Finally, the elders have succeeded in the negotiation. Indeed, the elders are commendable. The eyes of the Jin clan cultivators shone with excitement, and so did the eyes of my disciples and the martial artists under Kim Young-hoon's command. However, Kim Young-hoon and I each wore a bitter smile. Negotiation. The hundreds of lives that had been lost were merely tools for negotiation in the upper echelons of the cultivator clans. Kim Young-hoon seemed to feel the same way. As he was scoffing, he questioned the chi-building cultivator. So, You're saying that by allowing a challenge, we can challenge the Yongyuo imperial family, a branch family of the Mackley clan. That's right. Originally, if we attacked the imperial family on a large scale, it would be considered a challenge to the Mackley clan, and we would have to wage a full-scale war. But them accepting the challenge means we can attack the Mackley imperial family with a large army without a full-scale war. So even the replacement of the imperial family is just a disappearance of a branch family. From his tone, it seemed like the Mackley clan considered Yongyuo as just a subordinate force, and that their replacement was within acceptable limits. However, they won't just obediently allow the change of the imperial lineage. They only permit a challenge, and even then, as mentioned earlier, our side can no longer involve chi-building cultivators. Even the Jin clan's chi-building cultivator frowned. The Mackley clan allows all cultivators directly related to the imperial family to participate, the former emperors of Yongyuo. Especially, you're talking about the founding emperor. Yes, the Yongyuo founding emperor Mackley Wangshan. While all former emperors were low-level chi refining, he was a highly talented late-stage chi refining cultivator when he ascended to the throne. And he stepped down from the throne and ascended as a chi-building cultivator. A shadow fell on the faces of the Jin clan cultivators. That means, yes, while we can only challenge them with mortals and chi refining, they have Mackley Wangshan, a chi-building cultivator, on their side. Those damn Mackley clan dogs. How can chi refining defeat chi building? However, the Jin clan's chi-building cultivator, who was briefly irritated, smiled. But don't worry, we have this guy. He approached Kim Young-hoon and patted his shoulder. This young martial artist has the power of a chi-building cultivator. Your mission is crucial. After this mission, the elders of our clan have decided to marry you into a higher family and take you as a son-in-law of the Jin clan. Consider it an honor. Marriage. Kim Young-hoon grimaced as if remembering something. Well, let's talk about that later. Does the Mackley clan know my power is at the chi-building level? Isn't there something else they're going to say later? At his words, the Jin clan's chi-building cultivator grinned. Even if you recently started learning this and that about cultivation, your cultivation is clearly at chi refining 3rd or 4th star. Their set limit was clearly up to 14th star chi refining, and you fit within that standard. What can they do even if they try to nitpick? He laughed, seemingly in a good mood. Although we can't help you with your skills, you should be able to handle Mackley Wangshan. You don't even need to kill him. Just holding him off is enough. The explanation continued. Regardless of the legitimacy of the Yongyuo imperial family, if we successfully assassinate the current Emperor Mackley Yung and his son Mackley Hyun, it will be the victory of the Jin clan. All former emperors were talentless and couldn't ascend to chi building and hence died. While you hold off Mackley Wangshan, chi refining cultivators and the mortals will only have to kill Mackley Yung and Mackley Hyun, and the Jin clan can reclaim this country, the chi building cultivator excitedly announced. The Jin clan can restore its name as the imperial family. It seems this cultivator was originally a descendant of the Jin imperial lineage, fervently desiring to reclaim the Yongyuo imperial lineage. Even if it is a subordinate force of the cultivator clans, an imperial family is no light matter. He passionately spoke of the glory of the Jin clan reclaiming the imperial lineage for some time. Then, with an excited expression, he flew away with the other Jin clan cultivators on a flying artifact. We left the territory, and I quietly looked at my disciples who had been listening attentively to the chi-building cultivator's words. It's time to fulfill our promise. Though the intents of the disciples were varied, they all had determined expressions. However, I clenched my teeth and made the same request I had made when they first went into battle. Please survive. And their response was the same as before. I'm sorry, Master. I ask you as your master, please survive. Now I had no reason to stop them. I had promised them with my own mouth to join them in revenge if they survived. You all must have lived so far to avenge your families, and you must have no hesitation in dying. But what about those who will be left behind? Why don't you think about my feelings? I'm sorry. Their eyes were filled with dark blue intent. It's not that we don't know Master's feelings, but, Master, you don't understand. Your feelings. Yoon Hyun doesn't understand your feelings. Yoon Hyun. Just then, Kim Young-hoon, who had been watching our conversation, approached me. These ungrateful brats, do you know what your master has been feeling while saying such harsh words? A massive surge of energy burst from him. Under his pressure, all my disciples fell to the ground. Cough, Kyug, Koog. Do you not know what xianxia has been through? Haven't you heard from him?" He showed an angry expression and growled. "Your friends who died in the past, their resentful spirits are still not fully appeased. So xianxia asked me to let their spirits possess him. It's because of that my brother is getting old, and yet you dare to speak such nonsense. You insolent ones, how can you?" While speaking, Kim Young-hoon read the intents of my disciples and, noticing something strange, turned to look at me sharply. Did you not tell anything to your disciples?" "Foolish one. Stupid one, a stupid master with stupid disciples." He beat his chest in frustration. "Listen, all of you. Your master, in order to fulfill your unfulfilled wishes even in death, did the same foolish thing as you. Despite not being related by blood, he accepted the resentful spirits of your friends into his body and has been fighting against the cultivators with them." The revelation from Kim Young-hoon shocked the faces of the children. "Didn't you feel anything strange seeing your master aging so rapidly? His life was drastically shortened because he was forced to accept more than 200 vengeful spirits not related by blood to fulfill your stubborn and insolent wishes. Did you not realize how your master has been feeling?" He shouted with great anger. "These foolish, insolent, and selfish brats are only your grievances important. Don't you care about your master's feelings? Stop it, Hyung-nim. Such a foolish and frustrating man. Why did you bear it all alone? Did you think you'd be praised for it? Did you expect these foolish and selfish brats to support you? I accepted your request considering your relationship with your disciples. But what is this? You've kept it to yourself all this time without saying a word. This, overwhelmed, Kim Young-hoon sighed. Who? It's enough. Such a foolish man. Sort it out among yourselves. I will leave first." For a moment, the surroundings were enveloped in silence. After collecting my emotions, I spoke. At first, I accepted the first 34 fallen disciples. I obtained permission from each of them and contained my disciples' spirits in my upper dantian. Since then, the deceased children have been with me. Although it was hard to accept all their relatives, at least those children have been with me after death. Until now. I felt frustrated by my disciples who clung to death and honed their revenge. But after accepting vengeful spirits like my disciples, I finally understood the children. Master and disciple influence each other. Just as they were influenced by me, I was also influenced by them. That's why the master-disciple relationship is called a familial relationship. Now, I can no longer simply block my disciples. I have come to understand their emotions, the grudges in their hearts. Now I can empathize with you even if it's weak. I understand a little of the pain and grudge you all bear. Looking around, I said. But still, Facing their emotions head-on and empathizing with them, I expressed my desire. I wish you are alive. My talent is extremely modest. Even though I maximized my limited talent by accepting the resentful spirits of my disciples under much more favorable conditions than other masters, I have yet to discover the last of the 7 emotions. Desire is my unattainable emotion. Even though I know that desire equals life, I have not yet discovered this last emotion. I have not reached the ultimate enlightenment, nor have I understood what life is. It has been a life of not being able to do and not doing, so please, I won't tell you to forget your grudges or not to repay them, but, at least all of you, please live that life. Before today, my disciples never listened to me, but now they nodded to my words. We will definitely live. We will live and greet you, Master. Starting with Man-ho, they all fell prostrate before me. We will survive. For you, Master? Maybe, for the first time since establishing this master and disciple relationship. It was a moment when the hearts of the master and disciples connected. Thus, we were successful in opening our hearts before the final battle, and the day of the decisive battle arrived. Discord, https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. On the day of the decisive battle, during the waiting time outside the Imperial City, I began to read a book carefully. But why did you ask for that? Kim Young-hoon asked, looking puzzled as he saw me reading. The book I was reading had no title. It was a manuscript written by Kim Young-hoon. In the first regression, Kim Young-hoon, who became the best martial artist in the world and reached the 5 energies converging to the origin realm, created the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts in order to allow martial artists to escape from cultivators. The record was further improved upon and evolved into the record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts by the second regression, Kim Young-hoon. It was meant to give martial artists a lifeline against cultivators. The record became gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts scripture, After the third regression, Kim Young-hoon added 6 volumes regarding his insights fighting and escaping from cultivators. The fourth regression, Kim Young-hoon integrated and simplified the 6 volumes into the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, which paved the way for a new realm. The nameless book I was reading right now was the evolved version of the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, further advanced by this regressions Kim Young-hoon through endless battles against cultivators. If the scripture and secrets discussed transition from the 5 energies to the next realm, the nameless book detailed the extreme resentment, seen in the new realm, of course. I don't understand even when I am reading it. The complexity of this martial art system, evolved again from the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts, was beyond my comprehension. Kim Young-hoon, noticing my struggle, clicked his tongue and said, "You don't need to force yourself to understand. This is not a completed martial art. Not completed. Martial arts should be passed down. Even though I've become an unparalleled great master, I will die someday. But my martial arts live on as my legacy, proving my existence. Thus, the completion of a martial art is in its transmission," he explained, glancing at the book in my hand. "Its minimum entry requirement is 5 energies converging to the origin. Just as a first-rate cannot understand the world of the pinnacle, and an early peak cannot understand the world of 3 flowers gather at the summit. Anyone below 5 energies cannot comprehend this martial art system. It's incomplete because it can't be properly transmitted." So it's complete but incomplete due to its extremely high entry barrier, I summarized. Right. This martial art needs to be adapted so that it can be understood even by those at the level of 3 flowers. As I listened, I smiled slyly. Is there a need for that? In my opinion, just give it to a warrior who can reach the 5 energies or someone with Kim Hyung's level of talent. There's no need to simplify it for them. Haha, Yoon Hyun. Talent like mine in martial arts comes once in 1,000 years. I assure you, my talent is almost implausibly high. That is true. This is how I felt seeing him evolve his martial arts to a new realm every regression and faster each time. But don't worry, Kim Hyung. I'll pass down this martial art to you in the next regression. His martial arts will always be passed down without the need for simplification, because I will always ensure its transmission. Anyway, how about naming this martial art? I suggested. A name, he pondered and then smiled. Gazing at cultivators, eventually surpassing the limits of martial arts and condensing these secrets. The creator of secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts probably spent his life just observing cultivators, and that's how it ended. He could never surpass them. However, I have surpassed the secrets of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts and discovered the possibility of surpassing cultivators. With my current level, I won't be inferior in a battle against late-stage chi-building cultivators. If I ambush a core formation cultivator, I can inflict significant injuries. He wrote characters in the air. The energy flowing from his fingertips beautifully illuminated the void. Surpassing cultivators, surpassing the martial arts framework, and recording the achievements, record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. That was the name of the newly evolved martial arts record. Record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts. Reminiscent of the combination of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, and record of gazing cultivation and exceeding martial arts. Seeing the name, I recalled the young Hoons of the first and second regressions. Their unfulfilled wishes were slowly being realized. With a slow smile, I put the fully read record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts in my chest pocket. Having memorized the record, I could pass it on again even if I died today. Let's go, Kim Hyung. Yes, it's about time. Today, the imperial family of Yongyuo will change. Whoosh. In the skies above Xianxia City, blue and red lights flashed. It signaled the end of the agreement between the Jin and Makli clans. Now we just need to enter. Flash. Blue lights burst from the eastern, western, southern, and northern gates of Xianxia City. At the same time, red lights also burst from the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast directions. Lights from the Makli and Jin clan cultivators intermingled above the city, casting their magical influence over Xianxia City. Rumble. A barrier conjured by the 2 cultivator clans enveloped the city. As it formed, ordinary pedestrians began to stagger and collapse. Anyone below the mid-first-rate lost consciousness and fell on the streets, while late first-rate warriors barely resisted the barrier's influence with their weapons. but even they would succumb if they lost focus for even a moment. Now, only the masters who had entered the world of intent remained conscious inside xianxia City. Even among them, those who had recently entered the pinnacle realm and couldn't constantly operate in the world of intent would soon faint. Terrifying. The terror of cultivators wasn't just about individual strength. It was about their formations and mystical abilities. A formation powerful enough to seize a city in an instant, laid by just 8 chi-building cultivators. Even that was because the Jin and Makli clan cultivators were mutually restraining each other. In reality, just 4 of them could have set up this formation. No wonder they treat ordinary people like insects. They wouldn't even acknowledge or listen to us. But still, there is basic human decency. Being born human, asserting oneself as a human, there are obligations that come with it. I clenched my teeth, recalling the atrocities of the Makli clan. As long as I can, I will stop you. Swoosh. As soon as the barrier formed, I used my movement technique towards the Imperial City. Simultaneously, my disciples and Kim Young-hoon's followers, who were lying in wait around xianxia City, picked up their weapons and moved out. Additionally, over 100 cultivators from the Jin clan in red robes flew above us on their flying devices. Inside the barrier of xianxia City, a deep blue barrier spread around the Imperial Palace. The defensive barrier looked thick at first glance. Inside, cultivators from the Makli clan in blue robes strengthened the formation and prepared their spells. Just then, Kim Young-hoon took flight. Boom, boom. He stepped on the air, rising and stretched out his hand. Everyone, prepare to enter. His voice seemed to cover the entire xianxia City. Kim Young-hoon, floating in the air, gently extended his palm. A round sphere of gang chi emerged from his hand. That is, I observed the new realm he had achieved. The bright sphere split into three gang chi spheres, but they split again around Kim Young-hoon, forming 9 spheres. 9 gang spheres lined up behind him. Then they arranged around him. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 spheres struck the barrier over the Imperial Palace, creating 9 holes. Enter. Crash. The Jin clan cultivators threw their talismans, which stuck to the holes in the barrier, preventing its repair. The cultivators from the Makli clan seemed surprised by the size of the openings created by Kim Young-hoon's strike. Swoosh. I used Mountain Lord's soaring flight, scaling the outer wall of the Imperial Palace and entering through the hole Kim Young-hoon had made. A mortal has entered. Block. Severing vein saber method, mountain wind. Thud. My piercing strike, filled with sword gang, penetrated the shouting Makli cultivator's mouth, creating a hole in his medulla. Severing mountain swordsmanship, 9th move. Landscape painting. Boom, boom, boom. My sword filled with sword gang wildly slashed in every direction. Though it seemed haphazard, each strike followed the optimal trajectory. Each perfect trajectory smashed the defensive spells of the lower-grade cultivators of the Makli clan, tearing their bodies apart. In the hole at the outer wall of the Imperial Palace where I was located, a mist of blood formed around me in an instant. A peak martial artist. Everyone use the xianxia as shields and prepare spells from the rear. Screech, screech. Thus, the battle unfolded with an intensity that shook the very foundations of xianxia City. Second move, entering mountain. 14th move, Chi Mountain, Heart Heaven. Connecting technique. Chi Mountain's entry path, whoosh. Switching to a lower stance, I opened up the meridians, expanding the force of my energy and slicing widely through my opponents. Swish, boom. In a single move, the attacking xianxia had their legs severed and fell to the ground. Deep mountain. Ascending vein. Charging in with Mountain Lord's soaring flight, I entered the embrace of a cultivator chanting from behind and cut him upwards. Crack! My sword gang pierced through the cultivator's defensive spell, splitting his body diagonally. How can this mortal? The other astounded cultivators used some kind of spell. Swoosh, F-woom, boom. A water orb and wind blades, along with a yin ring, were cast towards me from different directions. Secluded Valley. Along with Secluded Valley, I used Record of Gazing Cultivation and Exceeding Martial Arts to penetrate the intents behind the spells, twisting the direction of their power. Rotating in place, I neutralized all 3 spell attacks. The spells didn't even brush my clothes. What? Bouldered cliff. Whoosh, 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 crack. Spinning in place, I shot circular sword gang at the confused cultivators. Before they could use another spell, they were shredded by my sword gang, breaking through their defenses. Flesh and blood sprayed in all directions, filling the air with the scent of blood. My commotion drew the attention of all the cultivators. Stop that martial artist first. Deploy all the xianxia. Drive him out. Hundreds of xianxia oozing with poison rushed towards me. Meanwhile, others began to enter through the hole behind me. Boom. 314 of my disciples, each armed, lined up behind me. Clean up. I'll go inside first. After giving a brief order, I headed below the outer wall. Led by Manho, my disciples nodded briefly before clashing with the horde of xianxia. Whoosh, I jumped down from the outer wall. A cool wind rose from below. And then, boom, a spear was hurled at me with a breaking sound. It's awkward to dodge, and if I parry in midair, I'm at a disadvantage. Quick judgment. In an instant, I swung my sword against the outer wall. Crack. After emitting sword silk and embedding my sword into the wall, I used it as a support to leap up again. Then I powered my legs and deflected the spear with a spin. Clang. My counterattack, optimally executed, sent the spear flying back, and I quickly pulled my sword from the wall, using heavy fall technique to quickly land on the ground. Martial artists, including the one who threw the spear at me, started to gather around. Ah, long time no see, everyone. Shut up, villain. We've never seen someone like you. Faces I had seen during my time in the Shadow Guards. The chief and deputy chief of the Imperial Outer Defense Force, the admiral and deputies of the Golden Army, and the generals of the United Guard. Faces I had occasionally seen, although their relationship with the Shadow Guards was indifferent, as we were supposed to hide in the shadows. It's a bit tricky to kill them. They were just following orders. What fault did they have? Each was simply acting out of the loyalty they were taught. Don't worry, I won't kill you. It's harder not to kill cultivators due to their defensive spells, but against these people it's much easier. Fling. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Straight snake. The quickly thrown weapon lodged in the shoulder of the Outer Defense Force chief. Coated with poison, he would soon be paralyzed. I took an antidote from my pocket and scattered paralysis powder in all directions. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique. Illusionary snake mist. Several weapons accurately grazed the bodies of the deputy chief and United Guard generals beyond the paralysis powder. I coated my sword tip with poison, and using Deep Mountain, I lunged at the generals of the United Guard and the admiral of the Golden Army, lightly cutting their skin. What remained were the deputies of the Golden Army. Infinite fighting hidden weapon technique, double killing snake swish swish. Two weapons flew in different trajectories towards them, and in that moment I regrasped my sword stance. Severing vein saber method mountain wind, fling. A rapid thrust pierced the deputies trying to block the hidden weapons, and the poison on my sword tip entered their bodies, causing them to collapse soon after. They're not fatally poisoned, so they can be detoxified later in the Imperial Medical Hall. The Imperial physician is a bit better than me, so he should be able to decipher the mixture. I left the twitching peak masters lying in foam behind me and surveyed the layout of the surrounding buildings. The emergency shelter for the Emperor in case of emergency is the Hidden Dragon Hall. Officially, that is. But as the former deputy leader of the Shadow Guards who closely guarded the Emperor, I knew. The actual shelter is the glowing scenery pavilion, located beyond the northwest corner of the Imperial City. During my time in the Shadow Guards, I didn't understand why I had to guard a cultivator emperor, nor did I understand why such a shelter existed. After all, neither the commoners' rebellion nor the army could match up to them, so why the need for such a shelter? But now I understand. It's a place prepared in case other cultivator clans conspire to usurp the imperial throne. Screech. More xianxia than I saw from the outer wall screamed and rushed towards me, easily hundreds in number. Apparently they were just released en masse to entangle any intruders. Snap how many people were sacrificed to create these xianxia. I gritted my teeth and gripped my sword. It should be about time now. Thud. At that thought, my disciples jumped down from the outer wall below. Any casualties? None at all. Thank you. Have you cleaned up everything? We've only dealt with the xianxia. The remaining Makli cultivators are engaged in combat with the martial arts experts brought by Sir Kim and the Jin clan cultivators. Good. From now on, everyone will follow me. We will go to where the Emperor is. Yes. At my words, my disciples shouted excitedly. First, we break through the xianxia horde. Since they're just to entangle us, there's no need to kill them all. Everyone form a wedge. Leading the way, my disciples lined up behind me in a triangular formation. Let's break through. Yes. Peak masters of this level, with their internal energy, is equivalent to a cavalry in terms of power and speed. Although fewer in number, their strength and speed are in no way inferior. I ran ahead, allowing my disciples to follow, infusing my sword with sword gang. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, 4th move. Flowing Ridge. As I called out the sword moves, just like we practiced during training, my disciples assumed their appropriate stances and connected their positions. While a standard formation typically unifies weapons, to peak masters who can read intent, such variability is not a flaw. Instead, they break through by compensating for each other's weaknesses. Boom. Initially a straightforward stabbing technique, it transformed with the force of breakthrough, erupting like a clash of chariots, shattering the xianxia before us. Qi Mountain Heart Heaven, I opened my meridians wide and pulled forth even more sword gang. Rumble. Leading from the front, I mowed down the xianxia, making my way through. The disciples on my flanks also infused energy into their weapons, shaking off and breaking through the xianxia. Hundreds of peak masters carved a path through the black ocean of xianxia. This is it. As we tore through, the dividing wall of the Imperial Palace came into view. Severing Mountain Swordsmanship, Mountain and Valley Transformation. Unleashing Sword Gang, I demolished the wall and altered the nearby landscape. I then positioned myself at the forefront and made my way through the collapsed wall. My disciples on the flanks quickly closed in from a wedge formation to a parallel I formation. Following through the gap I created, my disciples streamed in like a tail. Entering through the wall, the Imperial Garden Guowen came into sight. Formations lie ahead. Fortunately, they weren't too strong, and I knew all the life gates of the formations. Life gates in cultivation stories are basically the exit points in formations and arrays. Everyone, follow exactly behind me. Recalling the life gates spread around Guowen, I stepped through them, unraveling the formations as I went. My disciples followed precisely, and the xianxia, lacking this knowledge, aimlessly entered Guowen but couldn't penetrate the interior, just circling around. At the edge of Guowen, another wall appeared. Having already shaken off the xianxia, instead of hastily breaking the wall, I used Mountain Lord's soaring flight to leap over it and landed on the other side. A quiet, small pavilion floated on a little lake, devoid of people. My disciples also streamed in behind me. "Master, there's no one here." Without a word, I raised my sword gang and launched it towards the pavilion. Boom! Simultaneously, my sword gang collided with an invisible barrier around the pavilion and dissipated. "This is the place. KHWA, shoot the flare." Before I finished speaking, a crackling sound came from behind and a flare shot up into the sky. Whoosh, bang! A 5-colored cloud exploded in the sky. Simultaneously, about 5 Jin Clan cultivators in red robes flew towards us on their flying devices. "The Emperor is here. Well done. We'll dismantle the formation." The Jin Clan cultivators, still on their flying devices, took positions around the pavilion and cast their spells. Flash, a bright light burst, shattering the invisible wall, revealing the Emperor and the palace guards previously hidden in the pavilion. Dozens of cultivators in blue robes from the Mackley clan were waiting in the pavilion. The face of Mackley Jung twisted like a vengeful ghost. "Damn it! How did you find this place? Only the palace guards and the shadow guards know about the glowing scenery pavilion." Boom. As Mackley Jung shouted, one of the Jin Clan cultivators who had dismantled the formation launched another flare. This time, a white smoke cloud, a signal that the Emperor has been confirmed to be found. At the same time, boom. Dozens of Jin Clan cultivators who were pushing back the Mackley Clan cultivators on the outer wall began flying towards us. The Jin Clan cultivators arriving at the lake quickly took up positions. As light burst forth, they formed a formation. "Heat!" roar, a fireball the size of 10 meters appeared in the sky. "Go!" Simultaneously, the fireball created by the Jin Clan's formation plunged towards the pavilion. Rumble. Besides the illusion formation hiding its appearance, several other barrier formations, seemingly layered, enveloped the pavilion in a blue sphere. Hiss, however, the fireball evaporated all the water around the pavilion, wrapping the area in steam. Through the steam, wind and yin spells shot towards the Jin Clan cultivators in the sky. The Mackley Clan cultivators inside the barrier started to move out. A Jin Clan cultivator cast a spell and shouted at me. "Hey, mortal. We'll handle the cultivators. You break through the palace guards. The barrier is weakened enough by the previous attack. You should be able to penetrate it with your sword gang." "Understood." I responded to the Jin Clan cultivator and dived into the now dry lake towards the pavilion. As I neared the pavilion, bang, a halberd thrust out from the shadow beneath the pavilion. Clang, I deflected the halberd and smiled at my opponent. Leader of the Shadow Guard, tiger slaughtering halberd, quack Ilguk. Long time no see. On that note, I rant. This bastard Kim Young-hoon can't name for his life. Of all 5 and even more books later on, they're all a pain in the ass to type, and I can barely remember their names in the Korean raws. They're all wall this and wall that. I have to use the frickin' wiki to make sure I get them right. Discord. https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord. Quack Ilguk twitched his eyes. Do you know me? Of course, I am Seo Yunhyan, known as Infinite Fighting Monster. Pleasure to meet you. As I greeted him with a polite bow, he seemed a bit perplexed. Strange. I don't know someone like you. I haven't heard of Infinite Fighting Monster in the martial arts world, nor in the intelligence service. Ha ha ha, naturally. I've never engaged in martial arts activities in this lifetime. At my words, Leader looked at me as if I was speaking nonsense. Meanwhile, red threads extended from him, aiming for my neck. But I read all his moves with my purple intent and countered his initial moves with a convergence of intent. He seemed to put all his effort into our clash of intents, and I spoke to my disciples behind me. Look, this is the power of the Shadow Guards. None of you can stand one-on-one against him in a clash of intents, right? ... Indeed. Tension filled my disciples' faces. Especially since I had constantly compared them to the Shadow Guards, the name must have left a significant impression in their minds. Leader in front of me was sweating profusely as he kept losing in our clash of intents, and I continued to explain while comfortably wielding my sword. If you face the entire Shadow Guards one-on-one, you're bound to lose. Each of them has reached the mature stage of mid-peak where one can freely manipulate Chi Silk. While some can't manipulate Chi Silk, those types are even more dangerous, using poison or more sinister methods like me. The Palace Guards is also of similar strength to the Shadow Guards. The difference is that the Palace focuses on protecting the Emperor, while the Shadow is trained to kill assassins attacking the Emperor. I pointed to the Palace Guards on the pavilion, maintaining a solid stance and guarding against us. You will face the Palace Guards. They are superior in skills to you, but with your numbers and the transcending cultivation formation, you can break through. Your learned martial arts are more defensive, so you'll be relatively safer. Now go and break through the Palace Guards, kill the Emperor, and fulfill your revenge. Yes, my disciples answered in unison fervently. Red rage surged from them. I looked at Quack Ilguk, engaged in our clash of intents, and the entire Shadow Guards lurking in the shadows below the pavilion, ready to support him. The Shadow Guards I will handle. My disciples leaped over me, storming the pavilion. The Palace Guards drew their weapons and formed a defensive formation, with the Emperor beginning some sort of spell in the center. I, continuously launching intent, kept the entire Shadow Guards in check. Three flowers, even. A master in the late stage of 3 flowers. Quack Ilguk, struggling with our battle of intents, spoke with difficulty. Impressive, knowing it's the late stage. Have you entered the world of intent? Leader was on the boundary between mid and late peak. He might just be able to perceive the faint third color. Why would a genius like you of your age at that level side with the rebels? Yangyuo is enjoying peace now. As he spoke with sweat dripping, he gripped his halberd. I laughed sarcastically. Peace? Surely, for the ordinary commoners, there's no better peace, but someone of your level must know that the Mackley imperial family of Yangyuo are cultivators and what they are scheming in the shadows. I know, but you have joined hands with the former imperial family, the Jin. They are no different. They too are cultivators, and they see us as nothing more than tools. I acknowledge the fact calmly. You are right, leader. No one knows that fact better than me. I understood his views from my past life. The Jin clan wasn't much different, but being a tool is slightly better than being livestock waiting to be eaten. The Mackley clan should no longer sit on the throne of Yangyuo. The lesser of 2 evils, that's all. Of course, our views will never come to agreement. Come at me. I showed a small gap in my intent as a trap. The Shadow Guards, knowing it's a trap, still came at me, gritting their teeth. Don't underestimate the power of the Shadow Guards. The leader's halberd lunged at me, and simultaneously, a member wielding a slashing sword aimed for my ankle. Behind me, a member with a 2-handed sword lunged at me. Certainly, they were formidable forces. I remember even killing a master in the late stage of 3 flowers in a combined attack with them. A typical master of 3 flowers could be matched by the Shadow Guards. However, I had reached the late stage of 3 flowers gather at the summit and had learned records of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. In an instant, I cut through their consciousness and escaped the combined formation. Click, I slowly sheathed my sword in the midst of the melee. After all, these were colleagues from my past life. Of course, the people from my past life and those now are entirely different. but emotionally it wasn't easy to harm them. "I won't kill you." In an instant, my sword touched the vital points of the members. After scattering paralysis powder and subduing them all, I appeared in front of Leader and struck with my sword. Arg! Boom. Our weapons collided, sending out waves of energy. Realizing his men were subdued, despair filled Leader's eyes. "You have no personal feelings, you only serve loyalty." Clang, clang. I pressed him with my sheathed sword, speaking calmly. "So I won't kill you." Arg! Ah! His intent surged more rapidly. I faced his intent head-on, slowly engaging in the battle. Matching his moves, stance, and intent, almost like a mirror image, excluding the weapons and subtle martial arts. Leader, thinking I was mocking him, turned increasingly red. At a certain moment, his intent changed. Quack Ilguk's intent, which had failed to properly follow my trajectory, began to intertwine with mine, intermingling. Gradually, a sense of bewilderment crept into his eyes, which were previously ablaze with intensity. I led him on. Ting, my sword clashed with his halberd. At the same time, clarity returned to his eyes. He had seen the third color. "This is..." Lost in the midst of battle, he murmured in a daze. Boom! A tremendous shockwave and explosion spread out. His coordination faltered under the vast surge of energy. Eventually, my sheathed sword, which had been parallel to his, penetrated his coordination and struck his neck. Arg! He collapsed on the spot, unconscious from my controlled strike. Anyway, having seen the third color, he should ascend to 3 flowers once he awakens and comprehends his realization. Though time had passed, and he was not the same person, it was the greatest respect I could show to my former superior. Leaving the unconscious Leader behind, I turned towards a huge explosion that just gone off. Whoosh! A massive whirlwind tore apart and lifted an entire building in the distance. From the pavilion, the palace guards facing my disciples screamed in horror. "The Crown Prince is there? Arg! That location must be the Hidden Dragon Hall. The Emperor evacuated here and the Crown Prince was in his place. Did Makli Jung use his son as bait? But then..." I frowned. "That whirlwind's power doesn't seem like Makli Hyun's magic." In the center of the whirlwind, a dark shadow loomed, an imposing presence. Seeing the size of the consciousness in the whirlwind center, I realized. That person is the founder of Yangyuo, the cultivator of the Makli clan who reached Qi Building, Makli Wangshan. Around the whirlwind, someone was moving. It was Kim Young-hoon. That's... Kim Young-hoon held something in one hand. Focusing my vision, it looked like someone's head. It must be Crown Prince Makli Hyun's head, given the circumstances. I thought Makli Jung had hidden in the glowing scenery pavilion with the palace and shadow guards, using his son as bait. It seems I was mistaken. It wasn't about leaving his son as bait in the Hidden Dragon Hall. Instead, he had placed the strongest guard there. However, this was the result. Kim Young-hoon's understanding of the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, derived from the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, that is specialized in escaping and ambushing cultivators, allowed him to catch Makli Wangshan off guard. Whoosh, numerous wind bullets and wind blades shot towards Kim Young-hoon from the whirlwind. A single wind bullet obliterated an entire floor of a building. The monstrous power of a Qi building cultivator. But boom, boom, boom. 9 spheres rose behind Kim Young-hoon and shot towards the Qi building cultivator. Bang! With a loud noise, the gang's spheres pierced part of the whirlwind, bringing down an entire building. The Imperial City crumbled under their battle. Arg, what is this? These cursed Jin clan, breaking the agreement and secretly bringing a Qi building cultivator into the barrier. The cultivators of the Makli clan burst into fury and cast their spells. The Jin clan cultivators just smirked, not responding. However, Makli Jung, performing spells in the center of the pavilion, burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, what's everyone so worried about? Our ancestor recently achieved a breakthrough in his training, ascending to the 3rd stage. Even core formation is just around the corner. Do you think he would lose to a mere cultivator?" Hearing that, the Jin clan cultivators' expressions darkened. "Already at that stage? Just a Qi building cultivator? Can we really hold out?" Unlike others, I climbed onto the pavilion with a light heart. Not to mention the record of surpassing cultivation and martial arts, Kim Young-hoon had already killed a late Qi building cultivator and severed the hand of a core formation cultivator when he created the record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts. There's no chance of defeat. The interior of the pavilion seemed much larger than from the outside, perhaps due to a space condensing spell. In the center, the emperor who was performing spells was protected by the palace guards around him. The guards were desperately blocking my disciples' combined attack, but they were overwhelmingly outnumbered and faced the transcending cultivation formation. There was no way they could win. Let's finish this quickly. I too drew my sword gang ready to enter the formation when suddenly, boom, another loud noise tore off the roof of the pavilion. What's this? Confused by the sudden turn of events, swoosh. Blood rained from the sky, splattering down. The guards and my disciples were baffled, but the cultivators and I were shocked. The intent in the blood, the terrifying consciousness within. It was the chi-building cultivator who had just been fighting Kim Young-hoon. His soul, his divine consciousness was in that blood. In such a short time, Kim Young-hoon had killed Makli Wangshan, the chi-building cultivator of the Makli clan. The blood containing the divine consciousness of the founding emperor Makli Wangshan shot towards the stupefied Makli Yung. The emperor's face began to show terror. "An ancestor? No, this can't be. Ancestor, please spare me." Ancestor, please, please." Splash, Makli Yung screamed in horror, but the indifferent blood splashed onto his face. Makli Yung's screams echoed for a while, and after a moment, shiver, I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Everyone, retreat!" Fortunately, my disciples instinctively backed away in terror. But the palace guards protecting Makli Yung failed to grasp the situation and couldn't evade the founding emperor's grasp as he possessed the emperor's body. Swoosh, arg! The life force and essence blood of the palace guards was being sucked into Makli Yung. No, into Makli Wangshan, who had taken over Makli Yung's body. Whoosh, a massive consciousness filled the entire pavilion. "Dangerous," Makli Wangshan extended his hand. His gesture was pointing at me, the highest level presence here. Then it happened. A flash of light burst from outside the pavilion. Boom. Makli Wangshan, who was gathering his power against me, hastily extended his hand towards outside the pavilion, deploying a defensive spell. A violent wind blew, breaking his defensive spell like fragile glass. Half of the pavilion affected by the spatial spell was torn away. There I could see Kim Young-hoon slowly approaching. "Kim Hae-young?" My face turned pale. Kim Young-hoon was bleeding all over, with a chunk of his flesh torn from his waist. Cough, cough. It seems his internal organs were damaged too, as he was spitting blood with every step he took. Kim Young-hoon didn't kill Makli Wangshan without harm. Makli Wangshan had inflicted considerable damage on Kim Young-hoon, even as he was being killed. Cough, arg. Then Kim Young-hoon, who seemed to be regathering his strength, suddenly lost consciousness due to his severe wounds and collapsed. "This is the worst." Shiver. Makli Wangshan, gasping for breath, spoke. Fortunately, his energy just dropped in the nick of time. "What a monstrous man, I was almost killed." Stomp, stomp. He kicked away the bodies of the fallen guards around him, clicking his tongue in disgust. Damn it, having to take over the body of such a low-quality descendant. Even my cultivation has dropped to the level of chi refining 4th star. He looked up at the sky. Simultaneously, the Makli clan cultivators fighting the Jin clan cultivators started fleeing in panic on their flying devices. These worthless things, running away in front of the clan elder. Once this replacement battle is over, I'll have to melt them all into a handful of blood water. Swoosh. The consciousness of the terrifying chi-building cultivator soared into the sky. Makli Wangshan's consciousness transformed into a hand shape, reaching out for 2 chi-refining 1st star cultivators trying to escape. As Makli Wangshan cast a spell, faint light circled around the hand of consciousness, and it seemed to physically pull in the lower-level cultivators. "Elder, please spare us. Please, I'm a distant relative of ancestor. I have never had descendants who are no better than trash mortals." As he extended his hand towards the chi-refining cultivators, their life force, essence blood, and cultivation were all sucked into Makli Wangshan. Slurp gulp after devouring his blood water turned descendants. Makli Wangshan's power surged from chi refining 4th to the brink of 5th. Chi refining 5th star cultivation, but one who once reached the extreme of chi building. Tingle, tingle. Normally, I could rush in and slit the throat of a cultivator of this level, but my instincts were ringing alarm bells. It's not just chi refining 5th star. Combined with the consciousness of a cultivator who had reached the peak of chi building, his power is... Our eyes met. A crawling sensation surged over my body. Makli Wangshan smirked. "Quite perceptive for a mortal, assessing my power. Let me tell you kindly, the strength I can exert right now is..." Rumble, wind swirled around Makli Wangshan. A wind incomparable to that of Makli Hae-young enveloped him. "The level of chi refining 13th star." I gritted my teeth. "To all disciples, listen." I needed to buy time. Feed Kim Hyung the recovery pills each of you brought. Do your best to make him regain consciousness. I took the primary sword stance. I'll stall for time. Severing mountain swordsmanship. 23rd move. I'll hold on no matter what. Endless mountains beyond mountains. Discord. https://dscgg/wetread link to donations in the Discord.